dying if they touch alcohol.
All the
I think
anglers.
the English, the way they work is just 1,000 years of tribes on that island constantly warring. That they are kind of like the Maoris of Europe.
They definitely are. They definitely always seem to succeed in warfare. Like they seem to come out on top. But also they're good at diplomacy. That's another thing that they're
They're
strong
good
at.
at diplomacy framed in the context of war.
Yes, they definitely know how to choose the right
I mean, look at
allies, the right
internal
side.
diplomacy to the British Empire.
It was the Anglos who stopped the Nazis in World War One, World War Two, stopped Napoleon,
Helped stop.
helped
To be
stop,
fair, in
but
World War One, they really pitched in.
of course,
World War Two was a defensive war for them, but they are extremely war.
but if it wasn't for the Anglos, like the Americans
For
would
Belgium,
have
they
never.
basically came to our aid because they defended our neutrality. That was like the big thing.
There is a lot of Anglo blood on Belgian soil.
Yep, that basically when you walk around in the west of Belgium, it's
Yeah.
full of British graveyards, yeah. And a lot of British schools in that area, like for school trips. So as soon as you go to the west of Belgium, all you see is basically high school Brits walking around and just visiting the graves, visiting the sites, like what's the most famous one again?
Reaction. It's not
Passendale, yeah,
always justified.
that's the big one.
Is this Mahak Sukai?
Tobias says we need to stop sucking Anglo cock.
Well, you see, the Anglo is doomed because the Anglo is at war with itself. And so the Anglo will start circumcising his kids if he thinks that's what the next good thing to do is. He's at war with the foreskin. Who else in the world has that kind of madness in them?
To be at war with yourself? You could argue that, like I was saying this yesterday, that you'll find that a lot of like what you call like mixed race white people in South America, Castadenas or something, Castellanas, or Mazitos, whatever, mosquitoes.
Mestizos.
Anyways, a lot of those people also completely self-flagellating, as in they hate they're mainly like 80% white people. A lot of these people, 70% white people, but they choose to identify with everything that's anti-European, anti-Spanish, anti-Portuguese, like anti-white, and choose to like identify with
your
what's
current day
native.
mutts over there. Yeah, the situation has turned over there where, just 100 years ago, you went to Brazil and over there, and people had their parts of the country, and the rest had their part, and so what happened is a mix of the good people left. People who were rich and so on and so forth, they just up and left, and they went back to Spain and so on and so forth. And there was huge immigration back to Spain because of that.
So
and now they're just a protectorate of America and globalism and so on and so forth. And so they're absolutely buying into the just have fun, fuck white people thing, because why not? They're 20% nigger or something like that they are down there. Some of them aren't even that.
Yeah, some of them have no nigger and they have just the native. Another thing I've always found interesting is that America never decided to colonize any parts of South America besides
it
just
has formally.
But I mean, just that's what I was going to get to, just these little informal parts, just by inciting leadership changes or things like that, but nothing, just like exerting some soft power over it. Nothing ever hard or heavy-handed.
Drugs wouldn't be synonymous with South America if Americans hadn't put all of that there. We'd still be importing heroin from chinks. Which we are. Yeah, no, that place is just it's the fucking outcome. It's what America will turn into someday. Is already to an extent.
Where you think like the cream's floating to the top, but instead of it being something delicious, it's something disgusting. It's like the sewage, the sewage scum, like that. You know, the worst part of the sewage is always like the stuff that floats on the top 2 centimeters, just continually rises
Muck,
until
like
the
muck, like
muck,
a
yeah,
sewage muck.
sewage muck, and it's just rising from like the pits of Brazil all the way up through Central America, and we'll find,
Wee.
and it'll even find its way to Canada.
Oh yeah, but you know, I actually was in Canada for 6 months in
Yeah.
Toronto, and I hate Toronto. I really hate that place. I
Oh,
cannot
dude,
stand
it's full of
Toronto.
Pajeets. It's full of Pajeets, Asians,
Dude,
Jamaicans.
it's the most. They actually okay. Like Canadians are as follows. They're, or at least the ones in Ontario. The ones in Ontario are extremely proud about the fact that they're multicultural. Extremely proud.
They
Like
are.
ask any of them, and it's like you see this white guy or white girl standing there, and you talk about their city, and they're surrounded by people who are not their own, and they're like glorifying it completely. They're like, yeah, we're the most multicultural.
Anglo is at war with himself.
Yes, he is, and especially in Canada.
Yeah, Canada's a
And
really good example of where he's really at war with himself.
yeah, and
Canada's rubbish.
Canadians are extremely Anglo, right? Like they're
Yeah,
technically still Anglo
they're
because
more Anglo than American. They're more Anglo than
yeah,
American because America, if
yeah.
you boil down to it, their largest racial group is Germanic.
Well, you know this
You
probably.
know,
Like when did Canada
I
get
can
independent?
tell
Technically,
when you start knowing Germans more and more, and you will meet Americans, and you will be able to distinctly identify that they're not entirely English. There's
yes,
just something to them.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, here's the thing as well. Actually, another tidbit is that you will find that a lot of the people who have German blood, that they're not the politicians or the leaders in America. It's mainly like Anglo and Irish blood. And I think this has something to do with like high, low versus middle. You'll find a lot of people with Germanic blood are the middle class, or like
Mm.
lower to upper middle class. And then you'll have the working class, who were the Irish and Anglos, the lower working class electing also
Its own.
Irish, its own
Power.
people into the high. So it's like a high, low versus middle scenario. And then that's why
You know,
that's why if you statistically look at it, Irish people are extremely overrepresented in politics in the history of America. Like they've made up an amazing amount of politicians for how much population they have there compared to any other race.
the Irish were imported just during the Civil War in mass by the
Yeah.
North as soldiers and people to run the industry and to dilute the North because the Anglo was at war with himself again.
Well, like I said, it's just I like when you if you put things in another good context to frame things. TM is this high-low versus middle thing, or as Moldbug likes to put it, what's he likes to put it like Brahmin Sudra versus the warrior caste. I don't like saying that one out loud because I always get it wrong. Um, but you find that the high and the low are in allegiance with each other to destroy the middle, and that's a really like a disgusting way to be things. It should be high, middle versus low. That's
A
how
good
things.
way. Yeah, you're right. However, the reason that exists is because there is no high anymore. There's just the low masquerading as the high. We've
That's
killed
also
the high.
yeah. Hive, the hive died.
The middle and the low killed the high, and the low put itself up there. Welcome to the new world. But yeah, I agree. And the fact that a lot of Americans are a mix of, German, Irish, even like Scots. It's far from your actual Brits that are eponymous with everything the British have ever done, which are all, from that southeastern part of England. They are eternally at war with themselves. You know who else is at war with themselves? Fucking everybody in Northern Europe. It's just a thing. And I think it's most prevalent in Anglo.
Why do you think they're at war with themselves?
I think it comes from, I think they were not a, I think a lot of Northern Europeans had space to exist in. That they weren't farming that much. They were, farming as a compliment. That they had a lot of land. That they had a lot to do with. That their main concern was the fact that there was no real basis to create what we would understand as civilization, but they were civilized. They were, but a society. They didn't live in a society. And when you don't live in a society, you're at war. You're always at war. They
But
also had to deal with the fact that, it was harsh living, and when you live hard, you're at war with yourself. And so Northern Europeans seem to have a perpetually ingrained survival anxiety that everybody else doesn't, and it drives them to be insane. We will not survive without diversity. Who in their right mind would hear that and it would hit a part of their lizard brain that tells them, yeah, that makes sense.
well, it sounds like what you're trying to say is that agency is a double-edged sword.
Everything's a double-edged sword in a sense.
That's true.
Everything can be inverted.
Well, that's what you're trying to say is that white people have, especially Northern Europeans, they have high levels of agency.
If
And
you look at Northern European Christianity, it is far more than the South centered around being penitent, about the self-flagellation aspect, about rooting out what you can think of as being evil. You go to Southern Europe and you will get priests who say, well, what's evil?
yeah,
Southern people are lazy. People are insane. They're at war with themselves.
why do you think Southern Mediterraneans are lazy?
Because they and
You cut out because they what?
um because because when you can be lazy, being lazy is a good thing evolutionarily and also lifestyle and so on and so forth. Why would you go to war if you don't have to? Why would you struggle and sacrifice parts of yourself that could be left to naturally flourish and to enjoy those things? Why
Well,
should you move to a city and work in some office job or work as some shitty factory or whatever job and not prosper over the long term? That's going to have a cost when you don't have to. You can just stay in your village, farm orange,
I
live
mean that's
easy.
how Aboriginals thought, and that's why they had such a low population and such a low. They had nothing. If you want to give it that line of thinking, I think
Yeah,
there's more
but
to
it
it than
is it
that. I
is
think there's more to it than
I think
that.
it is consistent. I think that your people who just come from continents where they could just walk around and find food are very lazy because of that. There are also a lot of other bad things for other reasons.
He's
But
a
your
nugget.
meds and your average black person have in common that they are lazy.
Hmm.
Now, what feeds on that in periphery is a different story. But living's easy in the South. Is at least economically.
Living and surviving really isn't that hard. You are right. It doesn't require much to have the bare essentials.
Your Northern Europeans have perpetual survival, and they will see it as a good thing. People who have extreme survival anxiety, in fact, are looked up to. And that's why your politicians and so on and so forth are the ones that are the ones that show this extreme anxiety and but in an inverted way. Where it's like they will put themselves on the altar for diversity, for whatever society is telling people that they should.
The Anglo work ethic.
The Anglo work ethic.
We do know how to work.
Spaniards work, yes, but they work to a reasonable extent. Yes, it makes sense that I should be doing that, but not on principle. Things on principle is a very northern thing.
Yeah, Anglos work for the sake of working.
That's probably why Protestantism found its way so fast up north, or rather, some of the precepts. Maybe not always why Protestantism was popular, but at least the precept of working and like proving yourself in this life to show if you're chosen or not. I think that kind of appeals to that northern mindset, probably.
I think Northerners also will not understand how the South can even run, and in their head immediately extrapolate that it is a mess and a dirty place because authoritative organizations, your church, your government, um, your local company, will be extremely lax, even corrupt.
Well,
But no,
that's
when
how
you
I
go
pictured
there,
it in my
people
head.
are autonomous.
That's how I pictured it in my Anglo head. That it's just a complete mess. But
It absolutely isn't. In fact, it's a lot less of a mess than Northern.
I should visit Southern Europe and, like I said, places like the Pyrenees and stuff. Take a girl there. Sounds like a place where you want to take a date.
Yeah, I suppose so. It really is a man's place, though. You go there to enjoy the meat. You go there to see wonderful natural sights. Go there for the sport, seeing
Um,
architecture and monuments.
Well, Anglo, like England itself, the island of England, up until Henry VIII, it was basically endemic civil war, you could say.
Oh, it was afterwards, and it still
Oh yeah,
is.
yeah, 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 yeah. Like the Great Revolution and all that stuff. Yeah.
The Anglos are at war.
Whigs and Tories, all that stuff.
Let's
who do you think?
try to look at other factors like the Anglo country. You know, there's something to the world wars where everything like the side that the Anglos were all on kind of became the forebears of their culture today. Like they despise nationalism and America was sending downstream that everything else is like collectivism, basically consumerist, every man for himself country. So that I think that has shit to do with it. Like there is something to the Protestant work ethic. You're a madman who can actually get peasants to take the sweat pledge, like religiously, make them, then you'll absolutely fucking expand for that time period.
Yeah.
But I think changes did happen in the world wars too.
I think what changed is that the Anglo, and it started before that, that modernity made them wage war on themselves because you've killed nature. You've killed people who live thousands of miles away and really just completely put your boot down their throat. What else is there to kill? What else is there to be at war with if not yourself?
Well, that because I don't know if the when you guys refer to upper castes, if that includes like European nobility, which in my delving into history, it seems that they are just opportunistic asswipes that have always been pretentious and preyed on preyed on each other and others, and it's always kind of been every man for himself in a way.
I think they're remembered for their faults first.
They did the essential shit, but nothing's really,
It's like saying, the lower classes have always been drunk, lazy, stupid people who will never work themselves out of their situation. That's not true.
may partially be true. However, it's the same
Yeah.
as American nobility today, whereas we have the rich Negroes who have a lot of good things about them, but we also talk shit on them for other reasons.
But what you don't see is your upper class in America that runs the technocracy and that spontaneously set up organizations to save species and kids in Africa and so on. There are a lot of people who do that genuinely. There are people who go to their job, there are people who go to their company and sit on that board and genuinely perpetuate its interests and to an extent its responsibility to society. But as time marches on, especially people who have power have more and more reasons to be corrupted by it.
There was more power back then what you could do over peasantry within the bounds of not actually giving them a reason to try to kill you. Even then, you could put on some armor with your friends and get a pretty high kill death ratio.
Yeah, but they're remembered for their faults. And you know what? Over, you can remember people who tortured their peasants to death because it was fun. You can remember the robber barons. You can remember all of these things that happened, but it happened over 1500 years. If we had 1500 years of our current world, the list of atrocities would be so long you couldn't read it in a lifetime.
But is there more happening proportionately?
Absolutely. Today, absolutely.
Like
Because you can
by
see a
per
lot of
capita?
Europe still exists in that medieval way where you will just have like a local power kind of managing a local community. And that there are abuses, but they're so rare that it takes a perfect storm, but perfect storms do come by every time and then. But what we live in is constantly the perfect storm.
Yeah, there's a lot more interpersonal conflict between individuals. There's like perpetual strife. Which my argument that of the stimulation that chaotic, more profound hell provides. I do come from that angle where I view that this is more chaotic, but I don't know. This is more about was the quality of the nobility any worse or better?
I think if you try to know the quality of the mobility by the writings that they left us, for example, and suddenly you're going to start to see that there are a lot of individuals who are part of that nobility that were pure form idealists who did their best to bring that about to happen.
I think Dutch probably would have knowledge on nobility in Europe of 200 years ago or 500 years ago.
Yeah.
I know about.
But you know, there is.
I know about.
I don't have an answer for it really because I only just know the meme facts about the nobility in Europe. I don't know actually anything
Yeah.
deep about it.
I think what's been one of the most what's been inherited, especially from European nobility, and that has really just still been the foundation of civilization today, is the idea of counterpowers. And I think that European nobility, their chief, what their function in society is to maintain balances of power, and that history broke, and our world happened when people stopped giving a shit about doing that for various reasons. But we still have it today, and it's still the foundation of international diplomacy and of how government is built and so on and so forth, which
It's the
is to
foundation of
balance
our legal
power.
system, everything. Our whole political system, legal system.
Exactly.
Even they're trying to
And well,
work it into our economic system.
yeah, a lot of it masquerades. A lot of the counterpowers that we think are counterpowers are lies and so on and so forth, and that's the main issue. But for thousands of years, somehow the nobility have managed to maintain that. And I think what broke and what gave way to a century of degenerate nobles who wrecked the world is that something just broke that, where counterpowers stopped mattering, maintaining balances of power stopped mattering. And I think that's technology.
Were there balances to power, or was it that the power structures did not have, like reality could not accommodate them getting too far away from the power of your individuals? Like a megacorp, the East India Trading Company, something like that could not take off yet. Something that just launches and it just has such a high ceiling that it just keeps going and basically takes a significant effort to counter.
I think that fundamentally power came from people. You needed your army, you needed your peasants. That was what your power was. And you could be a robber baron, but abusing your peasants would end up bad because your peasants are where your power is from.
I thought power came from the divine.
And the power came from the divine because the divine acts through people.
Do you think that things went wrong starting with the industrial? So that's an interesting
Well,
take.
I'll amend that statement. A balance of power is between the peasantry and your army and so on, those castes, and the people who are at the top who are supposed to be a counterpower to them because God bestows on them uh, knowledge and the belief system with which they are going to control their peasantry. And so your peasantry accept to believe the way the upper class tells them to, as long as the upper class accepts them living the way they want. And so you have a famine, and what would happen is not we send the army to steal from peasants. It's we get the peasants together, tell them there's a famine. And then the peasants would usually start deciding who's going to pay what taxes. Things get out of hand, of course, as always. But I think the balance of power was very much in the favor of people in feudalism for the longest time.
Well, I read a really interesting theory. It was about a book about absolutism. It was like around,
Closer to the
well,
microphone.
oh, sorry. So it's a theory that basically says that the construction of the modern state coincides with the increase of power of kings. So, for example, I had like Louis XIV, a bunch of other monarchs like Philip II in Spain. So, what you basically had in the 15th century is that you had all these monarchs desperately trying to build out the state apparatus. And of course, to make that happen, you need to tax people, right? So the only class that actually got richer and richer was basically the merchant class, as like of course the gentry, like the landed gentry, they couldn't always get more opulent, right? Like there's a limit to the amount of land you can tax on. And so what they also tried to do more and more was to undermine their own class, the kings. So for example, aristocrats were more and more undermined by the king himself because he wanted to have more control over the land and he wanted to basically favor the merchant class more and more in order to get more and more tax from them. So in the end, what basically royalty did in Europe was, in a way, they depended on the money that the merchants could provide them to build out their state apparatus, so to expand their own empires. But in the end, they basically destroyed aristocracy in a way. So they basically lifted up an entire class of merchants to finance their wars, finance their empires. But in the end, the class on which they depended was morally, spiritually, and also like materially completely like destroyed from within by the king himself. And it's not a coincidence that when the French Revolution began, it was the king of France asking to tax, instead of like the landed gentry, to tax more and more the merchants. But by that time, the merchants had become such an influential class in society that they were like, well, we're kind of tired of this aristocratic institution demanding everything from us while we are basically the ones providing all the money for this entire institution. And that's when all hell broke loose in Europe. And you could say that actually it was the kings themselves who undermined aristocracy in their own greed for power. And they undermined their own class. That's kind of what I will look up the book exactly that talked about this, but it's a very fascinating study and it kind of proves in many ways that it was the kings themselves who undermined aristocracy and paved the way for the merchants to eventually take over. And you can interpret that in many ways, merchant, if you like, but that's basically it in a nutshell.
Kind of ties into TM's original point. Insanity for survival mechanisms.
I think I can expand your statement, Dutch, by the reason that couldn't happen is because power stopped coming from the land and therefore the people that worked it.
Yes.
It came from an organization, a way of structuring society, a way of redistributing wealth and concentrating it, and eventually technology. And a lot of it was technology. time because people things like mines and things like weapons and transport and so on and so forth became a larger and larger part of the economy up to a point where food, grain, so on was an afterthought.
Well, what's the status like? 2% of population like works in agriculture now, and used to be like 98%, and it wasn't even that long ago.
And even then, they work in agriculture, but who does the work? The machines are them.
The machines. It's
Yeah,
Dag framed at one time Cletus on his tractor.
I think what happened is not only that power stopped coming from people, but that power was self-perpetuating. Technology is growth. It's self-perpetuating power. And I think there's something that violates nature in that aspect. Which is why the natural order that human beings are supposed to live in just was completely wiped out in a very short amount of time by it. And now look at it, it's threatening to kill us entirely,
Well,
and nature with it.
that's the nickel and idea. I also like the idea that I'm open to the idea that it's sentient and that it's coming after us with with intention.
I've
At
always
least
said that
if
technocracy is a subsidiary of infernalism. It's anti-nature, anti let's dab on God. The good old dab on God boys that found technology and was like, this is a great way to destroy nature. And here we are, and here we're going. It's biblical in a way because the whole point of Genesis is to say, here's man. Man eats from the tree of knowledge. That's not really the issue. The issue is that once he's eaten the tree of knowledge and he has his shame and so on and so forth, he rebels. He tells God to go fuck himself. And God says, well, yeah, okay. You want to tell me to go fuck myself? I will. And God leaves man alone, and man doesn't have such a good time. The point is not that knowledge is evil. The point is that man, when given knowledge, will rebel. And so man needs to learn how to be granted knowledge and not
well,
tell nature to go fuck itself with it.
I can't give examples of this, but when I've listened to what's it called, anthropomorphists talk, um, they often talk about how in religious texts and myths and stories about how technology is something evil, how technology is something to be scared of, how technology is something that's degrading. And Prims, they like to bring up that point a lot, but I can't think
I
of
think
any
that's
myself.
wrong. Right. That's in case I didn't make myself clear enough. What's wrong isn't technology or knowledge. What's wrong is not being able to handle it correctly. When you're granted power, the test of your person is not whether you have the presence of mind to not take power or whether you can get power. It's what you do with it and how it turns you. Well, at least what it turns you into. If you're granted power and you start immediately killing nature and setting up these weird little cults about fuck God, I am the best, somewhere along the way you might question the fact that you were able to handle power at all. And then maybe you should work on yourself, bro. So these imprims are cowards, but they're not wrong.
I agree with that entirely. They're completely cowards. But they have a sensibility about what's dangerous.
Yeah.
Which often
Wanting
cowards
to
do,
run
which often
or
what cowards do
quit.
have. That's what cowards often do have. They can tell you what's dangerous, but they're not willing to face the danger. They just want to ignore it or hide from it or
And you need to be a coward before you can be brave. So that's the first step, to be terrified and to feel like you need to quit. And I think that's what people are scared of. It's what these people who are handed power and they say, yeah, let's create a perfect, let's dab on all white people. What are they afraid of? They're afraid of ever feeling powerless, of ever getting to that point where they are a coward and afraid and ready to quit and then grow from there. The
do you want
nobility in Europe was always, sorry, go ahead. I
do
was
you
about to
guys
go on
want
any
power?
tangent. Now, yes, but that's like 3 months old, knowing that I should get around to wanting power. I don't want it yet. I don't actually want it, in fact. I just feel like it's the next necessary step.
Well, it seems like it's something I use this word a lot, but intrinsically valuable is power.
Is it intrinsically valuable if power turns you into a mockery of yourself if you're not ready to have it?
No, of course not, but what's intrinsically valuable is not always like a safe option or like something that can be easily wielded.
Is humility intrinsically valuable?
Yes, but only in
Why?
like a only to a certain reach.
Yeah.
You have to
So
be.
nothing is intrinsically valuable, is what I'm trying to say. Everything can be abused, stretched to something bad.
I think power is much more valuable than humility, but humility doesn't get you that far, but power does. Power lets you enact your will far more on the world than 1,000 times the humility would.
And look at what people who have power have done. They're using it to make sure that schools are teaching about intersectional gender and trying to make sure that white people get Lyme's disease when they go in the forest. What the fuck kind of waste of time is that?
Wait, did you say they make it think they have Lyme disease?
No, no. Lyme disease was made in a lab in Colorado. It's a biological weapon. It was let out into the forests in America.
I've always thought that Lyme disease was fake, just in people's
Oh, it's not
imaginations.
fake. It's very real.
And I always thought it was just an excuse for people to like try to get on the pension somehow, disability pension, or receive insurance money or something.
Nope. No, 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 no. People actually just, there are people out there who lose the ability to walk and go into cerebral degeneration because a tick bit them 25 years ago. And by the way, the reason there's a 25-year delay between being bitten and when you get the disease is so that the animals that carry it don't die prematurely. Because that's the
Would
best way of delivering a disease, is to have your carrier be able to have as much time as possible to spread it before the disease acts. That's a tangent.
I'm interested in this
There are a lot of
tangent.
powerful people in the world, and they're all doing very just completely pointless, fairly lame things with that.
But they're at least spreading their will into the world, whether you disagree with their will or not.
What do you mean, at least? At least they're
Well,
making sure your kid is switching genders. At least they're making sure that anybody can get their access to drugs. At least they're making sure that the Middle East is a perpetual shithole.
Here,
yeah,
John.
What the fuck is the point of all
but what
that?
I don't think there is a point of any of it, but I think that they're getting their way, and that's through power.
You guys
Yeah,
aren't even
they're getting a way
Luciferian.
that doesn't matter.
Not even Luciferian.
Uh,
Keep seething. Keep seething.
They get their way, and that's because they took the call to power. They took it with both hands, and
they get a way
yeah,
that doesn't matter. They get a way that goes nowhere.
no, it obviously matters. It goes somewhere.
Does it go
This
nowhere?
all this happening, all this stuff's happening is obviously in a direction somewhere, whether they are conscious of it or not.
Yeah, you
There's always
burn
a
the world
direction.
down, and then what?
World burned down entirely, or does it just drive everyone on it insane?
I don't think the world's getting burnt down. I think that's a bad analogy. I think there's something different going on. I think there's a better metaphor to use than the world
I
getting
think they
burnt down.
want to burn the world down, and I think the world isn't going to burn down because the world is not made to burn down. In fact, the world is made to use the flames as something useful. These people who are in power are too fucking stupid for all this shit. All they act on is instincts that they got when they were 17, and that they will throw absurd amounts of power at it.
Due to the giant shitstorm that they were all unconsciously working together to make, creates a more profound hell to learn from.
Yeah, I think that beautiful hell that we are in, um, they don't deserve the credit for it. Nature and the design of the world in which that can happen is. And when you have these literal children with nuclear weapons and infinite money run around doing their thing, the world becomes the way it is. Because the world is perfect.
I do attribute it
But
to.
these literal children are literal children.
I am not going to argue that because I do attribute this to nature and big cosmic forces, and this is just how existence will manifest. We're just at this stage of it, whether they are aware of it or not.
Look at these politicians who can't help themselves but diddle. Ooh, my dick.
But
That's your guy at the head of your country, my dick.
you
And
can't.
then you have your guy at the head of a corporation. Ooh, better meet the benchmarks. I want to be the best. My company's the best. I'm the best. I'm going to go to the moon and we're going to make moon gardens, guys. Look at my presentation. Moon gardens. Don't you think this is amazing? I'm
Yes,
a retailer. It is so just incredibly childish.
people in control of power are idiots that you can't intellectually align with. And then there's millions of people conducting their own psyopses, their own multifaceted agendas. Perfect. And no one really knows where it goes.
I think the vast majority of people with power are just they're fucking kids. They are. They
About,
act on the instincts and dreams and of kids, of big, spoiled, bitter kids.
It's
about the
like you're
CIA.
using the word kids interchangeably with men of action. It's like people who
Men of
are
action. I'm a man of action. I am a CEO. I drive a Range Rover. Yeah, great, but what the fuck is
people
the point?
People who decide to do.
See, you wonder what the
There's
point
so many
is.
people.
You wonder what
Yeah.
the point is, but they don't, and they become a mechanism, greater design, while you can just sit and
Yes, that's
contemplate it.
true, and that is beautiful.
Yes.
Well,
But that doesn't mean that these people should be absolved from
No.
being
No.
despised and contempt.
No, you absolutely should despise the tools. If they, that's why I say, hey, psychic vampires have their usage, but if they pop up in front of me and try to suck me, I'm going to stake them.
The world is a vampire, Dag.
Yeah, but I can't. We haven't gotten the etherite to put the stake in it yet.
Well, that's the whole point. We were trying to get to the bottom of whether power. Well, I was taking the other side of power is intrinsically good. I don't think power is intrinsically good. I think the design in which power is exercised by people is intrinsically good, that the world is intrinsic. But that power, which is to say, when you start having as much influence as these people who are extremely simplistic but have a lot of power are, and have a lot of control over the design, they're they what the fuck do they do nothing of interest.
And that
The
just
what is
burns you up.
powerful. The how is powerful. The why isn't powerful. The why is probably shared with most teenagers in the world.
Doesn't that just provoke thought to analyze what use of power?
Everything is useful because the world is intrinsically good. The world is intrinsically perfect and can transform the retardation of man into something beautiful
That's
and appreciable, into a why that you can stand in admiration of.
world is a vampire is actually a very Gnostic, Luciferian take that some of the elites have. Literally,
Yeah, because their belief is literally fuck the world. I'm amazing. It's the other way around. The world is evil. The world is stupid. The world needs to be rid of. But in practice, the world is far more intelligent than you can ever understand.
yeah, I just cope with what my opinion on what the world is whenever it corresponds with my current emotions on it. How butthurt I am about something, but yeah, it is. Like, the only thing to do is to just kind of analyze it. We're not really special ourselves, although we are part of it, and so are those retards, and should actually shove a stake into them, get the chance. They also
you mentioned that these people in power should be mocked, but every corner I do turn, they are mocked.
that is the thing.
Mocked isn't. I think held in contempt is really just. Why would you want to emulate them? They are men of action, powerful. Aren't they great? That's exactly the mindset you get in before becoming a slave to a corporation as its CEO.
But you ask why would you want to emulate them? Because, like I said, they actually impose their will onto the world.
Is it
And
their will if they have so little? Or is it the design of this world that recycles their stupidity into something fantastic?
So when you say like a CEO talks about making gardens on the moons,
Mm-hmm.
we can open up a tourism center there. You don't think that's his will? You think that's just the will of the design, using
What's
him as like a
beautiful about that?
vessel?
What's beautiful about that? Are the gardens and the tourism beautiful? Or is it that man's insanity is taking him to the moon to see gardens when that's all we have down here? Is it that people are going to spend their lives building incredibly complex and powerful technology to make it happen, even though it's objectively quite a retarded thing to do? That the payoff is just so incredibly mundane and pretty lame.
I mean, we have a lot of our best engineers building parts for Ferraris and Lamborghinis for only them to
Yeah.
drive in
What's
urban
beautiful
cities.
about Lamborghinis and Ferraris? Do you genuinely like these cars and think, yes, this is what man was supposed to do? This is what is going to make me an accomplished person? Or is it that people are fucking insane and will spend more than some people earn in a lifetime on a chariot that goes fast?
No, it's a chariot that's capable of going fast
It's true, it probably won't even go fast.
because they never really get to put their pedal down. They never really use it as something for utility.
The world is making these things rhyme. That doesn't mean that the people who are doing these things are poets. The world is, not them. Now, of course, maybe some people are doing it with a poet's soul because they know it'll rhyme. And that's a different story. The world is a vampire. You see, that's the first step. People get pissed at the world. Why is nature so evil? Why is the world this? Why does God make me? And they keep pushing because they don't want to look in and see what's wrong inside. See what's weak inside of you that's making you regret being a part of the world.
There's definitely an appetite for seeing what's weak inside of you. That's why Jordan Peterson got so famous so quickly.
Yeah,
And
and Jordan Peterson is like on 12 levels of mental gymnastics to try to not dab on himself, even though he's doing it ever so slightly all the time.
I mean,
I,
I'm not talking about the merits of Jordan Peterson. I'm talking about the appetite for
yeah,
looking
you're right.
inwards.
Even though Jordan Peterson, what does he bring? Oh, guys, world is bad. This is what you have to do to survive world.
And then there's the
Not
appetite for
you are bad. No, world is chaos, and so you should oppose the world.
and then there's the appetite for like uh, new age spirituality, and also self-help.
For political movements, like we find on the Chans. But all of these things are usually focused on world first, not you and yourself and looking in. Some people do manage that. And you know what? To loop back to what I was saying about the outright before, I think that is what's inherently um, dubious about it is that it will wrap people up in saying, "Here's the world. See how horrible it is. Aren't you mad, young man? Aren't you mad? Come and do the things to fix the world. When really it should be about, aren't you mad that you can't survive this? Become the thing that can overcome that. That makes sense on a logical basis, not the other one.
I don't like that way of thinking. Survive a design that you're not satisfied with, so I would prefer to work on changing the design rather than changing myself to be molded into the design.
Why is that? You're part of it anyways.
Why is that? Because I don't want to be a slave. I want to, I don't know, maybe it's, I was going to say I don't want to be a slave to a design that I'm not happy with, but I also could say
You'll
it's,
be a slave to that struggle anyways.
yeah, I'll be, yeah, slave to the inverse of it, you're right. I'll try and
And
change the design.
paradoxically, if you submit to it, you'll be free from it. Very much the Buddhist mentality.
No, I don't think it's submitting to it. I think it's having indifference to it. And it's not indifference in a passive way, it's indifference in a way that you just let it pass you and you can keep moving forward. The way Evola talks about indifference, but I'm not an expert on explaining that. Because I think submission is definitely you put submission forward. Like I said, I don't think
I use that as a superlative. It isn't submission, because submission is for people who, again, see the world as a bad thing and will quite inexplicably want, I'm going to put it, I'll say the world is bad. I like that. I'm going to be that. I'm going to let that rule me, that bad part. Yeah, no, it's not submission. But there is a paradox to it. A paradox wherein if you push back as much as you can, you'll always be a slave to that struggle, which is why you see all of these people in corporations and doing their best to perpetuate the assimilation of the entire world into the machine, be so obviously slaves, because every minute needs to be dedicated to it, because you can't think about other things than how to get the next deadline done, because the world doesn't wait, the world needs to be defeated. So you have to make a choice at some point. Do you accept that you are a self-aware part of the world that needs to align with it, learn how it works, and use your agency to make this great design the world is that much more efficient? Or do you say, I'm not a slave? I'm not a slave. I have agency, and so I will kill the world. And do your best to kill the world. Yeah, the Buddhists just say, you should fulfill your dharma, because if you don't, you'll forever be struggling against the wheel. They figured it out in a very easy way, easy to understand way. Now, let's face it, if you really did want to be free, just kill yourself. Everyone's considered it. It's not that morally ambiguous. It's not that bad either. It's not that much of a tribulation. Choose your way out if you don't want to choose your way in.
So what you're suggesting is either is spin the wheel of Dharma or kill yourself?
Yeah, fulfill your dharma, or you might as well go ahead and die. It's alright. If you walk around like, oh, I didn't ask for this, I'm going to burn the world down because I don't like this. Just, just die, and that's alright.
I would rather be destructive than outwardly than destructive inwardly. I would rather be suicidal in outward fashion. If that's the path, if that's was my mindset.
Because the world is a perfect design that tries to get you to fulfill your dharma. That's the intelligent design of it, where you are supposed to get to a point where you are a coward and desperate and ready to quit. And the way you do it is by being. People will instinctively take it out. People won't want to die.
Sounds like CEO talk to me. 2 years into the business and the the loans didn't get approved. Sales were down. I was all alone. Plenty of staff left. My core staff left. I was ready to quit. I was ready for a way out. But I buckled down and now look where we are.
Not really.
I had the millionaire mindset.
Yeah, alright, I guess it is, you know, because it is an external thing happening to you.
Every entrepreneur has their story about their humiliation hardship phase.
Yeah. And what they get out of it is not necessarily that somehow nature bounces back and immediately inflates their profit. No, it builds their character,
Yeah.
makes them determined.
It makes them double down on their mission.
I think that's why these Satanists and these Gnostics and so on and so forth are doing their best to spread weakness and worship weakness and so on and so forth, because the weaker you are, the readier you are to quit. When you're a drug-addled faggot who needs constant attention and validation just to make it through the day, it won't be, you'll be stuck hating, saying fuck reality where I can't perpetually enjoy myself and never question why.
There are a couple dangerous strings of sentences you put together. Where if you told people that directly, I wonder what they would think and say. Because you could really sum up a lot of people in those couple of strings of sentences.
People who worship their weakness and so are perpetually stuck where they are. Yeah, that's most people.
Talking about the masses.
Yeah, in a sense.
And even people from all castes of life as well.
People are on different levels of that, but it's just at some point it becomes that much easier. Because the more comfortable and powerful you are, the more you can be weak without the world immediately dabbing you into non existence. Which is why it's wonderful we have vampires and fags and so on around, but in a natural context, they'd be gone. And they would have been gone a long time before they can show up and diddle you in the ass.
What do you mean a natural context?
Yeah, all right. Semantics.
Exactly.
In a wild context.
Just making sure.
In a less man-made context. Yeah, just make. We are sentient parts of nature.
Technology enables them. Technology enables the chaos spawn, the fags.
Technology is just it's just power. When something stops being powerful, it's not technology anymore. It's a bad idea.
If it wasn't for technology, the warp spawn would be the first to perish.
They were just working
Warp
a
spawn would have
sawmill.
died in their crib.
The warp spawn would have died in their crib, and technology gives them power. Technology gives them a voice. Technology gives them some kind of influence.
Gives them 80 years to go around being weak and doing their best to spread their weaknesses a cope.
And dragging people into their dragging people down the drain, basically. Finding
Take
others
the pink
susceptible.
pill, wear the skirt.
Worship the waifu.
And you know what? I don't even resent them for it because it's the way the world is. The design is perfect, and so these people are necessary.
They're like target practice. They're
Like
like the
target practice, they're like weight on a hive so that it can collapse.
That's also a good thing. They're definitely not productive to the hive. And
As if we never had them. White people would be in space and they would have conquered the solar system and they what? They would have dominated material reality and just what the fuck do you do at that point?
then you start fapping to waifus.
And then you build a universe.
Then
Repeat the process.
inside your space vessel, that's when you take the pink pill.
Kind of like the Anglos, they invaded the world and built their empire, and then they started taking the pink pill because they had nothing else to do.
But you talk in this sort of way, but I think the alternative to that is cowardice. So, like you've already established that, is that we should be moving forward in some sort of direction and controlling technology, controlling capital, making it work for us, not against us.
Yeah,
And we just have to become better masters at the end of the day.
it's a test of our will, essentially, which is the only thing we have. We are just a piece of matter in the world and evolution and so on, but we have a little bit, which is that we're self-aware. And will grows by doing that. Or you could worship weakness and dab on your will. Dab on your will and become a literal animal.
It does sound comfortable, to be honest. The
Yeah.
easy way does sometimes. I look at the people taking the easy way. Even I take the easy way. You know, my day's not one direction or the other. It's multifaceted, and when I'm taking the easy way, it feels good.
It's a
And then you see
perfect
people
sign.
taking the easy way their whole life, and
That's why I say it's a choice. We have a choice. You can choose. You don't like having a will. You don't like having to constantly just go through cycles of pain to grow. Well, go ahead, become an animal. You can do that.
get rid of your own consciousness and just become the collective consciousness, like an animal.
Always are the
Mm-hmm.
No, we have the collective consciousness, but we also have the ego, which is the individual consciousness. But
We,
animals have the collective consciousness, but no ego.
Oh, yes, they do.
no,
Ego,
I think
ego is how you isolate the specks of consciousness by their
it's true.
meat, by their meat bags, so that these specks of
Semantics,
consciousness
semantics.
can know how to. Yeah, it is semantics. I hate
I think
But
vocalization.
let me fix it. Uh, Animals can't choose.
they can't. They also don't have linguistics. They don't have language. They don't have will.
Yeah, they're retarded, but some birds are pretty smart, and whales communicate with each other, but they can't
Yeah.
choose. Animals can't choose to be as smart as we are. And here we are as smart as we are, but we can choose to become animals. Or we can choose to be even smarter.
Would you say that something with greater mental capacity would have the high ground to say that we don't have choice? Such as an AI?
Say that again.
Or would you?
Yeah, okay.
Or an
Yeah.
angel.
If an AI data god manifested, which it already has, and it just says, because your mental capacity is lower than mine, you basically cannot choose to be as great as I am. You do not have that choice.
How is the AI data god going to choose? I think they're just building the most intelligent animal you could ever create.
How is
But
that
the AI
different?
doesn't choose. The AI has programming. I think
So
you
do
can
you.
choose because your programming can change.
Its programming can change too, depending on its input, the same way we can. Look at Chaos Spawn and tell me that humans are not chatbots. I'm going to keep saying that.
You're
Humans are
going to
not
keep saying that because they're a
jackbots.
fantastic example of people who chose not to have to give up on their choices, their ability to choose and their will. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not. You keep talking.
Well, by virtue of what they were programmed with, they couldn't. They didn't.
The
They
vast
didn't select it.
majority. Are you saying they didn't choose? Are you saying they didn't choose to become fucking warp spawn?
For the
What?
purpose of telling them that they fucked up, tell them that it was their choice. But for the purpose of understanding what's happening, they did not.
That could be right. This program could
What's
have
this term
happened.
you keep saying? Work spawn or warp spawn?
Warp. It's a word from Warhammer 40k where uh, the idea is that I don't know how familiar you are with 40k, but the
Uh,
chaos comes and it twists people into things, and really weak people are turned into these little monstrosities that are just mockeries of human beings.
I interpret it as like I actually wrote it down. I wrote it down, trying to explain it to someone who's never heard it before.
Well, can you get this writing and tell us?
Okay, so let me. This will give me a chance to proofread this. The phrase is derived from Warhammer 40,000, where another dimension known as the warp. That's already wrong. The warp is also. That sentence is fucked up. The warp is also known as the spirit realm, where all emotions and ideas ever felt by life will acquire some presence in the warp. So these thought forms over time became more malevolent or chaotic and seeking to consume mortal life. Whenever a mortal is possessed by a thought form, turned into a meat puppet, losing all sense of self by the thought form, they become a chaos spawn or warp spawn. This sack of meat and bone that merely tries to personify an abstraction, losing themselves in the process and becoming an annoying nuisance to others. I have more. Should I keep going?
Sure.
Chaos spawn refers to empty-headed, wandering, confused individuals who are slaves to one or a few mere outlets of insubstantial abstraction. Such things can manifest individuals who become furries, transsexuals, magic larpers, ideologues, wage slaves, sexual deviants, fans obsessed with a product, cultists, and specifically cultists surrounding a murderer. I will also include Meme Lord, which comprises poorly raised individuals who were dumped onto internet forums, learning about the world through whatever they read on it. Similarly to Mundane, the Chaos Spawn will regurgitate memes in place of understanding social cues. Paragraph 2.
Tobias, do you get it?
Yeah. I played Warhammer, so I know what it is.
They lose their selves, their soul, their personality, becoming possessed by a thought form.
Okay, so back to
They're possessed.
back before this tangent. So I think what Dag is saying, TM, is that the programming happened before these people were even allowed to make a choice. You obviously
Fatalism, determinism. He's right.
there's obviously an age where people are able to start making choices. It doesn't happen at 2 or 4 or 6. There's obviously a certain point in the human development where you are able to start making choices.
Fate makes us. However, it is like a play that's already been written, but we have to act it out. You could think you have no choice because your lines and your character has already been written. But your choices matter because when you're going to play your lines, you have to act them like the choice matters.
That is also what I said, is that if you were talking to their face, I would instruct, tell them that it's their fault and they made this choice. But whenever we're sitting here just thinking about why this is happening and we can analyze the causes, choice matters in the moment. You have to tell people they have a choice, because animals don't respond to being told that everything's already been mapped out.
Animals don't respond. And that's the problem with warp spawn. They don't respond. They're like walking up to a dog, saying something to it, and it barks back. That's a warp spawn. You go to your average wait slave and you say something that we've said in the past hour, and they will just say another thing. Some social cue or some phrase they've learned and internalized to try to be rid of your presence. That's how animals behave. On instinct.
Basically, the problem lies in your mind needs to become more complex, and the world building your character invokes that higher complexity. The world is complex just by
closer
walking
you
through
are,
it.
the more complex you are, the more chaos you are, and the more there is an illusion that you have choice and that you have agency, but that just means that you're closer to being the intelligence behind the design of the world.
Yes. Between nothing and omnipotence, we are somewhere in the middle.
Because either of those things are just abstractions, part of the wheel.
When you say that either of those things are abstractions, I'm not fully. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm not agreeing with you. It's just a big thing to wrap my head around. Because
Omnipotence. Do anything in Greek.
yes, but what I mean is, how's that an abstraction? A do is something that's real.
Do is real to you because you're doing.
There's nothing abstract about that. And the world, I'm not. That's like the world's a real place.
The world is a real place to animals too, and the animals do. They're pretty sure they do.
I
But
think.
how complex are
So,
animals?
so this great plan that we're all doing, is this like a God's plan, or just like a repercussion of the Big Bang, or what?
Both of those.
The great play.
Yeah, the great play.
The answer will always be yes, no matter how you frame that question.
Funny how that was basically my answer also.
Different facets of a thing infinite.
For me, what's interesting is that you talk about Warhammer, but Warhammer is actually based on the Hammer of the Witches, which was an anti-witchcraft book used by witch hunters in late medieval times, I think. So
Yeah,
you're
the
basically
book.
selling Catholicism, but in like the wrong century, I guess.
Using terms from fantasy settings is just, and using it in our own way has just become a habit. Use other settings too.
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that your worldview, even if you're using these terms, will be manipulated by those views because you borrow them from other paradigms.
Well,
It's true.
I don't think so because the concept of the warp is kind of its own standalone thing to the point that they actually bring it across the settings they make because it's just like a standalone concept that they can use in anything. Like a realm of imagination, thought forms possessing people. Kind of nothing really to it.
Well, as in, if the same ideas that the Hammer of the Witches had sticks around because you're using the terms from Warhammer, one term, two terms, 100 terms, then you'll get closer and closer to the way of thinking that the Hammer of the Witches encourages.
I think so, yeah.
Just like if you start speaking French, you might start thinking French. Who knows?
I think so, yeah. If you start thinking French, you start talking French, you start thinking like a Frenchman, yeah.
Linguistic memory, like
Yeah. But you came to that. You came to that with knowing that you needed that term. You wanted something to describe people as warp spawn. Warp spawn fits exactly. So there's nothing wrong with coming a little bit closer to thinking about Hammer of the Witches, because Hammer of the Witches might have been right about that one. And so if you would have ended up reading Hammer of the Witches, you would have agreed with that specific point anyways. That doesn't mean that if you read the entire Hammer of the Witches, you would have agreed with everything. Interesting that Warhammer's based on that. That's fantastic.
It's also based on a lot of shit. Like it's based on it's based on a lot of shit. I'll just say that. I've actually read.
It's inspired.
I read a lot of like the stacks of shit that it was inspired by. Like this one comic book, this one chaos magic book, but literally chaos magic. Like what else do you need?
Yeah, it's like Mage. These settings are just people who have a bunch of stuff in their head and they create a thing that ties it all together into a wonderful little setting, usually for tabletop. That's why the Labyrinth and I are slowly progressing towards making our own setting, because that's one of the most efficient ways of communicating a worldview, an idea of a world system in a sense.
Simulate universes. One of the facets of
Simulated
awareness.
universe.
How good of a universe can you simulate?
That is a great litmus test for in your hiring process, but too time consuming. Well, I guess you can get them to do that by having them play tabletop.
Yeah, you can.
Very open-ended tabletop. You see to what extent their creativity and what they have to fuel it with extends.
I see. My seekings, as we call them, whenever I'm just getting ass fucked on every level, seems to be directly tied to how profound the universe I can simulate in my head is. How much of this reality can you recreate in your mind accurately?
And then you get your average normal fag to play tabletop, and he makes a character from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, that's something else entirely. That's just kind of giving them some assistance towards that. Which is good by its own right. I mean, the first character I made was a Jew.
Right.
Made a Jew.
I like that that thing that Christian posted in the house game server that you guys have. It was the picture of the Texan shooter or whatever. I don't actually know who following, but he goes, "This is the first character everyone makes in tabletop." It's like this ultimate.
Which one?
Like, it's the picture of the Texan shooter. It's like this nerdy looking guy with all the gear.
That is exactly right. That guy was just a character playing tabletop in real life.
That was his first game.
Yeah,
he was playing a house game.
They actually, I made a meme Jew character, but I didn't make a gear queer. Like, my goal is to make someone that I'm not. To start me off.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I'm already so used to seeing the Costanza edit of that I forgot the guy's real.
And much like a first-time tabletop player, he walked up to a front door and got defeated by it. It's really because in our games, explaining to him the biggest enemy of players is a door. It just stops them, and they're just standing there for like half an hour trying to figure out how to get around it.
I did it again in Winnie's game where I try to close a garage door and had to use magical powers to close it because I was too fucking retarded to do it.
No, that was different. Like I'm talking doors like in the way of your destination. I mean,
Oh
I
yeah.
guess that was kind of different, but kind of similar. But I did it again in Kyler's game with Winnie, where the NWO agent. I walked up to the front door of a convention center, and I ended up having to tase a cop and run away.
This is the same thing, but IRL. He walked up to the front door.
I'm telling Christian that.
Hey Tobias, we should all play what's it called? A role-playing game. I'm down for one.
Tabletop game.
Yeah.
You guys want to be?
I'll play mage.
You wanna be rolled into the tabletop cult? This little tabletop cult you might have heard of. I run.
But I don't want it to be Dungeons and Dragons. I want it to be like this
Oh,
crime.
we don't do D&D. We dab on D&D.
I want it to be like this crime wave mage sort of thing.
Really?
100%.
How auspicious of you to ask that.
Well, I mean, you guys, you guys inspired me that way. I've never seen a role-playing game played in this
What, have
fashion.
you been listening to the recordings of previous conversations?
No, but
No. Have you not heard me go on for 11 hours at a time about crime wave mages in house games?
I have listened to Autismo Limbo channel a couple games, but I'll like go halfway through, listen for 15 minutes, and yes, I understand.
All right.
I get the thread
You're
of
just
where you kind of
in
going.
the collective
It's-
unconscious. You went exactly where I've been for a month now. And I'm going to run a game whenever anybody's ready because I have time. It's good to get like
What is a crime wave wizard?
crime wave wizard. See that it's so esoteric already. Oh my. The crime wave is what a video Dag made 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Where he was like I guess commentating live leak videos where guys steal the ATM and he was talking about like this is what society is. Wage slaves, they're going crazy because they don't want to work with their dumbass bosses anymore, and they're going insane because the world is hell, and so they steal ATMs. It's the crime wave. And so we got on this crime wave meme of simulating scenarios where people would do the most insane, or at least I did the most insane kinds of thefts in ways that turn the modern world on itself in this very postmodern way. And that's the crime wave. Crime wave is people going nuts and going on crime waves and crime sprees.
Yeah, crime, group terrorism, espionage, surveillance gathering. All these things appeal to me.
It is modernity driving you insane, and so you turn it against itself. It's the crime wave.
But mainly the first two things. Group terrorism and group crime. And having it all planned out. Or planning it out. Doing it in a very rational fashion with all the logistics being nice and sound and clean.
He's doing it on the nigger level where you just kind of chain an ATM to your truck and drag it out of the store, where you lure a white person to a fake party and beat the shit out of them, hold them hostage, and while you drain their bank account.
That's the crime wave.
Tobias writes, which game system are you playing?
Oh boy, game system. We've been playing the World of Darkness setting games, specifically a homebrew variation of Mage the Ascension. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with each of these things,
It's more like
but it has its
Vampire.
own. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not as well as Vampire, but it's not like GURPS or those like standard roll dicing systems that they use, because it is like old World of Darkness, so it's from the 90s, and so it hasn't been modernized with your clean and concise like storytelling ways and structuring things like combat and roles and so on. And it shows. It's fairly difficult to run without any hitches.
He also writes, in role-playing games, the player characters are sometimes called murder hobos because all they do is backpack
Yeah, I'm
from
reading that
location
now.
A to location B, killing for loot.
Everybody's first character,
That wasn't
Everyone's
the
first
gear
character.
queer murder hobo.
the average fucking first character. I was a Jew who raped
Yeah,
children and smuggled drugs.
my first character in the house games was a male nurse who actually didn't have much of anything to him apart from having stolen a tranquilizer gun from the veterinarian. And I was like, this is an all right character. He's got like a trank gun, and that's it. And I get thrown into this game where everybody's armed to the teeth, and they're going through they're going through some literal labyrinth filled with vampire zombies, and all I have is a trank gun. However, mid game, and this is going to be perfectly illustrative of the system we use. Mid game, I start flipping through the guide, looking at what tranks do, and I find that sedatives are in one splat book, like published at some point, completely forgotten, are completely OP. And since there's nothing else to regulate the rolls for this, my trank gun now becomes a rocket launcher. And just as me and the last player standing are about to die in the middle of this underground bunker, being chased by some supernatural thing, I shoot my trank gun at it and do 40 times the amount of damage a gun does, and we win. And then the next game, my nurse gets beaten to death by players who just were in a bad mood that day.
You use that
That's pretty much the
legalese.
house games experience.
The meta of tabletop is much like in Judaism. You have to argue with God or the GM and use your legalese to bend reality.
Exactly. The whole point is about breaking the game and breaking reality by making the most autistic character you can create while it's still having personality. Because if it doesn't have personality, the other players get pissed and kill it.
Or they try to fuck it because you made a lolly with one arm.
Yeah, yeah. You make a character without personality. You made a lolly thought, and whoa, it's a big surprise. Someone tried to kill it.
Didn't try to kill it, they tried to fuck it against their consent.
Try to fuck it, and then death ensued.
Because he killed himself because he was anguished about being rejected by her.
And now greed is IRL banished.
Like a player in game tried to fuck another player's female character, played by a male, got rejected, even though he succeeded in the seduction role. But so he killed himself.
And then everybody was so upset that one player had a female character in the first place, played by a male, because the other way around, that's all right. Played by a male, that this, I don't think we've heard from Greed in like 2.5 months. He's just berated so badly that he disappeared.
But he's currently being handled by Winnie, because Winnie, for some reason, keeps everyone on like a list, and keeps handling.
Winnie's in contact with everybody everywhere for some strange reason.
Everyone who has ever been in Autismo Limbo, he's in contact with still.
He's still in contact with greed.
He's in contact with
of
greed.
all people.
We chased Betty out a year ago because he was a faggot. He's still in contact with him, and he's just trying to trick Betty into doing stupid things.
Good old Fed boys.
Can,
yeah, the point of these games is to take a part of yourself, of your personality, of whatever, and to make a character out of it, and to try to make that character and to just make that part of you flourish into a fully fledged being that you are going to play in the most chaotic, insane story the GM can come up with, and then starts being granted supernatural powers or abilities that you need to actually be creative in order to make effective. And so the combination of all that and, playing with your friends
I just teleport away.
makes it a character building experience.
Yeah, I just teleport back to my house.
Yeah, I just teleport back to my house. And of course, characters try to break the game. Tobias writing.
No one's even played an engineer character on the level that I'm doing it. And no one's ever played a gunslinger where their bullets become nuclear warheads because of their stats.
I played both of those rolled into one. That was my last character.
I don't remember that.
Mathis?
Oh.
With the bombs?
Well, you physically cannot stat him the way that I statted. Like, is if you combined those, then he's just kind of average. Like, I made full on, this guy uses guns and this guy is an engineer. And I just gave him like 5s.
You didn't make another... The fucking bomb man. He still hasn't died, and I keep every time I use him I get complaints.
You need to play that character when I play the engineer so that we can both start autistically assembling bombs all over like the target location.
It's just the character concept is just a man and he has C4. I'm just a man and his C4.
I'm a man who is an engineer who couldn't afford to live in San Francisco, so I slowly started turning into a rat, climbing the sides of buildings, planting explosives.
I'm just a man and 28 kilos of C4.
Alright, well, I'm down for a house game, as you guys call it.
Yeah. You're in the server already, right?
Yep. I think
Good. Do you have the character sheet? The default character sheet to make a character with?
No, but I'm pretty sure I can find the resources pretty easily.
Okay.
I'll do it tomorrow when I wake up. Tobias, do you want to play?
I'll be running that game.
Which game is this?
I'll try to get as many... We'll make a... You know what? We'll do a mage game, and we'll get absolute newfangs like this guy to play a mage, even though...
We're playing mage?
Yeah, we're going to play mage with complete newfangs to the setting because it is the most unkosher thing I could possibly do.
Okay, but they can't make a character, though.
I know.
The only way to make that work is
we'll play a game of mage. We'll play a game of mage, and if they don't understand mage, they'll make a mundane character.
No one understands mage.
No one understands mage.
How do you make a character?
How do you make a character?
But you can you tell us which book you want to use? Because there's multiple editions of mage. And we can
Yes.
probably
So you know what?
download
I'm
the
gonna get
PDF,
busy
but
uploading everything. Default character sheets, books, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
See,
Tobias.
nobody wants to run mage because nobody gets it to the.
No one
It
understands
is
it. It's
mage.
Mage is so
Yeah.
meta to the point that we might actually be playing Mage in real life.
No, we do LARP mage in real life far better than we could ever play it in a game.
Oh, we literally can
It's
find Mage characters in real life.
Yeah, we found one, an actual mage making free energy. Let me find everything.
Cause
It's you know how jazz is supposed to be like five musicians getting together with instruments used normally for classical music, and they just start playing and they start feeling how everybody else is playing, and they make it happen. They make a piece. That's mage, but with role playing.
Oh, well, I'm definitely down. That's what I want. This is what I want. I want it to have a loose structure, but also have hard structures within the loose structure.
so
It's nothing but insanity.
so they're gonna play mundanes. So we're going to get paradoxed because they're with us. So, so I'm going to try to do
It's a shit show.
I'm going to try to do like mind magic, and then I'm going to explode because they watched me do it.
No, there's gonna be 30-minute dialogues where I'm the GM, you're the only mage character, and we're arguing back and forth whether what you did was coincidental, and nobody understands what's going on.
No, I'm going to.
But it takes 30 minutes every single time, and what you do, the other characters aren't supposed to understand anyways.
No, every time I'm going to do magic, I'm going to tell the mundane characters to turn around or like get behind a telephone pole.
You know what? All right, I'll run a house game. See, every time we do this, like, oh, we should run mage. No, we should not. Where should I put all of these PDFs and character sheets and so on and so forth?
If it's on this server, you can just put it in the audio channel or in random.
Okay, I'll put it in the audio. Your files. Fuck. I do have to.
So what is the character sheet? Is it kind of like you just have a like general stats and you kind of just what character you are as a like your imagination, or do I actually pick a class and then like a subclass or something?
Oh no. It is far looser than that. It is. So let's see if I can find it, and we'll walk you through House Games. House Games is the ultra simplified World of Darkness game that we run so that people can learn.
It's most like Vampire, if anything, and plus, people basically always choose Vampire gifts.
Blank.
Mage is way too fucking bizarre in its own. No one even has spheres in a house game.
No.
In fact, we never even see mages.
Here's another question. What are we trying to do? What's our party trying to do? Are we in allegiance with each other, the party? Are we actually a party?
So I'll
What's
walk
the
you
same
through
goal?
it. What the fuck? Why is it .odt?
Because you mentioned all this chaos and looseness and jazz band
So
jazziness. So I'm
the
wondering.
idea is that you have this setting called the World of Darkness that is supposed to be this this kind of gothic parallel reality version of normal world. So it's like everything is like you know it, except there are vampires who are hidden and you can't see them, and sometimes they run corporations, and they're mages, people who can will reality change, and they're the scientists, and they're sacrificing children in their basements and all that
Alex
stuff, but you
Jones is
can't
right
see them
about
because
everything.
exactly.
Alex Jones, it's a universe where Alex Jones is right about everything, just like he's right about everything in this universe.
Think about like how you could call your average Jew a vampire. You'd say he's a vampire, but in this setting, it's unironically a vampire, literally one. And you could say your scientist he's a magician. He's doing unnatural things. But in this setting, he's doing it literally. But the outcome's the same. The outcome is current world. And the idea is that in house games, you play a normal person who doesn't know about all this insanity and who has a driving goal. And this driving goal that you have is meant, it depends on how you're going to build your character and how you roleplay it, is meant to drive you to do just about anything um, in order to make something happen or to realize something. So, for example, my current character is a former Las Vegas gambler who wants to get himself into situations that are the ultimate gamble between life or death. And what happens is that he is picked up by some agent, some spook, or someone approaches him and says, "Do you want to play a game?" And it's a bit tongue in cheek. And so your character will be asked, play a game and I will make whatever it is that you desire. I will give that to you. So your character says yes, and he is embarked off into some scenario the game master concocts. So, for example, go rob a bank. Your instructions are to rob this bank and to kill the manager specifically. That's not a very exciting game, not very creative, but that's an example. And so your character, special as he is and with all his stats, and will have to make that happen with the other players. And at the end, what he wanted, no matter how supernatural, and with, of course, there are limits on how powerful it can be and so on and so forth, he can get that thing. So I want to teleport. Okay, you managed to do this thing, you can teleport a little bit. Game 2, I want your characters to go and explore Siberia and find the specific thing. And again, you're again with a cast of characters played by people who are in the server, and these characters will already have these things that they wished for. So maybe one of them, or you can wish for things like, I want to be very rich and you'll get money, or I want to have access to greater and greater weapons. So it doesn't even have to be supernatural. The idea is that it is a way for us to run one-off games without having to have campaigns or without even having people understand the setting too well, but also still have that feel of you live in a supernatural world with supernatural predators that you're going to be confronted with. And you need to use all of that in a creative.
God, I'm sold. I'm sold.
Mage.
And yeah,
Now,
you
to be
can
familiar with the setting, you can read the core rule books. And Tobias, to answer your earlier question, yes, there are a million editions, and there's Old World of Darkness and New World of Darkness, Chronicles of World of Darkness. We use the old one, and I think we use 20th anniversary for each of those, and I'm going to post that. Get a link. I'll post a link to.
I only played the game called Hunter. That's the only one I know. It's where some humans wake up and start killing the paranormal guys.
Vampires. Well, this is House Games is going to be surprisingly similar to Hunter.
Is that just you're just a mundane with weaponry?
Yeah. You're just a guy who finds out about vampires and is like, they need to die.
Yeah, that's what.
It's a Christian story about his playing a single dad who finds out about vampires, and his realest moment in it being this guy who saw a vampire at the workplace, and the next day, you know, driving his kids to school and kissing them goodbye and driving to work with a can of gasoline, a shotgun in the trunk, knowing that he has to kill this thing he doesn't understand.
That book was
Let me
very well
find
written, I think.
The Hunter. I have not read Hunter,
Oh, I think it's
but
very
all of the
well
World of
written.
Darkness, yeah, all the old World of Darkness are cool.
So to fill my character sheet in, I've got a roll for each attribute and ability, or I pick abilities, then roll.
There's no rolling, it's just a point system. You choose what to take.
Okay, so
Okay.
in the character sheet, let me open by step, and there are like, I'm gonna have to find the rules.
I have a pen
Go ahead and post that.
that tells you it would help me answer pause.
So this is 100% homebrew. This character sheet you're looking at, the game we're about to. So you have your attributes. That's
Yep.
self-explanatory. I
Yep.
think. So you have a certain number of points to put into it for whatever the character you're going to make is. And I can never remember this. What is the total number of points that you can add, Dag, from the House Games rulebook?
Uh, I used this to help me figure out what the fuck was happening. My characters.
Post whatever this is.
Is MAN, is that minor? Is APP, is that aptitude?
Give me a sec. Trying to find the revised.
Unless this is vampire. First game we played was vampire.
Uh, Current rating times. No, this has nothing to do with it. I will find the House Games PDF, and I think it's called House Games on my computer. So find.
Yeah, that does.
There we go.
Step by step.
There we go. Where is it? House file location. It's funny how we've internalized all these rules to the point of not really needing this thing because everything is house ruled. It's House Games after all. Great Berlusconi picture. I love Berlusconi. He's amazing, that guy. What a guy. What a guy. Berlusconi.
Don't even have to like look
All right.
up powers or see if you survived.
Shiva, have you downloaded the House Games Player's Guide 5th Generation PDF?
Which is
It's in the chat.
the first link you gave me after the character sheet.
No,
Yeah.
it's the very last link I posted in audio channel subtitles.
Yeah, one sec.
I uploaded it directly. It's not a link. PDF.
I'm moving to my computer, my big boy. I'm looking at shit on my phone and
Yep.
it's just taking too long.
like I know the basics, but we have like Tim, Kyler, and Winnie all basically help making shit.
Oh, I know so little.
I know.
Okay, yeah, I got it open.
Christian knows the most, but Christian helps nobody with it.
It tells you fuck off, read the book, call him a faggot.
Did
So
you
where
ever
do I,
see the first character sheet I made?
so where do I find on this House Games Player's Guide the character sheet?
All right, so you have the character sheet open, right? Default character sheet,
Yep,
the Word document.
yep.
In this PDF, and I'm trying to find it. There is the how you make your character thing. There we go. And it'll tell you the standard build system, right? This standard system. 753, right? Dag.
Oh yeah.
753 is what makes sense.
Or attributed. Let me just my character.
Oh, I see. Character creation 2.0.
Yeah.
So I just follow this guide and
There we go. All right, so yeah, so you have 7 points to add to the default one that you have in everything for attributes. And you see how you have 3 columns? Well, one column can have 7, one column can have 5, one column can have 3 more.
On top of the one.
On top of the one.
The one kind of makes it.
So for a total of 6, 8, and 10. So for example, my strength, dex, stamina column can have a total of 10. My charisma, manipulance, appearance can have a total of 6. And my perception, int, wits can have a total of
okay,
8.
yeah.
App is appearance. So you have charisma, manipulation, appearance.
Have that at 5.
Strength, dexterity, stamina. Perception, intelligence, wits.
Play a female with app at 5. Prepare to get fucked.
Yeah.
Prepare to get deep
And
dicked.
what goes around comes around in there. If you make a stupid fucking character, don't role play a smart character.
So when it says attribute 7, that means I got 7 points I can put into strength, dexterity, stamina. Is that what you're saying?
In
Or
that
is
column,
yeah, in that
you
column,
can
yes.
add in that column. So if I had
And then
strength 4, dex 2, stamina 3, actually a bit more. If I had strength 5, dex 2, stamina 3, that would add up 10, which is to say I've added 7 attribute points in that column.
okay. So you
The
added the
max is
1.
5 on each.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, that makes sense to me. And that also works with abilities too, the same logic and virtues
Yes.
and backgrounds. Freebie points. What's this?
I'll explain it when you get to it.
Okay. Well, have you guys built
And
do you guys build character sheets for this yet?
oh yeah.
I'm on
You know what?
character 7.
I'll post my most recent one so they can take a look at what it looks like when it's fleshed out. Cusco, where are you?
I've had like 4 characters die, and I've made like 7 total.
You'll be making these character sheets in like 5 minutes, and they will die in just as fast in some games.
Nice.
You can
But
die.
that being
and
said,
you probably will.
do put effort into making the character because one day one of them will survive, and will want to enjoy role playing it.
Yep.
Like how Winnie hates being his strongest character. Fucking boring because it's a self-insert. Strangely,
Mathis
though,
got boring for me because he was made to not be exciting.
he's just another Ted Kaczynski character that everyone still has its
Yeah.
use. What makes a Ted Kaczynski character?
Look at
It's
that
true.
picture. Look at that picture Tobias posted in the occult channel.
Yeah, that's Mr. Berlusconi,
Purely looks
former
AI.
Italian president.
No, he actually looks worse than AI. He looks like animatronics or something, like
Yeah,
on a Disneyland ride.
plastic surgery and all.
Wow. So Cusco, that's your character sheet.
That's my current character. He'll probably die next game. And so that you can look what it kind of looks like at the end product. But that doesn't mean it.
Do you is there like leveling up to be done in this?
Yeah. The idea is that at the end of every game you wish for something and you get a gift, and the gift is make me as strong as the strong man, and you can have that and your strength will be up to 5. And you
Or
also get XP that you can spend on these different points.
Yep.
faster did you wish for your?
Ran into a very House Games thread on Biz and post it.
Alright, well, for the last like 2.5 hours, my eyes have been closing, but I'll do it first thing in the morning. I'll get my character sheet done.
Sure. Whenever you can play and everyone else can play, we'll probably be in voice anyways for
Always about an hour of bullshit.
Mhm.
Plus, Winnie wants to run some game where he can this week internet. Remember, i.e., we need more meat shields. Someone finally uses the clown or the spiral dancer diaper for on someone. It's like 2 new players. What a way for our first character to go out with the clown.
Just break the clown out in the first game that they play.
Does he have one gift? No.
Yeah, I think the clown only has one gift so far.
Needs that pocket.
He needs that pocket universe.
Right now he has to keep the pocket pussies on him though. He just doesn't have anywhere to take them.
Who wrote this House Games Plays Guide?
Who no one knows.
It's funny.
No one fucking knows. It's like some person 20 years ago who wrote it somewhere in California, presumably, and it's been passed on through a long line of different people that don't talk to each other anymore.
I'm reading through what each attribute does, and I really like how he's done it. I really like how he goes through gear as well.
Post the first character sheet. Give you an idea what happens when you don't read the book, do whatever the fuck you.
I had that problem a few times. They're screaming at me, and I would just scream back at them.
I mean, it lays it out exactly what each point does. So you really can't go beyond what attribute you have, attribute points you have.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things to fuck
Here's
up on
how.
a sheet.
This is how you
Definitely.
don't make a sheet.
It's definitely going to be hard in the third column. And this when you got less points to spend.
Yeah?
Jesus.
Larry the nurse.
What the fuck happened? You have one stealth for that entire tree.
Christian told me to make a sheet,
two,
so I made a sheet.
2 willpower. Just.
It wasn't even the house game sheet, too. I just fucking took it from Mage, I think.
They told me that I'm your progeny because I fucked up like a total of 3 characters.
Five out of
Yeah,
five
that makes. That's how it works in Vampire. When you sire another person, they're sired into the clan. So you're a
But-
Malkavian too now.
No, but see, I fuck up character sheets in a way that no one notices. Like, they read it, and they're like, oh, this looks fine, and then we play a game, and then they realize something's wrong.
Because your Malkavian flaws are a bit more subtle, I guess.
My character
For
sheets
now.
inflict management.
And I drew it. I couldn't type because I was on my phone, so I just drew words. I remember Kyler Kyler was like, "No, Christian, let him play the game. He'll just make a character sheet. It's fine." And so I make that, and Christian has a shit fit for 30 minutes in voice. Flaws, weak. What are your flaws? I'm pretty weak. Yeah.
Man, I'm going through the third column, and you only got 3 points to spend, so it looks like no matter how you spend it, your character's going to be fucking an idiot.
Well, if you don't want
So I
Some
have
way or
this
another.
concept. I
In
have this
some way or
concept about
another.
those points, which is that 2 is baseline human.
Yeah.
Average baseline human who is biologically formed 2. If you're at 1, it means that you're probably like impaired in some way. 3 is you're pretty good at it. 4 is you're talented. You are like this is your thing, and 5 is like the limits of human ability.
5 in dex and 5 in firearms. Bullets might start going in our heads. Because you know how
Yeah.
you know guns.
But you're probably
So,
you're probably retarded in so many other ways.
My character has
so
one.
you can make a retarded headshot machine.
Yes, my Matrix character
He
who
would-
dual wields.
How does he even know who to headshot? He's just probably used friendly fire and everything.
5 wits.
Welcome to the games.
He has 1 intelligence but 5 wits, which is basically like your intuition, wisdom, and street smarts. So I'm autistic, but I'm a savant. In the feat of battle, I'm just popping everyone who looks supernatural.
What happens when we like have to enter a nightclub and the bouncer
Oh,
and
he's
you gotta
fucked.
walk your way through the bouncer?
He's fucked. You can
You
make a
get to the
social
door and you get to the door and the team loses.
They always, it's always the front
He's like,
door.
no, he knows, the bouncer knows from a minute of conversation that, not even a minute, from the first second of conversation to call for backup.
Well, you can botch. You better hope a social character is with you if you're not a social character. But my engineer is high intelligence, like Max in all technology related bullshit.
And there's no such thing as a bad skill. Like you may think like legender main, which is how good you are with your fingers and hands, or
Now,
pilot or management seem like absurd abilities to have, but then you play a game where that is the key to winning the game,
plus,
and not even intentionally.
you're almost like stealing my shit without me being able to do anything because you have Legend of Pain, even though my character can one shot kill a fucking werewolf.
I pickpocketed Neo.
Yeah, I was literally Neo, and he could just reach in and steal all of my inventory.
While you were trying to dunk my head inside of a dead pig.
I was luring you over because I have manipulation. I at least have manipulation. So that I could spill pig intestines on your head.
And so I pickpocketed a grenade out of you, and we both fell on the ground.
If I never noticed that you were stealing things, it just went on forever.
Yeah, if I had decided to re-roll and so on.
So when you guys play, is it up for the game master to call out players for the inaccuracies on the character sheet, or is it everyone's job to call out inaccuracies where someone's trying to do something they have the inability to do?
Whatever you feel like, just argue.
Because, I
Yeah.
mean,
So play your character, and if you do something that the GM tries to get you in line with, then that's when the pill pool starts.
It's just lawyering.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Especially because I'll be running the game, and people don't win arguments with me.
yeah, I'm not so concerned about winning or losing too.
You'll be fine. Fine, as long as you make a genuine character.
Oh yeah.
Goat was Big Goat was worst.
Yeah, Goat doesn't make genuine characters, and it pisses everyone off.
What sort of characters does he make? Just
Very meme characters. He's like throwaway, zero personality character.
See, like I made a Jew and a Boomer, but then I fleshed them out, make them like people.
They had a lot of personality.
And like when, because I would actually do a voice and talk in a different mannerism than them.
It actually will influence the GM when he decides to kill your character in vindictive ways or not.
Yeah, if they like a character. Your character can literally
Some
be
people
raped.
can't play, though. Like Kitsune can't play because he is an actual solipsist.
Okay. Just have, as a side effect of my mind sphere, I like to LARP as mundanes that I've been studying.
You put a little bit inside of yourself inside every character, and so everyone can understand a little bit more about you with every character that comes.
Oh, every character I make is just some guy who's scorned by society, even though I made a boomer who made $100,000 a month. I made a Matrix man who was grown in a cloning vat. I made the Jew who was a drug running child rapist.
And the most likable character you've made.
Yeah, but I don't like him. I could
Yeah.
pull him out.
Did he die?
No, he's just fucking children and doing cocaine.
If you want to get down.
You never saw the Boomer, but people liked the Boomer, and he was just Ghost Rider. Except the Boomer. Fucking an actual Boomer. Because Kyler, because the Boomer never saw Kyler's character shapeshift into the 5 appearance woman, so I thought this was a new person. So I had to spend the game. I didn't want to, but because I was the Boomer, I had to keep trying to fuck his character. Even though I didn't want to. I actually stopped role playing it. I just say, yeah, I keep following her around and trying to fuck her.
You gotta role play the character, including the flaws.
I had a time skip. I just abstracted it.
Like my gambler started his first game by trying to jump out of a moving car because a guy looked too much like the mafia.
NWO agent.
That was a pretty good scene. Just hanging on the, the car door.
Both people in the car just kind of staring at you without really. You know, the NWO agent has a lot of push and pull with other characters like the Fed and your character. Because he's.
Yeah, the NWO just like naturally is a natural Chad. He just gets along with everyone all the time.
No, I mean, not even that. We did not get along. I didn't get along with you. I didn't get along with what you said.
Out of all these Mega NZ links, which ones are actually required reading if I'm telling other people?
None. For the game you're about to play, 0. If you ever want to learn about the setting, all of them are interesting. There are different splats or different chapters, you could say, or dimensions to the game's setting. So you have the werewolf dimension, you have the vampire aspect of it, and you have the mage, the ascension. And if you want to get a lot of the crypto slang that we use, reading mage. Read mage.
And just read mage.
Read mage.
Fire. And then anything. You want to know about the things that you're shooting at? The things that. You want to know about the guy that tried to rape you? And why he had like glowing eyes and he was melting? And you can read a book on it. Realize what he was.
This game is like. This game is probably going to induce like really deeply ingrained neuroses in you that are going to stick with you with every other game ever. So put extra attention to the character you make for this one.
Okay.
Like Dag, for example, and his gang, they played a first game where they got forcefully raped by a vampire, and all he can talk about is rape.
No,
They're cursed. It's the 6th gen curse.
No, both fucking. No, I almost got raped, and I deflected it and redirected the rapist at Goat and got him raped.
Yeah, that happened, and then look at how many times you guys manage rape. You mentioned rape. How many times it happens?
No, it's because rape. Because the idea is that we're bored with death. What can be worse than death? being raped for eternity as a pocket monster, being turned
I'm
into a
just saying.
toilet.
Like my gen has its own specifics too.
Winnie hasn't fucking thrown rape at us yet.
It just spontaneously happens in games.
Winnie's played.
There's a rape clown. There's a rape clown. There was the rape incident. There was, and so on and so forth.
No,
Your
Kyler
presence.
seduced her.
Yeah,
He made her
yeah.
consent.
But because you were there, the curse applied. That's how curses happen.
No, I was trying to get away because I was an autistic engineer.
Yeah, you're trying to get away, but it was Winnie's game and you were there, and so the curse happened.
No,
It's
Kyler
a
got
curse.
drunk and tried to fuck someone else.
600
curse.
pages. This artwork's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Oh, lexicon
There is
artist.
some of it, like some of it, just the flavor text really is important. The
Yeah.
actual gameplay mechanics and
And like the lexicon as well. Do you guys use that?
yeah, we use the you'll get it in the flavor text, the terms and so on.
Is the flavor text literally headline the flavor text?
No, as you go through it, it is like just an explanation of the setting.
This first edition revised.
So
don't
when
know
you
what
guys
posted.
refer to Gnosticism, you're referring to the mage Gnosticism, not the real Gnosticism?
No,
No.
I still use. I have my own concepts and shit for everything. I don't worship mage. We just use it to talk to each other, jokingly.
Because all of it has applicable terms and descriptions.
This
It's like if you
tarot,
decided to refer to all Druze as vampires, and they do as what vampires in
this
a
tarot
joking
stuff's
manner.
pretty cool.
And I don't know if it's Gnostic at all.
I mean,
The mage said.
yeah, that's debatable. I mean, don't Gnostics say that we're shards of God, and the idea of mage is that we're tapping into we're tapping into creation itself.
Which Gnostic, man? Which Gnostic? Yeah, the shard of prime idea is in there. You've got all the Gnostic just means we are Christianity, but not really. We're just gonna be our own cult. It's a sort of Christian paganism.
This
And
is
there's
this is really
thousands of
fleshed
types
out,
of
this shit. I'm impressed.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll enjoy reading Mage.
Okay, reading mage. This is what TM should have told me. Is that if you see something that sounds ridiculous or like insults your paradigm, just take it as a joke and just keep going. Because
Open Theo.
the setting is also self-aware onto what it's doing. Like it knows
Yeah.
that it's kind of arbitrary and stupid in some ways.
Hold on, what are you reading? Is this Mage 20th edition?
That's what I asked.
It's Mage 20th anniversary edition.
Oh, let me. You know what? I'm gonna go into my own Mega account. Find
Yeah. I argued with people.
find the one I handed you.
Yeah, those are not. Those are not. They kind
None
of
of them are the
same.
right ones.
Really?
Oh Christ, it's all right.
You fuckers don't tell people that when you tell them to read mage. They don't know which mage. They don't know that the setting gets gradually shittier. Gets immediately shit right after the first one.
Yep. It is pretty insane because only a specific one is good. The rest are garbage. Here is actual mage. I'm gonna delete the white wolves fuck. White wolves fuck holes. Read me.
Like that, I'm still like reeling from when I argued with people who operated on second edition because it was such fucking faggotry. Like, because they were arguing like vampires shouldn't even exist because now there are orders of mages who literally run around killing all the fucking vampires because the traditions are just a bunch of. Yeah, the Weaver isn't even real.
It's so incredibly meta because
They're fucking
Paradox
right.
Interactive bought the setting and now it's dead. Paradox Interactive. You can't make this shit up. Can it? You can't make it up. You can't make it up.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because it's what else would happen? Who else would buy it? Who else would ruin it?
No, you don't understand. You need to read the book to
It
understand.
is. Yeah. It's frustrating to hear. And Dad can attest to that. I think he had Read Mage in his ear for a year before he read anything.
I wasn't in the right. If the patterns weren't right, like I thought like this is insulting to what I think is going on. And then I realized, oh wait, it says here that mage is self-aware that this sounds ridiculous, and that mages in the setting say it sounds ridiculous. Like, how absurd is it that there are spheres? Like, and then I'm like, okay,
Yep.
now this is a little better.
Oh, this artwork's even way fucking cooler. It's like
Good on you for appreciating the artwork. You people do. Myself. Oh, the Book of Madness.
it
Can't
reminds
forget the
me.
Book of Madness.
It has a somewhat of that. What's that book I read? What's a comic I read? Fucking the dude with the bald glasses, Spider, or what's his name? The journalist.
Oh yeah. I posted this.
Spider, what's his name? The fucking journalist.
Not sure. Never
Metro.
read it.
Forget what it's called. Haven't Transmetropolitan.
Yeah.
It's a comic worth reading. I mean, and his name's Spider Jerusalem.
That is very World of Darkness flavor. Whole comic. As far as I can understand it.
So, media for World of Darkness, which ironically came out after World of Darkness, played Matrix, Dark City, and listened to Alex Jones on Joe Rogan podcast.
Does World of Darkness have any comics or anything worth reading?
No. No, it's just that once you read the setting, you can start extrapolating the ideas that it has, and you can start seeing it in media and in the way people start thinking and applying it to IRL things, like Alex Jones.
Probably just read World of Darkness, not just screams.
We need to play out. Make Alex Jones play.
We need to make an actual podcast with like a set. Bring Alex Jones on and play Tabletop Live.
And the Technocracy's going to send Paradox Interactive to put 2 bullets in the back of each of our heads. paradox interact.
Actually a better fictional setting than Warhammer 40k, which I was used before, because it is just basically. It's just that our vampires don't literally drink blood out of necessity. They their own thing.
And
What's
our
his
mages don't
what's his like
literally have spheres and use quintessence.
Argue.
what's
Mm.
madness? Is this another
That
game
is the Book of
altogether?
Madness. That is the sequel you want to read after having read.
Okay.
But Warhammer 40k.
Actually, I ran it. I ran games of Shadowrun for you guys first.
And then we played Vampire. Riot together. I still, for the Shadowrun character, I still made a different character. It wasn't just me. Or
Mm-hmm.
it's actually a pretty great character because I would rant about elves in front of elves, like they were the Jews.
That went extremely anti-Semitic. That game. Like it started off kind of joking while we were making our characters, and then it just turned into into Durley Wanger's basketball team. I thought that game was clever, but you guys, it was your first game, so you were too retarded to find the thing.
That was too. I don't like. There was no indication that there was a secret hatch, dust or whatever.
Well, it was a puzzle. That was the point. If I ran this game today, you guys would have tried a bunch of other things instead of just standing around and being like, "So, what do I see?"
Hey, is this Homebrew House Games 5th edition one the same character sheet design as what the manual has to say for Mage?
Oh no, Mage is a completely different game. It's just it shares the setting.
Yeah, Tobias, don't use the Mage character sheet creation because it's completely different to the one we're using.
Hmm.
We're just using the
We're
Mage
not
setting.
we're not playing a game of Mage. We're playing a game of House Games, so you guys can get a good hand for these games are first. And because I can't run a game of Mage, that's too complicated.
But the house game PDF, House Gameplay's Guide 5th Generation is pretty straightforward. Well, to me it is, and you've played a lot of tabletop,
Yeah.
so you should be able to get it.
Tobias, if you're making a character sheet, uh, where is it? I will re-upload it.
Yeah, I pinned it.
Going to be using that, the Word document, and you're going to be going into post. Is this? Oh, you know what? I have a better PDF here. I have a better PDF I just found. Just exactly the same thing, but made to be a PDF instead of that PDF. They have a meme questionnaire for you to make a character out of. Is this right? Character creation version 1.5. So on page 3 of that PDF I just posted, you're going to have the character creation version 1.5 standard build system.
The one sec, I'm pretty sure page 3 standard build system. Actually, one sec before I say something, let me check that. Oh yeah, don't worry, it matches up. I was looking at the wrong build system. I preferred the Word document, to be honest. It suits my brain better.
Okay. It's the exact same thing written in.
Tobias, do you have a computer or a laptop? That's what you're on right now, right? Like you got a computer or a laptop, right? They on PC. Yeah, you should buy an actual mic for it. They're pretty
Bonjour,
cheap.
micro.
Because yeah, if you're gonna roleplay, it would be nice for you to actually not have a staticky mic.
Well, I can't hear him. Oh no,
You can get headsets pretty cheap these days.
and I
Or
still
you
use
can
the one inside my lap.
I got a big boy wireless headset.
Bad enough that Kyler doesn't do voices. Can't handle text.
That is true that Kyla does not do voices for his character.
Every character
Well,
is
that's
literally.
actually not true. He played the Russian one with a Russian accent.
Well, I don't remember that. played everything else the same. They did different things, but they all just had his voice.
Batman voice.
Everyone, there's 6 different characters and they all got the Batman voice.
I think the Boomer was kind of the Batman voice because I had to talk like old asshole.
I mean, it's not so much as like you have to do the voice, just at least change your intonation to convey different emotions, as opposed to just the monotone Deus Ex character.
Monotone. He's fucking guys from Dark City. And that is, motherfucker, that is part of his deal. That he is some weird fucking freak.
Do your points have to add up with like the lore of your character so much? Like if I want to go 5 management, do I have to be some kind of
Yeah, it's
character?
part of your character. Are you a manager?
Do I have to
Are you
come
a
from
CEO with Management 5?
some background where I would have 5 manager?
Mm-hmm.
Should.
I can't just
Well,
be
not
like I
backgrounds.
can't
It is your character that's that way.
like I can't can't just be like some homeless drug addict with 5 management
Yes, you
magically.
can. Yes, you can.
Yes, you
actually.
can.
If you can explain
Because maybe
why.
Yeah,
Well, I can't explain. Well, that's the reason why I gave that example because I can't explain why I don't have the energy to right now.
Well,
well, I could explain how my hobo character has Management 5. Go ahead, Dag.
well, just say like you manage a hobo rat kingdom or something. You manage the
Exactly.
hobo town, but
A hobo drug shuffling empire.
my actual murder hobo character, who was literally a hobo who was going to turn into a mass murderer with disease. I for some reason gave him Brawl 5, and I don't even remember. Like I didn't remember that I did that when I started using him. So the explanation just on the fly was just hobo fights. I'm just like, and I have like 0 athletics, so like I can't basically move at all. But if you get in my attack radius, I just start doing fucking body blows all over you and take you out. Just become like a hobo fucking master martial artist. Just a guy wearing rags. He squares up and he just starts fucking dealing blows all over some random person on the street.
Is this equipment list in here? Is this what I have to choose from, or is this what some guys given an example of? Get these
Oh,
examples.
you can put anything in equipment as long as it's reasonable.
You also have to
And
put
it
everything
exists.
in an. You have to say that you're wearing underwear and socks, just to clarify how detailed that should be.
Because when it comes down to you wanting to go rotate a guy with your own underwear, and it's not on your character sheet,
My engineer character, I actually had to do research and look up actual engineering techniques and tools just so I could fill out my inventory. I needed to know everything I needed to know all the tools that would allow me to disassemble and fuck with machinery. And then his character, I did not fucking want to do that much research into explosives. I just said that I make C4.
I did do more research into explosives than your average jihadi does for your character.
Post his inventory sheet, just the part with the explosives.
Mathis,
Yeah, post his entire inventory sheet.
Where is math? Mathis.pdf. Last modifier.
Are these firearms? They're the only firearms we can choose from.
Yes. You can just
Okay.
choose whatever firearm that your character can get within his abilities and his backgrounds. And if the
Yeah.
firearm is not on the weapons chart, just try to find the gun that's the equivalent to it. Or we make something up. Because there was no angle
I'm not sure
grinder.
if I have the right. Not sure if one. Didn't
Maybe I should
modify
make a character
January.
who's a boilermaker, expert at
Who's a
welding.
what?
A boilermaker,
Yeah.
like expert at welding.
You make what you want as long as you expect that character to be, I mean, somewhat exceptional.
Just
Has
know.
some kind of exceptional ability to him that would justify hiring him for a.
Oh my god.
Then there's the Excel sheet that comes with it to calculate explosive radius and damage.
With the introduction of me, Winnie, and Goat, we started immediately hazing the shitty game's understanding of firearms.
Oh yeah.
One thing I will admit
Oh
is
yeah.
you Americans have good understandings of firearms.
Duplex bullets.
Double the damage. If I glue a bullet to a bullet, that's 2 bullets.
Poison bullets.
3 bullets of ghost stuff. Bottles of ghost stuff. What's ghost stuff?
$10 million silver nitrate. Yeah, all the gun stuff gets extremely autistic, and so I don't touch it with a
Oh, but
mile. Within a mile.
I actually
I
can't
have
even open
not
this.
made a single character that knows how to gun.
You made an autistic explosives expert that has explosives in its raw form before even being like liquid explosives
It
to
has
pour the holes.
liquefied cooled C4 to pour into little bottles he tosses at people.
My engineer, it wasn't really explosives, but I had multiple priming mechanisms that I looked into. Like I had these remote signalers that would be detonated by whatever frequency you set them to. So Kyler committed suicide after being rejected by ringing his PDA
I
on C4.
kind of based Mathis on neoprene. Were you part of that? The Neil Breen movies? Did you watch those?
No.
Do you even know what I'm talking about? No.
Neo.
Neil Breen. Crushing my wife's bones in the desert.
Well, I'll try to keep up with you guys. Sounds like you guys are pretty good at this, but I'll do my best.
It's actually acceptable to be. Like, there's been games
When
where
you're not good at it, it's just as much fun.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny to watch someone get totally fucked over. But not killed. Just fucked over.
Or succeed in just like the most accidental ways.
We have multiple games where the goal is to attack someone's innate autism, like in a social situation. And I also lock up in decision making still. And then I decide tase the cop and run away.
Oh, I know it's not about winning, Tobias. I'm in this for the LARPing. Or LARPing's real life. I'm in this for the
Games for the
imagination
game.
I'm in this for the imagination exercise. I'm not
Try to
making
win
it.
though, but the trying to win part comes when you start being able to have supernatural gifts or just making your character extremely above what normal humans can do, and then you then you start making retarded.
What I meant is with keeping up with these guys, Tobias, is keeping up with their imaginations. That's what I meant. And having an expansive imagination.
It's not even that much imagination as much as just much as just visualizing like you're somewhere real and how you would deal with that, or how your character would deal with it.
This isn't D&D.
Because when I was playing as
Where
the
you roll
boomer,
a D20.
What about the virtues, the backgrounds, the morality? Do I have to fill it in or not?
All right, yeah, if you're already there, I can guide you through that. You have a list of all of these things. Merits will let you do things. They're good things. And then you have flaws, which are bad things. Like my character Cusco is paraplegic. When you take flaws, you get extra points. When you take merits, it costs points. It's as simple as that, and you want to read through the catalog because there are interesting things in there.
Which book,
Virtues.
which catalog?
Virtues. You can forget about virtues. You know what? Wait, is virtues like courage and all that stuff?
yes,
I think
Yes.
he might. Yes.
Virtues is like conviction, self-control, willpower, morality, and
Yeah.
courage.
So you start at 1 in all of them, and you put your points in. Self-control plus courage is your willpower.
also morality is supposed to be at 2 to begin with.
My one's default on 3.
Yeah.
Should I change it to 2?
Wait,
Well, no, morality is your courage score.
I'll take a screenshot real quick. This is what the PDF is on default.
why do
Morality is your courage score.
Why do I have 2? Have I been
Have
starting
two,
with?
because you might have courage too.
No, why do I have?
You might be doing your own thing, which
I was giving a blank.
you're pulling another one.
I was given a blank character
I have
sheet.
morality 3 and everything is 1.
Wait, what?
He has exactly what I have. I posted a screenshot.
So I was given a blank character sheet where I start with 2 and then they get 3. So every character I've made has had 1 less morality to start with.
Yeah, you were sabotaged and now you finally just realized.
You know what? It doesn't matter. It
Not
doesn't
really.
matter because morality is barely used. So we're going to say you have 3 and you're going to add your courage to it.
No one's ever gonna get a fucking derangement. Ever.
Alright, I'm gonna do my character sheet now.
What about the gifts?
Gift is for later. Gift is what you earn at the end of the game.
You have to survive a game.
So if you look at Cusco's
Backgrounds, merits,
hope.
flaws? Where is the catalog?
It's in the PDF.
Which one?
Nature demeanor, I think, is something that I do have to link to you guys.
It's in House Games Guide 5th
Yeah.
edition PDF. Okay.
It is in there. There's a very extensive list I will find. There we go. Nature's and demeanor. Yeah. So you have natures and demeanors. In House Rules basically says mages. Yeah, you don't get to be a mage. Because mage is so insane. Are you using anything from mage at all, Tobias? Because if you are, yeah, shouldn't be. You took your points from mage, the basic points stuff. Okay, yeah. Just take everything from the house games PDF or ODT I posted. I don't remember which one it is. Just scroll up and there's going to be a housegames.pdf. We'll try to screen cap the. You know what? I should have done that. I should have just screen capped the part. Where in the things. Here we are. So there's this first part. And then you get to your freebie points, free buy. So that's the main thing. And then for merits and flaws, you have it. Let's see. It might be somewhere lost in there. Yeah, merits is page 6. Post a screen. There are a
That Frank guy also potentially wants to get into it. That Frenchy guy. You have like 5 people suddenly.
good. So the freebie points is just points you can put in anything at a specific cost. So with a freebie point, I think, let me see. Yeah, it tells you. So you need 5 freebie points to increase your attributes by 1, 2 for abilities, 2 for virtues. Virtues doesn't matter. Don't pay attention to virtues. Nobody's virtuous in these games. We're not going to use that.
Well, you still
Or
need
humanity.
to just
Fuck
in
humanity.
case.
No, we're not going to give a Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
No,
You're right.
those
For
do.
willpower and all that.
Yeah, for willpower.
Humanity does not matter though.
Yes,
Fuck humanity.
yes,
Fuck
it
making
does.
people roll to lose humanity.
No, because I've played multiple fucking psychopaths who still had to have conventional morality.
All right.
You know the derangement system works like that.
I know.
And plus conviction, those actually do come up a lot. Conviction stuff, at least conviction does. Because Winnie and Kyler are playing cultists who have to attack and kill people with one appearance. So every time they see...
Yeah, Tobias, don't skip freebie. Don't skip freebie. Just tell me what you think. You have these points, right? You've got 15 of them plus your flaws. How many points your flaws give you? Just whatever you think you want to do with them is just extra points. You can put them in attributes, you can put them in abilities, you can put them in the virtues, which is courage, conviction, self-control. Put in willpower. Everything's useful, so it's extra points. Is there a max? Yeah, 5. 5 is your maximum for attributes and abilities. 10 is your maximum for willpower. You can get yourself backgrounds. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's like merits and faults. Ageless. You can live to 300 years old. The real house games, like trajectory is going from like making characters you actually genuinely like to just intentionally taking the doubled up Mayfly curse because you just expect to die.
Dark Fate.
Dark Fate.
No one fucking lives for 6 games.
Chances are you'll just switch characters anyway.
Yeah, after like 6 games, you already start to feel that it's getting bullshit.
You are finally a bullshit character.
I'll probably only enjoy being a glass walker were rat for like 2 games.
Like some of the warband players did do the thing where over the years they just accumulated characters with tens and tens of gifts, and they have like every point in a vampire discipline. They have like every dot in the abilities and so on, and it gets. So when we make a clown and give him gifts, even though we're not supposed to, that is like nothing compared to the bullshit they do on their side.
Yeah, we played 10 games in my friend's basement.
Yeah, 10 of them.
Yeah, now I have every power.
All of them.
Every game was a little something extra too. Gave you a little something extra. 1 free background.
I'm trying to understand nature and demeanor. Like
So
what?
nature is who you are inside. Demeanor is who you act like.
Okay.
Deep inside, you could be a monster, but your demeanor could be that of a masochist.
My hobo, he was a monster on the inside and a caregiver on the outside, so my plan with him was I was going to pretend to be helping people and then I'd put my hand on their face and give them like face cancer. Just so they could feel my pain from all the illnesses he has.
Nature, monster. Demeanor, monster.
I have nature misguided, demeanor brash and arrogant.
Is that in the link? Let's
Oh,
see.
I have to pick from the
Yeah.
link. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You
I'm
know
making
what?
all
That's
this
not
up.
that bad what you're doing, but it is. You'll find that the link actually has some really good ones,
Okay.
so that you can put a word to what you just described, and it will
Okay.
help you because you will be acting this out as the character. This is really fairly.
There is an actual mechanic beyond role playing to nature, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I need
Nature is a one or word to describe you the core your 3 or 6. Oh yeah, I gotta make it up myself, according to this.
Yeah, you can just like kind of scroll through these and see which.
Gives me through. I don't. Where does it actually have like a list of? Because when I'm reading the nature thing, it just says what I've just read. It just says make it up yourself, basically. But
You
I'm
know,
not
if you
sure.
want to make it up yourself, fine.
But
Chances are you will find it in that list though of like the things.
it's just that in that list, the mechanic of nature is that willpower is used for stuff to like enhance your rolls, and you spend a point to do that. And if you fulfill what those natures are saying, you can get one willpower back.
Yeah, and so it is useful. And what did you say your nature was, for example?
Misguided.
Misguided.
See,
That's
that's
going to be probably in here.
Okay, I see the list now.
misguided. Yeah, like, that's a really vague term too.
I want it to be someone
Mhm.
who's like ignorant. I like ignorant or like
Uh, that I don't know if that's like a real personality trait though.
Okay, I'll go through these ones then and I'll actually pick one that makes sense.
There might be something closer to what you're actually thinking of. Like, because misguided is just kind of vague, but then you'll read like rebel or deviant or something, and you'll be like, oh, that sounds closer.
Curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon.
That's a
Curmudgeon
word.
is
No, I'll pick one from this list. Actually, that's okay. I know what I'm doing now. I'll do mine. I'll start again.
it helps you role play in a way that you get your
Yeah.
will use.
These are actually really they're pretty flexible too in how you can play them. It's just that these are better because they're specific and they actually say how they're used to gain willpower back.
Yeah, there's uniformity about it. I understand.
Because then when you get like misguided, like what does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. I thought this was. I didn't actually think that nature and demeanor had.
Yeah, no, that's a
I thought it was.
reasonable thing to think. Because this is all kind
I
of
thought I was.
bizarre. Like, like child would kind of misguided, I guess.
Deviant.
Yeah.
Fanatic.
Okay. Yeah, these. I can definitely pick some good ones from this.
Ignorance takes many shapes.
Loner. Because, you know, really, all of these are some variety of misguided that could be interpreted that way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to rewrite Cusco because the way I played him this game, it felt not good. I put in
Mr. Dutch.
I've played an autist character who was a ninja. Autistic ninja.
aren't they all?
No, because I was a suburban warrior who wanted to be a ninja. So I think my nature was autist because I didn't want people to know that I'm actually like just some fuck. I want people to think that I'm a ninja.
I think my character actually is a curmudgeon. Cusco.
So
No,
I
Crushko is I'm using your character sheet as a guide. He's
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to change it because I put that in and then we played a game and they ended up acting him different.
oh
so I just said that these natures are better because they tell you like how you get your willpower back. And then I read sycophant, and then how you get your willpower back, and that is regain willpower when you, I don't know, I didn't write it down. So just some retard wrote this, but it's still useful. They just shoved in their own bullshit nature that they didn't even flesh out.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have sycophant, and the game just the book just says, oh, when you act consistent with your nature, you can ask your game master for extra willpower.
Yeah, that's basically
So
what it
when
amounts
really,
to.
yeah,
Because, well, you know, Kyler's character, his nature was I gain willpower when I learn something about someone. So he's like, let me put this claymore on your forehead. And they say, I don't want a claymore on my forehead. And then he says, give me willpower because I found out he doesn't want a claymore on his forehead. And we were screaming at him, no, retard. Everyone stopped and yelled at him. Because he was being serious.
That's because we're all rabbis arguing the theology. And your game rabbi is the one who has the final say.
I bet you guys just get a kick out of making a character sheet.
Yeah, like this one Cusco was a kick to me because I made him to break the game.
I also made.
And there are certain ways that you can, yeah. Like you can make some genuine characters and it's fun, but at some point you want to make genuine characters that are also have the game mechanics optimized for the meta.
Yeah, but when you make a genuine character.
So let's see. Carl Richardson, 67. Male heterosexual. No, in sex it's yes or no. Region, that would be Kitse. Nature, demeanor, I suppose you're still pulling that in. Resonance also. Old boomer divorced, 2 children. Estranged ex-wife who live in another city. Wastes away his life drinking beer and watching football. Make enough money to pay off the alimony. Drop dead and die. Nice.
Next question is concept and
Yes.
ambition. Are they things I just make up?
Concept. Concept is just like a short sentence to say what your character kind of is so your GM can understand.
Yeah.
You can leave that empty. I'll understand what your character is meant to be.
No, I've already filled it in. An ambition, that's also something I just make up, just to show what his goals are.
Strength 5, stamina 5. Someone made a Chad here. Charisma 3,
Strength.
perception.
Oh god, I've actually never seen a low dex, high strength character.
Let's see what those points add up to. So that's 2, 2, and 3. That's a 7. That's already 3, 3, and 2. That's an 8, and that is a 12. So, Tobias, in your attributes, in that line, for example, your strength, dex, and stamina add up to 12. So, did you put freebie points? You put 15 in attributes. Yes, that adds up. Wonderful.
What about
conviction, self-control?
What about backgrounds?
Let me check.
As background.
Yeah, you could backgrounds, merits, and flaws. I think he's still working on that. Great story though so far.
Yeah, this is an actual character use.
And yeah, you can say you live wherever you want. In general, the game will start with your character going somewhere, and there's no real role playing around that. Matters.
Yeah, they actually pick random people. I have the assumption that I was supposed to be making characters who had like a moment of realization, kind of like Mage.
Oh, your character lives in a retirement community. So does mine. That's nice.
Yeah, flaws or merits are not
Just go.
necessary. They just, if you want the bonuses or if you want the flaws to get points from it, that's all it is. You don't
Yeah.
have to.
Okay, so you make an extremely normal man. No, your retirement home's fine. Nobody's there. It's that the games will maybe have something supernatural, although mine won't. Or will it? We'll see.
Just make sure that you're not a vampire or a ghoul, but your retirement home can be run by vampires or whatever.
This 67-year-old Ubermensch
Just
ready
60.
to shove his fist into whatever has a problem with him.
He's just like you just see like this old man in a retirement home watching football, and you see his arms that are like gigantic.
The guy deadlifts every morning on the lawn of the retirement home, and then does a 10K jog.
Wait, does he explain why he has 5 strength? I mean, five stamina too. He's an old fuck, and if you like, he's 5 stamina and 3 endurance. So if this old fuck gets like poisoned, he can actually defeat it with just his immune system.
Dude, just walk it off. Just walk it off.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that actually fucking works. Walk it off, you pussy. None of that shit affects me. Just walk it off. Oh, I got hit with anthrax, stamina, endurance. My white blood cells diffuse it.
Fantastic.
Oh, you're also basing your boomer on a relative. That's what I did.
Psychology 4, animal 3.
This character is like ridiculous, but I mean, like in a good way.
This is the perfect House Games character because he's entirely normal until someone calls him a bitch, and then he stomps him to death as someone unloads a gun into him, and he doesn't flinch.
There's like a good chance that this fucker that you can easily dodge him, but if he touches you, you're basically dead.
That's entertaining. Yeah. Meanwhile, my character is fucking paraplegic and lazy.
And then meanwhile, my newest character is literally like Neo in the Matrix and dodges bullets.
It'll be fun. He's perfect for the crime wave game too.
No, but he has like, what if? Well, we need to see what his nature and demeanor are so we know how he reacts to crime.
That's true.
Because like, is he a boomer that he's like, oh, you fucking
has to be
Zoomer,
tricked
you
into
fucking
it.
millennials, you can't just pull your bootstraps up and get a real job. You gotta steal things. He might be then.
We never know. He might not be from America. So, but boomers are universally on the same zeitgeist. They have the same like cursed collective unconscious.
Imagining like a Chinese boomer with like strength 5 getting up from his armchair to punch you in the face.
So abilities is max 5 too. Yep.
Abilities is also maximum.
Yeah, I'm reading through that. Yeah.
Oh, and he has firearms 5. Of course.
Every boomer.
He
has
can't
high
fire
firearms.
them though.
Yeah,
he
he's
has perception 3 dex too, so he sucks.
if you like shoot at him or if you swing at him, you're gonna hit. But he has 5 stamina. He might actually soak the damage.
Yeah, he might actually soak the damage. That'll be fun.
This is like I was going to make a high strength, high stamina character, but no, I did because I still gave him high dex, but I was going to make a melee brawler with 5 strength. This is an
That's the
actual
clown now. Yeah, my first character was designed around eventually getting fortitude.
No,
So he would have all his stats made to be a tank essentially, just to be unkillable.
no, this character is perfectly usable.
This is fantastic.
This is fine. You just need to
This is
finish
gonna-
it. You're going to see
Yeah.
how this. See, you'll figure out how it all works. This character gave me a good laugh because it's not even that different from what normally happens.
Yeah, this is exactly in line with the house games
Wait,
way of doing things.
family, grew up in Tucson. Yeah, you actually gave him like a birthplace and shit. Benjamin was a. Oh wait. Charles 7 years old. His father is was one of the FBI most wanted. No political or religious affiliation, so he's an apolitical boomer. Or was happy with
Oh,
President
he
Trump
was. Yeah,
because the stock market was.
he's as apolitical as boomers get.
Yeah, he's like, oh, the stock market's doing good. I guess I like the president. Why does it, like I was hoping for an explanation for the 5 strength, 5 stamina, but I guess that's just because
It's just
people
boomer genes, man.
people
Gods
do
among men.
like people do just know a guy who just has strength 5 and stamina 5 for no reason.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is like one of the most common builds.
So
Daddy issues.
they all
Boomer
have
with daddy.
all boomers have daddy.
They all have it. My father.
My father taught me that hitting a little snotty piece of shit's the way to fix him. Look how I
Trust a
turned
man
out.
who washes right to left.
I don't trust a man who ties his shoes with the left lace above the right lace.
Trust a man who washes right.
That's how I was actually playing my boomer, because Italian mobsters were showing me that they were asking me if I had like a carry permit, and I said I don't trust a man who doesn't have a carry permit. And I would sit in the middle of the town revving my Harley for like a minute.
I'd love to get like two boomers in the same team so that they can start talking about their insurance program
And they single out the younger
in the
members.
game. Yeah. Just have a game where it's 2 boomers and one youngin that's gonna be constantly bullied by the other 2.
So my boomer's nature was bon vivant, so I just wanted to do drugs and fuck. But my demeanor was leader or whatever. So I had to I was like attempting to take charge at all times. Because only I know how to do everything right, because I'm a boomer.
Of course you do.
But all I want to do is coke.
Regain willpower when you do coke.
Unironically, though. Unironically, just regain willpower when you indulge. So if I fuck, that's actually why I was trying to fuck Kyler's shapeshifted into a female character so I could get willpower. Like being a vampire.
It is like, but you know what? IRL, it works that way. People just do what gives them willpower, anyways. It will. There's a list of nature demeanors, and I'm going to
Listen again.
again.
Is there many in the abilities? Is there much point of having 1 point in anything, or like?
Yeah, Tobias, pick one out of the list that is on that website. The website just is a list, essentially. So you're going to pick one for nature and pick one for demeanor.
I'm doing my 15 freebies right now.
All right. Well, you know how much, what costs, how many freebie points, and that you can get more with flaws.
But so I just have 15 freebies I can put anywhere, and that's
Yeah.
just the gist of it.
15 plus whatever your flaw score is.
Yeah, I haven't done flaws yet, so I'll redo it after.
Yeah. So you can put in attributes, you can put in merits. I usually put it all into merits because some of the merits are particularly. And they're not all overpowered. Things like Iron Will is not. I am impossible to. It just means I'm very.
You can also spend a willpower to be immune. Mind control things.
Yeah. Most explicitly.
You can't. You can still get fucked in the ass by pain.
You can still be convinced by someone who's a smooth talker.
Yeah, you can't. You can be talked to believing something.
You just can't be.
Just if you try to do.
You gotta wear your tinfoil hat. It is a permanent tinfoil hat.
Wait, so what was the max in virtues again?
Virtue.
10, right?
I think so, total.
Yeah.
Plus the 3 that you start with. Virtues is 7, actually. So plus the 3 that you start with, that's 10. So it adds up to.
But what's the maximum like out of 10? Is it still 5 the maximum?
What is the
I guess I can
maximum out
look.
of 10?
1 sec, I can just look. I don't have to ask. I can do my own research. Like what I'm saying is, can I have 7 virtue, for example? I mean 7 courage, or is 5 the limit?
No, we'll keep it at 5.
Okay.
Just because I know you're not going to do it, but there are exploits.
Yep.
Ways people can start breaking. And the whole point is either to raise your morality or raise your power, although you will roll those.
So merits cost points. Okay.
Yes, merits costs freebie points essentially.
Yeah.
So do backgrounds. Both backgrounds and merits are probably some of the most useful things in the game, and can really flesh out your character. But if you want to go with a God Among Men boomer who has neither of these things and is extremely normal, that is very in character.
I mean, there's brittle bones here. I'm pretty sure you could add that to a boomer.
Yeah, you could. A cost thread on TV.
They just spam that out. Pisses everyone.
Yeah, I like how there's always someone in the thread that will show up and like just post the fucking documents and whatever.
Just look at how. You just scroll down, you just see someone dumping documents.
And the actual like 3-month-old Redditor immediately having a fit. It is pretty real though that Chans are worse and worse as time goes on because the Leadit keeps dripping in and 8chan is going off the rails, committing terrors, and is now probably just infested with feds.
But it keeps innovating ways to make me laugh.
Indeed.
It's like you post an article showing that China harvests people's organs. So an actual chink show will start dumping walls of text about how a Korean fucked a dog. How about how Japanese eat dolphins. And all the while, there's Poltard screaming that China will exterminate all the shit-skinned Jews. Just ever, like, it's just really easy to cause a train wreck. You can either just make everyone spurg out, or you can make someone shoot up a building.
Whoever wastes the most time on 4chan is.
Exactly. Should be going out, having sex.
You can bait someone and make them just scream and rage for like an hour. That's really the spirit of it all.
Mm-hmm. No, people who will people who will do that are unfortunately nothing but garbage. I don't know. I'm spoiled because I only ever post on things like DIY, transportation board, or lit. And so it's always about a specific subject.
And go to other boards for different reasons. Go to TV and history explicitly.
Oh, those are garbage boards.
Exactly.
TV's like the most normie board there is. It's weird.
Yeah, that's why you started a thread saying the Holocaust and
Yeah.
All right, I think I'm done. I'm gonna flesh this out maybe later, but this is just what I got so far.
No need to create a big character story, although the writing was good on Tobias's one.
can if you want to, and it does add onto your character, but do realize that your character can be raped to death.
And killed brutally.
I have fleshed out every character I've ever made, and 4 of them are dead. Okay. Got another fucking strength 4, stamina 5, brawl 5. Cowboy, but no firearms. I fucking hate cowboy characters. That just their headshot machine.
Yeah, someone just made a gear career headshot machine again.
Yeah, except mine was designed to take shit on the game.
Let's see. Boy, trailer trash. Smoke. It's we really have some all American boys here being made for the game.
They just go out, punch some people in the face.
Follow along the journey for the sake. It's good. Nature. Mineral. Fantastic. Nature fodder. Cranker. So he's a strong boy. Another strength stamina overman with endurance 5.
Both of these guys can be easily defeated by just a dex character.
Someone someone's gonna empty a machine gun into them and they're just gonna shrug it off.
Like, I've never seen a purely like human character, like what the max soak they can do is. I've just seen werewolves and vampires.
See, that's because I'm not just human. I'm fueled by meth. I should add that too, actually. That I'm fueled by
Man,
meth.
That's true. You should put meth on there.
You should actually
and
give
I will
yourself.
give you bonuses if you say you're on meth.
You should also give yourself the addiction flaw and say meth.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's extra.
Yeah, that's more points.
More points is better. A very high animal can too.
That's
Crafts
so
5.
no one ever has high animal kin.
Crafts 5.
He's
That man is a master craftsman.
He spent a lot of time in the trailer park putting things together for his meth habits and repurposing equipment.
Oh, it's good.
he's a
Fixing things in people's homes for money.
He's a hand man. He has 1 intelligence, but crafts 5.
Intimidation 4. It's good. He has the look of intimidation. And brawl 5. What are you looking at?
What are you looking at?
Never seen a real man before.
I pulled my bootstraps up.
I can't find the addiction one on here.
I don't know what he's using. Really common one people have. I don't remember where it is. Let's see. I don't remember where addiction is. A lot of people have it though. We really need like Winnie in here because he's obsessively studied the books more and is actually willing to tell about it. Poor Kyler.
Well, I'm gonna put addiction as my flaws, but I'm not sure how many points it gives me, so I'm not gonna add the points yet. Points not
Yeah, but
added.
then you'll forget about it. That's how it works.
I'm putting points not added.
I'm pretty sure it works like you can give yourself a rating of 1 to 5 of how severe the addiction is, and then you get the same amount of points as that rating. So that's probably it. I would actually bet that's it.
Alright, I'll do that.
Holy shit. Thunder just went off sounding like a bomb.
Yeah, it sounded like a big car, Kim.
I thought you were dragging a chair across the floor or something.
No, that is the first thunder of the summer.
I am so addiction. I know that it's what I'm saying it is, but
I'm just doing what you said.
yeah.
So I'm doing addiction 4 and I just added 4 points.
There's a few flaws that work like that, like 1 to 5, and then you get the points from the rating. And then
Carl Richardson.
like you could just have these 2 characters actually potentially punching down a wall. You know, my Matrix character is pretty shit socially. I'm just really good at dodging, so
Well, if we're in a party, I guess now I'm looking back at it, me and Tobias have made kind of similar characters. So
that doesn't even matter. That you do not need to coordinate.
Need some variety.
You do not need to coordinate. Make what you want to make, and then everyone will just meet up at random. Like, we do not coordinate based on each other.
We're gonna need some computer hackers, some culture, some men of culture. Oh, so it's not about party balance? Okay,
No, it's
won't
not.
worry about that.
Sometimes you have to hack into a corporate headquarters and you have nothing but strength brawlers. That's just what happens. There's a way to do anything.
Well, this character I'm gonna make is kind of like an idiot who seems to just win every now and then.
Scraps
But next character I'm gonna make is gonna be an ultra autist who definitely can like tech his way through anything.
There was only one hacker
Yeah,
man,
so
and I killed him in PvP.
yeah.
So there's PvP in this game.
Yeah.
PvP in this game is very, very common because I mean we all get along. We're gonna be able to play a game, and maybe like the characters won't get along. There's gonna be something. But when you don't get along with the IRL player, and the IRL player is an idiot who doesn't role play well and is looking for an excuse to PvP all the time.
Yeah, well, that's how the boomer died. But I'm talking about the game Kyler ran, where he basically said now it's a death match, and so the four of us immediately started killing each other. So my ninja guy impaled the hacker on his fucking sword, and then another player lit us both on fire.
Yeah, no, that's a meme. That's a funny prank, bro. You play when you press your GM to play games, and you're like, let's go, let's play a game, let's play a game, let's play a game, and you never run a game. You're just trying to get your GM to get you to play more games. Then one day he says, okay, the game is just you're in a cage. It's a death match.
So by the way, when do I add my inventory?
You can just write it in now.
Okay.
It's not an RPG where you pick from a list. You just say, well, I have this and that.
Just make
Yeah.
sure it's. I don't know if they have backgrounds, but make sure that you can't have. You need Arsenal 3 and the money to buy that if you want to have like an AR-15. Well, maybe that's Arsenal 2 because that's kind of police equipment.
I haven't done backgrounds yet, but I'm guessing that's mandatory.
It's not. You can. I mean, you get 5 free points to put in the backgrounds. You can also spend freebies on that. You can spend freebies on pretty much everything, attributes, abilities, and background.
Mm-hmm.
And conviction for the virtues, yeah.
Hey Tobias, you should put in your character sheet that you're short. Gives you 2 extra points. You're 4.5 feet tall.
What are you looking at?
That same guy, but he's just.
No, Tobias, I don't want to play Warcraft tabletop. Like, that shit's boring to me. Like, just rolling to defeat monsters and bosses and stuff like that. No, I want to.
No, you know,
I'm in this for the acting.
we played a Scooby Doo game, and basically one of the players, because he's a retard, was doing nothing but rolling to interrogate and torture a random woman who was working a desk.
If I wanted to torture someone, what would I roll on?
That can vary.
Depends how.
It really depends. Like, the GM will tell you, or you can argue with the GM.
Yeah. I am Game Rabbi, where you can get away with just arguing your way into everything, even if you don't have the points. But some other GMs will just say you don't have the points, you don't do it.
Pick a short character, and then GM will say, you have to ride this roller coaster, and then it has you have to be this tall to ride part, and you get turned away and you fail the game.
And some games do turn into combat simulator. But I would rather not run those, but it just happens. Sometimes you just accidentally you design your game and it just happens to have a little bit of combat and it turns into Warhammer.
If you're not a social character, turn everything into combat. Until the police gun you down.
We play Warhammer with in a game Christian ran. and it was everybody, like most people dropped out, so it was just me and Kyler at some point. And all we would do is just it became like a cartoon where the characters would just do these incredibly goofy pranks and like ways of attacking the enemy. And then I had to drop out because I was in the middle of the night. But one of the things that happened is like, okay, you go to this side of the village and you start shooting at the enemy as a diversion, and I'm gonna get him from behind. And so I do that, and I get shot in the skull. The first round, I fire a shot, and they capture Kyler and boot him almost to death and interrogate him.
Hey, by the way, I'm looking at backgrounds and none of them have like any points associated with them. So is backgrounds like it just
Like
has
what?
I'll just take a screenshot.
I think it is like 1 point per background of it. So
You have 5 points to put in the background, then you can put freebies on that if you want.
I think you can like take one of those.
Yeah, they're
So
just
what does
ones. So
what does
Oh yeah,
what's the difference between general backgrounds and restricted backgrounds?
don't use restricted, that's all. We're
that's
favoring.
the ones you absolutely can't use.
Yeah.
I want ancestors, but give me ancestors. I need to
No.
talk about my
No,
ancestors.
ancestors is a werewolf thing where you will actually have your ancestors show up.
You
I'm
can
gonna
become a
put my-
werewolf later.
I'm gonna put my ancestry in my history then.
No, like
Because
it's like actual, like you're a werewolf or you're a mage channeling your ancestral spirits.
It doesn't mean that you can't have ancestors if you don't take that.
You can
Yeah.
they can. We're having arguments about restricted backgrounds right now. Actually, they haven't even figured it out.
I'm just
Who
saying,
knows?
I'm the ancestors of pioneers who are successful, hardworking people.
But it sounds like you should at least have 2 resources. I don't know. If you work a meth lab, that sounds like 2 or 3 resources at least.
Or you're extremely broke and you have resources 0.
You could also do that. Like your meth isn't working out. Your meth.
He just needs more.
Always need more. Don't know if you've
Always
ever
need
met a
more.
meth addict, but there's always more meth to smoke.
Well, yeah, meth addict is exactly how I would imagine one intelligence with 5 graphs.
You know, drug addicts really are remarkable. Where in like, even if they get their hands on $1 million, they will go through $1 million of product inside a year somehow.
It's really a talent they possess.
You start with retinue, because that's not even on there.
I think in that like short list he posted is because someone that is probably me posted, like, converted the PDF into a Word document, and then all the points and half of them didn't even carry over. Retinue and allies is definitely in there, as is
Yes.
contacts.
Retinue, retainer, and allies. That's like if you want to have backup, but they mean different things.
I'm kind of confused about what's going on. I'm reading stuff like spear catching and fly kicks and stuff like that. Martial art
Oh, that's
maneuvers.
maneuvers. You're in the wrong part. Maneuvers is not a thing until you're gonna start specking your character into doing things.
You do have Brawl 5, so you can buy that with XP.
Good,
Yeah.
because I definitely want to be able to kick people's asses with stone cold stunners and stuff.
And so I have Firearms 5, and now I'm able to buy actual Matrix maneuvers to further break my character.
Well, it depends. I haven't read the setting, but I'm hoping we're in like close quarter settings.
You may
That-
be, or you might not be.
that are not exactly
Mm-hmm.
like hostile at the start. You know, I want it to be some sort of civilian.
You might-
Actually, I won't say what I want because I don't want to put any ideas.
You might be
Anything
just
bad.
might just be in the city, or you might be sent back in time and have to storm Normandy Beach.
You know, part of me makes me want to teleport all of you to the North Korean DMZ and make you dig. And
Oh.
that would just be the game. You're in the Korean DMZ. Dig.
If the Harbinger just takes. He just takes out a bunch of players and makes them dig for an entire game, and he just stands over them with a shotgun out in
Dig
the
what?
desert. You don't know
A
what.
hole.
You know what?
Hole?
You know
Just
what?
for no reason.
I'm gonna put that in the notes.
Well, I don't know if you know, but the DMZ has become an environmental flourishing zone in Korea. Some of the
Yeah.
environment's completely flourished, and my character has 4 points in Animal Ken. So
Well, you see, now you understand why that could actually be a game. Welcome to the DMZ. Dig.
so I'm gonna be digging while I have animals out there doing my bidding.
You know that would actually
Animal Ken.
help.
Animal Ken is I'm really good with dogs, or I'm really good with horses and stuff. Not I can mind control.
Oh, so
I
it's not like
think you
it's not
understand
like
that.
druidism. Yeah, okay.
You're not magical yet. That comes later.
All the stats are just mundane stuff. They might break reality though if they get high enough.
I'm a 111-year-old power lifter.
The only reason why I gave 4 points in Animal Ken was actually because I imagined there to be heaps of stray dogs where I grew up, and stray animals, and I've just had a lot of experience with them that way.
Yeah, being really good with animals is a legitimate skill.
It's not something I wanted, it was it was more being true to my own law.
3s, you're pretty good at it.
It would actually be easy for me to run. It would be fucking retarded.
A dog game.
Yeah, let's go with that. Turn everyone into dogs.
You were sized down, gender swapped, and race changed to Anglo.
Turned into dog and then fucked by a black man.
Where do I
Leads you
find
to your misery.
where do I find on this page backgrounds? Like the list of backgrounds I can pick. What page is it?
Let me take.
Because I'm scrolling through it, I think I've probably missed it twice.
What document are you in?
I'm in the House Games Players Guide _ 5th generation .pdf. But it's the Word doc, it's the Word doc. It's the one that's...
I will scroll up. There we go. Yeah, it is a Word doc that is actually a PDF. Fuck.
Schizophrenia? Oh yeah. Derangements.
Can they pick those off the bat?
Or is derangements that something that come?
Derangements? No.
Oh,
Derangements comes later.
Okay.
Derangements is what is going to happen to you.
If you're...
Because all of this is a little bit too much to handle.
See, that's where morality comes in. That's why I corrected you. Because if you drop down to 1 morality, and then you drop again, you gain a derangement. And you can also choose to change your morality.
It's true. I forget because I'm a derangement junkie.
It's perfectly feasible to just say fuck it and keep amassing every derangement until you're a schizophrenic, obsessive compulsive, tranny, Hallucinating.
All of it.
Yeah, everything.
Tobias is right. The way you guys frame morality, it sounds like morale is what it should be
No,
saying.
no,
Morale? No.
that's not. That's not how. It might sound like that, but that's not it at all.
Morale would probably be your conviction or it would be your virtues.
Yeah, one of
Yep.
your virtues. Morality is like, so you basically pull out your gun and you just dump on like a crowd of school kids. You have to do a roll to see if you feel bad or if you lose one morality. If you keep going down and you keep breaking, because every level has a code of morality. If you break it, you could potentially go down one. If you go down all the way, you start going insane. And you can also change your morality to something else.
Yeah, so the document you're in doesn't actually have backgrounds properly fleshed out at all.
ODT
I'm sorry
does.
about that. Yeah. I will try to screen cap it in the other PDF. Because I don't think there's that many backgrounds. Oh.
Well, no, there's morale is there, but it's not part of morality. It's like you had a hacker guy who fucked up his virtues. So we were fighting werewolves, and he could not succeed a roll to fight them. So he would keep running away. And then he would and he would stop, regain his composure, come back to the fight, see the werewolves, run away again, stop, go back. Then I killed him. Because then it was PvP.
Yeah, the GM who just says, fuck it. Kill each other
I've
for
got,
my
I've got, a,
entertainment.
got a funny game that doesn't involve raping it.
Really?
Yeah, and it's not that
It'll
hard to run.
happen. It'll happen, you just didn't plan it. That's
hope.
why it's a curse.
And we can hope. Yeah, the PDF actually. I think my Jew is the only one who ever had citizenship.
And that was very good, actually.
He was the only person who was not fucking American.
No, I made a Canadian.
That does not even fucking count.
And Cusco is an illegal immigrant, but since childhood.
Oh, I definitely need Cypher.
You have 5, and you can spend 1 freebie. They cost 1 freebie point to keep increasing them. If you want to put freebies into that specifically.
Yeah, it's 1 per point.
Because it costs 7 experience to get to like buy a new background with experience.
Well, I need Cypher.
Yeah.
Cypher because of living the way I've lived. I've never signed up to any social media accounts, never been to a real hospital or anything like that. That's why I added 4 medical to my character, because we do our own homebrew medical,
That's
everything like
legit.
that.
You actually explain things instead of people just having things for no reason.
So I do need Cypher because...
Well, do you have, a social security number and so on and so forth?
No, I've never worked a real job in my life and...
See, that's good. You're kind of like Kyler.
Pay tax.
You know, he almost made Kyler, except this guy is actually athletic.
It's like Kyler if he deadlifted.
Kyler just stood up one day and just decided to start lifting.
Yeah, instead of meth, it's Xanax.
No, Kyler is a former meth addict.
Oh.
And he also lives in the desert. There too.
Yep. There are
Oh,
uncanny parallels.
laboratory. Damn it. I need this too.
Citizen.
So I don't have enough points for the laboratory. I need to maybe take some points elsewhere from it.
Have 15 freebies plus whatever your flaws are.
I've already used all my freebies. I might have to take some points from it.
Also, are you guys like merits take from your freebie and flaws give to your freebie? So count for that.
Yep, I did. I took 5 away for tough as nails and added all the points.
Oh, and points in laboratory because you make meth.
That's what I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna give myself 4 or 5 points in it. But I just need to
I
figure out
have
what
a
I need to
lab.
take.
You have a lab? Yes, a meth lab.
Oh, and the thing is, the reason I'm skilled with it, because I actually have practical knowledge where I've done it 1,000 times, unlike dweebs who have just read the textbook.
Indeed.
Gain a study point. Roll during in games. Gain 1 study point per success at the difficulty of what. I've never used study points. Just see if you survive. That's all that matters. Figure out lab later.
Four is enough. Cool. I think 2 traits is good enough. 2 backgrounds, I mean. Tobias, are you going to be adding stuff like backgrounds, merits and flaws and stuff to your character sheet? I mean, yeah, as a boomer, boomers are very well, they have status. That's definitely true. Boomers just seem to have status. Just, they also have contacts. Like, they have contacts. They just always, that's how
Indeed.
boomers get their way around. They always know someone who can gift them whatever they're looking for. You could also have charmed existence. You do not seem to suffer the misfortunes others are plagued with. No, but you don't need that.
The
Self-confident.
character has charmed existence.
But I'll let you do your own character sheet.
Yeah. But I mean, it is reasonable to have if it's justified.
I'm not trying to min-max here.
You can, and there's no issue.
Alright, I think I'm done. The only thing I've left is my quick sheet. Which I guess I could do right now, actually.
Just list everything, like pretty much everything from underwear and socks to every article of clothing. Whatever you don't have written, you don't have it.
Who's James Tobias? Is that Richard's friend or something? So you're GM, TM, but you're also gonna have a character sheet?
I have a character for other games where I'm not the GM.
Oh, okay, because I was just reading the GM responsibilities. Since it's like a round robin thing, but I'm guessing that's not happening.
Whoever can run and wants to does. Winnie ran like 10 games in a row.
Now he has a character that's too powerful to give a fuck about. What's an intuition roll? Like wits, yeah, wits intuition, yeah.
Fuck, I feel like playing right now.
So
I mean, I'm guessing it's gonna take like 6 hours at least, so definitely don't have the time, but I'm in the mood.
Yeah.
probably be at some random time on the weekend because I'm not available in the morning and weeknights.
Because I'm in Europe. You're in Australia. He's in America.
On the weekends, I can attempt to be up at Saturday.
Same. Me too, I guess. I can be up
What day
anytime.
is it?
Saturday right now, or for me it is.
It's Friday.
Saturday, 6 a.m.
6 a.m. on a Saturday. All right. This weekend, when do you think it would be best?
It would be good for me when I wake up next, so in like 14 hours time or something. That works for me. I don't know
14
what
hours
works.
from now.
What works for you guys? Anything in between like 14 to 20 hours from now, that works.
Okay, so that would be like 11 a.m. for me. What time would that be for you, Dag, in 14 hours?
Hours from now. Or 6 p.m. Yeah,
Just
that's
anywhere in between like 14 and 20 hours, I guess.
I can be up. That would be 6 p.m. I think I can be up basically 6 hours before that.
But really, I can do it anytime too, because I don't have any commitments, so.
Don't necessarily have to include me, but I don't think I would play the NWO agent because I want to play the engineer and see how they handle this, and I'll just kind of do tech stuff.
I'll see if I can get another character in, someone with more experience, so that there's a good balance.
See, I didn't want to choose the NWO agent because then I can just shoot all of their problems away.
No, that's okay. They'll be them, and it is true that if you playing with your NWO agent does require some experience, regardless of whether there are problems to shoot.
I can turn anything into a problem that I can shoot.
Hey, look, you even got a picture of me in that. The meth boy. Nice.
If I did run the NWO agent, if I survive this game, then I'll have Dexterity 6. Then I'm untouchable.
And Tobias, we can wait for Dutch, but Dutch never has like time and flexibility with his time, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to come, but we'll see.
That is often a problem in everyone.
I don't know if he considered his computer for 8 hours.
Most people can't, but
I'll ask him, but
I know I couldn't for months on end.
you
In fact, I
gotta,
think my last game might have been like February.
well, yeah, bring in someone from your circle who has more experience, because fast players are good players. Tobias is really experienced, so I think he'll be fast. And I've got a pretty solid understanding of how RPG systems work and stuff, so.
it would, Kyler had a good way of doing this. He made us play Vampire, and none of us ever played any World of Darkness or anything. It was just an autism fest.
Kyler has his this is the first time I touched the dice game, and it is like that game is cursed. It is absolutely cursed.
The Sabat game. Sabat nightclub.
Everybody who plays it is the most simple game ever, and yet everybody who plays it somehow runs into some horrible outcome.
Front door. We encountered a front door of some woman's apartment, and we just together started kicking it with our feet because we didn't know what to do. Just three guys walk up to a door, stare at it for 10 minutes, and then in complete synchronicity start stomping it with their feet.
I listened to that game where two people from Labyrinth played it. One was doing a thing, and the other would do the exact opposite the entire game through. So one guy would be like, "Don't worry, we're not going to shoot you," and the other guy would be like, "I pull my gun out and I shoot him in the head." It is a cursed game. It breaks people. Where are their springs?
I have a game idea. If I'm ever forced to run a game, I have this on backup. This is going to be a unique one.
The guy. Yeah, no, some players will like railroad the way they want it to go.
Anything?
And that can be somewhat interesting. That can be somewhat interesting if it's not just to break the game. But I think Creed is the one who disrupts game, and he disrupts game by he doesn't actually even like derail the game. He just attacks other players.
He also thinks that he thought that like intimidation was magic and kept rolling it as if it was dominate. They're like, okay, the character's intimidated. You still can't get into the club. Grade's the worst, actually. I don't know why I said Goat
Yeah.
was the worst. Goat's the second
No,
worst.
Goat just was lazy. Goat is fucking lazy, honestly.
He's lazy and, you kind of need social cues and the social situations, even in tabletop. Because we try to actually simulate. We'll probably have to look at these character sheets one last time because I remember that willpower. They had willpower that was less than courage.
If the sheet's broken, I don't care.
Should care.
Yeah, no, Dutch doesn't need to make one if he's not going to play.
No, he's playing.
In 14 hours? Or a bit more.
Duh, cringe.
Eventually.
Duh, cringe.
Event.
He can also make a
Cringe.
character sheet, just like if he doesn't have to be in this one, he can come in next weekend.
Yeah.
When he will be probably
better to
running a
do.
game next
Because
weekend.
from the sound of this, it sounds like we're all gonna die anyway, so it's like every
You
weekend.
might die. Dying is just
You might.
something you need to be ready for.
But yeah. Vindictive shit doesn't happen in my games, but shit where the player does need to actually roleplay their character or things happen.
It's
I
based
don't kill my players enough, but I do put them in very real danger of TPK if they don't fucking move their shit.
that
Alright,
the
good. I want real present danger creeping
oh
down my
yes.
neck.
I've lost 4 characters in a few months. And they were all completely real people that I fleshed out and gave real fucking personality and history.
They died.
I'm down to an engineer and a matrix man.
Yeah, other GMs are fans of killing specific characters or putting them in or like just fights where one or two people die or that type of stuff. I steer things more towards everybody dies, or maybe one guy dies if he's unlucky type of thing.
I'm not scared of death.
It's good.
Well, Ryder Cranker isn't scared of death.
Maybe you should.
He doesn't think about death, really.
Can't really be helped if another player wants to kill all the other players. Or if a GM wants to kill everyone. They don't always do that. the wage cut game where the boss orders a bunch of Walmart employees to kill you.
Remember that game where you guys just played office workers that were sent to do tech maintenance on a cargo freighter?
That sounds like fun. I'd be down to like labbers and workers.
Yeah, and
Where
then
things
And it
where
lasted
things
it lasted 7 hours, so it was essentially an entire shift.
yeah, I'll do a shift. I'll but like things start getting a little bit eerie and eerie, but it's not like things become
Nothing out of the ordinary.
extreme. I'll just
Special services might roll through.
Oh, I've seen this.
this is a game.
We are Walmart. We are Walmart. Young man, young girl, welcome to Wally World. You're going to cashiers all day. Got the smile on your face. You love this place. Moving those cars all over the place.
We are Walmart.
We are Walmart. We are nothing else. We are Walmart.
You love
Look
this
at that
place.
fucking boomer go.
Dude, I don't understand how much do you reckon this guy's getting paid an hour?
Uh,
For a year.
13. 13 an hour.
He's a manager.
So managers sometimes get paid alright salaries for these jobs.
$20 an hour.
No, more like 10. I said I'm being real about 13 at max.
Walmart managers. Let's just find out.
Fast food managers make actual minimum
What
wage.
kind of manager?
You know,
Well, a manager, they can range from 36,000 to 100,000, depending on what.
building
6,000.
manager. Like,
But an assistant manager, that's $45,000 a year.
No, I think like people who are fucking they're just there to manage people pushing cashiers and shit.
That's probably like 45,000 a year.
Probably aren't even titled manager. They're just
okay, let's be
severely
clear. Even whatever their annual income is going to be because of them doing nothing but working at Walmart. You can make some good money with $10 an hour if all you do is work.
You know what? I like the gist of this guy, that he's actually trying to rally a crew of people into being passionate about something. But isn't it a shame that it's about being in a retail store selling?
I don't care what the setting is. If someone tells me to sing about being happy from doing something, I will kill them.
I'm gonna make you here, TM. You can work at that one restaurant that makes people dance to Black Betty.
I used to go to a restaurant, it was like non-stop tapping in Australia, and then every like 30 minutes I would get up and dance to the song, "Where do you come from? Where do you go? Where do you come from?" Cotton Eye Joe, that's it. I used to do that, man.
Oh yeah.
And then the thing is, you'd get like the drunk boomers, or like, I guess this is when I was young, so they're probably like 45, 50 at the time, 40, and they would get up drunk, like boomer moms, get up and dance with them. They loved it. They danced with them, and it was great. Everyone was, oh yeah, this is perfect.
This is why they need to die.
Dude, this was it as well. It was like the same setting. You threw your peanut shells on the ground and stuff. I'm guessing it was just modeled off the exact same franchise in America. What a formula. But you know what? I actually loved that restaurant because they had really good food I liked. That's the his dissatisfaction with my like for the franchise.
That would genuinely ruin my appetite.
Oh, I didn't like the dancing, but
Ruin my appetite. That would enrich shit. Because I'm just sitting there eating chicken wings and like paying a guy like a few dollars to dance for my amusement.
you're not even paying him. They're not like getting any extra money that they would be getting if they weren't dancing.
They're still making $700 a month.
They're still getting the same money than at a restaurant where you're not required to dance, so it's not even extra money. And the food at these places are generally cheap as well.
You know, it's just a house game where the characters have to work at this place.
Actually, TM, what does dissatisfy you about a bunch of serfs who choose the worst restaurant to work at, to clap like monkeys in front of you? Should bring a smile to your dial.
Probably the notion that I would be there at all. Realizing that I was part of the pleb that actually walked into such a place would be so dissatisfying to me. I would just not want to eat anymore. I'd want to leave and make sure nobody saw me there.
I think this must be a European sentiment because Australians are basically just a colony of America now, so we have the American mindset and we love our franchises. So I think I have a little soft spot for little places like this after being dragged to about 1,000 of them.
It's just a big chain restaurant.
Australia has the most franchises per capita in the world. Fantastic, right?
Actually despicable.
I love the uniformity.
It's a second game idea that I'm now typing out.
I think Dutch is drunk. And when Dutch gets drunk, he goes 1488 from when he was 18.
It's when the politics come out.
When the politics come out. Man, I haven't spoken politics for a long time.
If I got drunk now, I would scream about staking Jews. I'd be telling
when people start talking to me about like politics, I give them the fluoride stare.
Do it on purpose. Like, just go dead in the eyes with your mouth hanging.
I go dead in the eyes, yeah, and I start doing the goldfish mouth.
I would actually exaggerate the expression on cue on purpose. Fucking forbid.
Screaming that monologue I had about the Inquisition and Jews was actually in my kitchen while my parents were there.
Nice. It's based.
It's like at this point they don't even understand what the hell I'm talking about. So they will just
Yeah, you might as well be speaking another language, right?
it's like yeah, my kid's just insane. Like why there's nothing that can be done at this point.
I don't know if I told you, like one time I just was like spurging at my dad about Holocaust denial facts and all this sort of stuff. And he just wasn't interested. He was just like, what the fuck is my son even telling me this for? That is not the millionaire mindset. When I like tell my dad something, this is how he responds to me. He goes, okay, but how is that going to help you make money?
Yeah.
He does it every time, and then he laughs at me, and I go, it's not about money, and then he laughs at me. I get dabbed on.
And it's like my parents will just like ranting about Jews, they will not understand, but then you will say something like a thing they argue about. So I'd be like, oh, coffee screws you up if you take too much, and they will get mad because they love their coffee. They will get extremely upset, and they'll be hitting the table and they'll be yelling and screaming, but Holocaust denial, that's like over their head. Well, maybe not. Holocaust denial is for brainlets because the Holocaust happened.
Just
But yeah, if it's not about them, it's not offensive.
boomers really are like 14-year-old girls.
You're saying children.
I wonder what the format is for how you can make someone keep dancing when he's right. Those specifics.
It's actually such a powerful like indoctrination they've given these people because, like I said, they don't earn a cent extra. They're not getting tips for it. Like, what the fuck? How did they actually recruit people to do this?
So it's just like the boss tells them to just go out and dance. They're like, yeah, this is great.
The one I went to as well, they were loving it. I like from my childhood, I remember they had smiles on their dials. They were dancing like it was like the part of the day where they got to stop serving food and they got to finally dance. They couldn't wait till the bell rung again.
See, this is why cruise ships need to sink to the bottom of the ocean and never be remembered. Because cruise ships are just that, made into like scale 1,000. People just go onto a floating hotel so that they can drink and eat and watch employees dance.
Cruise ships are full of like third world country employees. Because really, that's one thing that they couldn't indoctrinate people is to get first worlders to go work on a cruise ship.
Mm-hmm.
The better jobs will be first worlders, once, but a lot of the other jobs will be third worlds.
As far like the more I look into it, the more it is just all of humanity's worst concentrated into one thing.
I used to watch a show on National Geographic. It was called Cruise Ship Diaries or something like that. And it was just like the behind the scenes of cruise ships, and there is a lot of obviously it's like just like a hotel room, but like a hotel, and there's a lot of gross shit that is going on in cruise ships, as you can imagine.
They need to sink to the bottom of the ocean.
It's like once people board the boat, they act even twice as much animals as they do at home. It's like being in Las Vegas.
Obviously.
It's like being in Las Vegas on the ocean, right? What happens on the cruise ship stays on the cruise ship.
It's nothing but boomers. And insectoid peoples who have nothing better to spend their money on than cruises.
I know a bunch of like working class couples who are my age who go on cruises.
Yeah, insectoids. Oh, I don't even mean by Asian. I mean just like your most plebeian. It is just the peasant shit.
Yeah, they are all
let's go to the floating hotel.
You know what, as well, it's so overpriced for like, it'll be like a 9-day trip or something, and it's so much money per day. Like you could have such a better holiday on land for like much cheaper.
It's an overpriced floating hotel where you will go to one place that you're going to stay 3 hours.
We don't have cold stones in Australia, Dag, so what song and dance do they do? Like, what's their thing? What's their gimmick?
Song and dance.
At Coldstone, like, what's their gimmick?
I'm pretty sure that's just based on an article where you dance for tips. Like maybe not even music, just kind of just start tap dancing for the customer.
The team building trips are inhumane. Literally taking money out of your salary without telling you to send you on a shitty vacation with your coworker.
That's 100% it. Everything that's like team building and human capital increasing like tasks. That's just coming out of your salary. That's all coming out of your salary.
I just looked it up. Do you have to sing if you work there, referring to Cold Stone Creamery? Nope, unless someone specifically asks you to, which rarely happens. So if someone says, you dance, you have to dance.
Just be the one guy, and you stay there all night making every employee dance.
Just buy ice cream after ice cream.
Dance! Dance, my puppets, dance! There's just a crazy, it's just like a crazy man in a tuxedo. He has his like hands in like claw formation, just like mimicking marionettes, telling you to dance.
Could be a good video idea for you, Dag. Just a crazy man with a t-shirt over his head.
There is a Cold Stone Creamery. Hour
Well, the funny thing is when you say Cold Stone, it kind of cut out and it sounded like you said Colt Stone Creamery.
Well, I mean, corporations.
Cold Stone. Have to say.
If a customer says, you dance, you have to dance. It's like tourism.
I'd love to meet someone. Maybe it would have been like, maybe you meet someone at university or at school or something, and you're like, oh, you work at Cold Stone Creamery. Really? Where? And just show up that night and say, you, dance.
Well, you got to offer him capital first, currency.
Just
It's an
throw
exchange.
nickels at them.
Throw nickels at him. It's an exchange.
Throw
They don't
peanuts.
they don't dance on voice command. It's when you make the ice cream exchange.
Throw a bag of peanuts at them. Take a selfie in front of them as they dance while you drink like a margarita.
I'm on the Cold Stone Creamery website right now. And I'm looking at some Reese's peanut butter ice cream cups. Damn, they look good. Damn, they look good and poisonous. Oh, this shit's poison. Really? If I was also a dictator of the world? Goodbye, ice cream stores. Goodbye, dessert.
I've had fantastic ice cream in Spain, and there are some Italian places around here that they're overpriced. Genuinely well made ice cream where they don't fucking pack in ass loads of sugar is fantastic.
Sorry, Tobias. If I'm dictator of the world, I don't let you eat your donuts for breakfast.
Eats donuts for breakfast.
Tobias was like mountain climbing with us, like eating Doritos, and like we were like struggling up the mountain, and Tobias was like eating Doritos, like overweight, doesn't do any exercise, and was like at the top waiting for us at every like meeting spot, while we were like coughing our lungs out. And he was like just there, like hardly like broken into well, you got the Alpine genetics, Tobias. You're an ox,
It's
you're a
that
bull.
big dick energy.
Wearing like a shirt that he's been wearing 3 days in a row. It's all faded, just postponing us.
Did you? Like I said about make someone at Cold Stone dance. You start slapping their ass cheeks and putting dollars in their. Start putting your hands on their ass cheeks and.
That's how I met my wife.
Then you go to like
Mum, Dad, how'd you meet? Where'd you guys meet?
you go to like Amazon Prime or something, and there's just wage cages hanging from the ceiling, and they're like go-go dancers.
This is unironically the future when Asians take over the world. Like completely mundane venues having titty dancers because they'll get more business that way.
Hey Tobias, by the way, because you were more physically fit than me, it put me in so much shame that I'm literally like exercising every day now.
You're so severely dabbed on.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Tobias, by the way, you can do push to talk if you want, if you don't want to mute your mic and unmute your mic. It's probably easier. Push to talk's definitely a better function.
Probably busy.
Probably busy. Ah, okay.
Well, go ahead and unmute yourself and see if it fucking works anyways. If we don't hear you, then we don't hear you. We don't hear you. Yeah.
Go to voice,
Yeah.
change it to
Most laptops have built-in mics, so you probably something in your settings.
go to voice and video, change it to push to talk, and then see if the push to talk works.
I think it might be in like devices. If you'll do a little search on your computer, go into I think devices will do it.
Yeah, and it's probably devicing too. It'll be your input device.
Toasters.
Or the audio settings. Yeah, no, it's not working.
No, it'll be your input
Audio
device.
settings. What model laptop is it? You don't know what model laptop is it? Some old thing. Does it have a brand? You don't. Can you tell whether it's a MacBook maybe or
Just some old dog.
Acer? An old Acer.
Do this, Tobias. Go to your bottom right, where it has the speaker, where it has like the volume thing. Right click it. Click Open Sound Settings. When it takes you to that, you'll see a thing that says Input. See if you can change your input to something else.
You'll probably be able to tell if there's a microphone, cause at the top of your screen, like most laptops, oh, it is dark, so you won't be able to see it. There is a little hole where the microphone is. Maybe there isn't one. Don't know about Acer. Don't see Acer a lot anymore. Push to talk. Ice cream, donuts, sugar, more sugar. You know, if you're gonna make something illegal, make sugar.
It has no merit besides pure
Cake is
hedonism.
fantastic. I'd eat cake all the time if it didn't have ass loads of sugar in it when you buy it.
I mean, I'm the first person to admit how much I love sugar, but I'm also understand how
I
dirty.
don't actually like it. It is.
I could eat like a whole packet of cookies or something, just in like one go easily. I'm a glutton. Glutton is my biggest sin, probably.
Cheeseburger.
Of course, the burger has a thing for cheeseburger.
Didn't have an oven for the
I'm a
longest
junkie
time.
for dried meats, dried cured meats of any kind.
You guys have fantastic dried meats in Europe, like
Yeah.
deli meats. They're so fucking
As
good.
far as
They're
I can
like,
tell, really the only ones worth eating.
it's like 10 times better than the ones we have here.
So he has a microphone. Did you do the test your microphone?
Actually, I'm clicking it now too. Nothing happens. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yeah, blue light. You just have to
Device
call.
properties. It's true, he may have forgotten that he needs to speak.
Just yell and see if you yell, a blue line will appear if it works.
It's true. I don't know if it's
And-
disco or not.
And change your input to the other one and see if the blue line goes up or not. Unless there's only one input.
Computers. Output device, input device. Yeah. My laptop is detecting it, even though I'm not using the microphone for anything.
Well,
Device properties would probably be a good place to go look, because there is a place in device properties that lets you enable or disable a microphone. So, you know, in device properties in general, you have enable or disable this device.
Oh, yeah, use this device.
And then in levels, you can set. You disable it, but you should enable it.
Enable it. Change it to enabled.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. That would be a good idea to enable the microphone you're trying to use. Just in case.
We can't hear you, but it's the blue light. You might have to You
So
might
he has
actually. You might have to click OK or reply. Go enable, then click OK or reply. It might be just a jack he has.
Yeah, you could try to unjack his earphones, see if that works.
Yeah, unjack your earphones. Okay. Well, I'm out of solutions. I wish I could just control your laptop for you because I could do all this so fast and find out whether it's broken or not.
I wonder if phones have the same. If you're able to do much of the same on phones.
Just go to the store and buy a mic. They don't cost much money. Though you might have the same problem even if you install one. Who knows?
Those stores.
Now, when you go on
Well,
Discord,
he has a microphone in his laptop. It'd be good to try to get a.
so when you're talking like when you're talking, this blue line doesn't come up. Whatever. Let's move on. Do you do night shifts when you work, Dag?
Yes.
Well, someone's got to keep the production up, I guess.
Be the Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler, the night slasher. Be the night slasher. Do you have to use one of those tape gun things, like where you put sticky tape on things and it's like kind of like a pistol grip sort of thing?
No, I just scan and load.
You just scan and lift?
Yes.
Do you load trucks or unload trucks? Or do both?
Load. Unload are like slaves who work harder for less hours.
I've done warehouse work and shit before. It's okay. I kind of like that. Just physical labor where you just go back and forth. It's okay.
It's better than dealing with normal people.
Definitely. I worked at McDonald's for 2 years before. I worked in a grocery store.
Yeah.
I got a job at McDonald's when I was 13 and 9 months. It's pretty young.
Bootstraps. Good for you.
And I was excited to get it too, because I would get my paycheck of like, I'd work like 8 hours a week or something, like 4 hours each weekend day, and I would get my paycheck, go to our version of GameStop and buy some games. Didn't have to wait for Christmas or my birthday to buy games.
I tried to apply at McDonald's when I was 16, and that was before I realized that basically all the restaurants get brigaded by the local high schools, which operates like their network of friends, and they just carry the torch through the networks of friends forever. So you actually cannot just pull your bootstraps up and flip burgers. Unless you're at one of the shittier chain restaurants where the manager is making minimum wage and the building is falling apart and he's wondering if he can even get people to like flip burgers. Or you can make twice what that retard makes and lift boxes. Instead of running a building and a workforce.
You should go here in Portugal, TM, that I posted in general. Looks like some Shadow of Colossus.
Does it go below the water level?
That's what I'm assuming.
Like without water being there? Looks like.
I mean, I'll do research on it. It's in Sintra, Portugal.
Looks like it's got water at the bottom with like a waterfall.
Oh, there's a bunch of castles in this spot.
God damn it. What fucking hell have I got myself into? I was fucking around the settings on my phone, and I think I turned something on that only allows me to touch my screen and a voice pops up and tells me what it is, but I can't actually do anything with my screen or turn it off because I can't interact with the screen.
Well, you're getting
Oh,
dabbed
what
on right
hell?
now. You're in.
Yes.
This is what boomers come to me when they tell me about their tech problems. They go, I can't click the button. I've clicked on the button. I can't click the button.
I got boomer dabbed on. Yeah, I mentioned. What were you saying about Portugal or something or the other?
Oh, I just put in a picture of some sort of keep or tower. But actually, Dag, now I've investigated it. They're two different places in Portugal. This is a image that I've also been deceived. It's to make it look like it's the same bot.
Yeah, no, you would immediately have water. Dippity dab on you.
Would have been impressive.
Cool spots. That looks like a crypt though. That second one.
The second one is called.
Gonna eat some chocolate cake.
It's called Quinta de Regalleria, which is a it's known as the Palace of the Taro the Millionaire. Well, this guy had the millionaire mindset.
Million. That's it. Oh. Yo, Nick.
Yeah, I'll post a picture of it in audio. In audio. That spiraling like staircase looks way cooler than like how it does look on the outside.
It's an alright castle.
It looks
Oh,
a
it's all.
little. It looks a little. Like I said, a bit of a millionaire mindset castle.
Yeah.
Right. It
But,
almost looks.
as millionaire mindset castles go, this is tasteful.
I wonder if the bricks are real, or if they're just like, if those massive, big like sandstone bricks, maybe. If they are.
It has just a little bit of that McMansion look to it.
Yeah, it definitely has a bit of a McMansion look.
Tobias dabbed on himself, boomer style.
Big time.
So it worked for half a second, and then
Bad luck, Tobias. You're just gonna have to buy a mic.
yeah, to play the game in 14 hours. He did have a phone though, so.
Yeah, that's true.
A while back I investigated whether there was some kind of app that let you sync up your phone to your computer for audio purposes, and I could not find one. Because that would be pretty cool, right? If you could just.
Yep.
But no. Like, oh, I don't have a mic. Gonna Bluetooth my phone to the computer.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to do it, Tobias. Have a second account on your laptop or phone, and then you just use your phone as a mic, and then mute it.
That man is drunk.
Yeah. One positive thing about Tobias is he doesn't drink at all, and doesn't take any drugs.
I think what you're trying to say is that he's an incel.
A 35-year-old incel. That's true, because he's definitely not a volcel. His power levels so high by now.
Escape velocity autism.
I went to a nightclub with Tobias. I went to a nightclub with Tobias, and he literally like dances like a madman, completely sober. Like, and just like runs up and down the room like a madman, like sprinting for like 4 hours, completely sober, no drugs, no alcohol, to like techno music. I never go to nightclubs, I hate them, so I got to be drunk to be able to tolerate it, and possibly on drugs. And he was able to just to be like, it was like Dutch took us to like a cool one as well, right? This was like full of like really well-dressed kids, edgy kids, right? And Tobias is there, and he's like Rey Mysterio t-shirt, like just completely owning the dance floor, just running up and down. It's fantastic to watch. It was pure, like I said, ascended power level. When you're 36-year-old,
Absolutely.
when you're a 36-year-old NEET, it's like you were a level above everyone there, Tobias, and just dabbing on everyone around you.
Oh, and is this in the context of nightclubs in Asia on top of that?
Yep.
Asians.
But it was a real edgy one. It was where all the cool kids go. Some underground sort of one. Yeah, cybergoth shit. But
Cybergoth Asian
Yeah.
nightclub. You gotta get that chromed up pussy.
and I didn't see this apparently, but Tobias picked out the like most intimidating hottest girl there, like covered in tattoos, who had a boyfriend in the triad, and he just picked her out and
Yeah, you're just playing Deus Ex. Now we know you're
Exactly.
just making things up.
This is you guys just ran a game of Shadowrun. You're passing it off as
yeah.
So we went to the Cybergoth underground nightclub and we talked to the triad chick. What are you gonna tell me next? That a guy pulled out a submachine gun and everybody ducked under the tables.
Tobias rolled a 9 on charisma.
Funny when Kitsune just talks about the triads in Philadelphia.
Why the fuck is it that all these 30-year-old boomers only have one thing to say, and that's get more pussy?
Yeah, Tobias.
Get your number up.
What's
The
up with you?
number must rise.
What's up with your conventions, Tobias? Your cliches. They say one thing. They talk about losing their hair and increase it, and you should increase your number while you're young.
Back in my day, I used to get at least one new chick a week. Sometimes two, same time. I fuck 'em back my car.
I mean, it dawns on me that I see no one I want to fuck in real life, and the one time I use Tinder, it's just a 30-year-old office lady who's 400 pounds. And then they said, pay us.
Tobias, don't be such a nostalgia fag. Turn 2019 into the best year of your life. Hey, you had a pretty good 2019.
These fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Oh man, do you remember when we were in our 20s? Damn, we really kicked it hard. We really kicked it hard back then.
I had some pretty good moves myself. The disco, my 20s.
Pretty good moves.
What is Tinder like in your area, Dag?
I just told you what it was like.
I wasn't listening, I was reading. I can't read and listen at the same time.
I just wanted to know what the dating was like on Tinder in this area. There was a 300 to 400 pound office lady in her 30s. And then I swiped, and then they said, pay us. That's all you get for free.
Or you went past your maximum swipes of the day.
Yeah.
What you got to do is you got to say no to people because you only get so many yeses, and then you get unlimited no's. So if you want to collect more data, say no to everyone that unless you truly are interested in matching them.
Yeah, and then except I get one match, and then they said that's all you get for free. Now you subscribe to us. If you want to see more office
Tinder's fucking
ladies.
depressing, anyways.
Oh yes, I just wanted. I had a feeling I was going to see that. I just wanted to see it for myself.
I've
No,
heard that.
what's most depressing is like, because I seen it here, is like these 20-year-old, 20-something-year-old girls that have clearly just never really been out of their town or done anything exciting, and they put themselves on there, and you just know that they will whore themselves out to the first guy that gives them attention,
Hmm. You
especially here.
first guy that's like at least a 7 out of 10 that gives him attention. Because there's plenty of
Yeah, but like
local.
they'll go on a date and they'll be grilling this guy like a date, not like I met you on an app for fucking people. And
What
then
do you
you
think?
have actual whores on there.
You got to think.
Actual
You got to think of the whole
holes.
spectrum. That it is a dating app and a fucking hole and a fucking app now. It's a place where people genuinely go to find their bride or groom.
Really? It's fucking
Well,
depressing. Yeah,
You know,
that's the depressing part.
you know, normal women don't really have to look. They don't have to resort to an app. I don't know what
Yeah.
urbanites are like, but normal women are they kind of already have their selection as they walk through life.
but they use the app because they're not happy with the selection that's been offered, so they need a wider catalog.
Yeah, you don't want to meet those ones.
That's all of them. I
Yeah.
bet you. I think there's
Mm,
a statistic
I think
like
yeah, I think that's right.
80,
They will do
80.
it.
I think there's like a statistic like 80% of single young people in Australia are on Tinder or something like that. Something
Like
ridiculous. Several.
after I've been to university in Spain, I've been to university here in Switzerland, and I seen how like especially girls will fucking do their absolute damnness to put themselves in social situations, any kind of it. Whether it's like they just like going eating a place, as long as it's about expanding their social circle. And so in that regard, they will eventually find Dixter right on that whole crowd, but they will still do the Tinder thing.
Oh yeah, it's about
And the
maximum
normal shits
exposure.
will sit in class and swipe through Tinder and swipe through people they know doing the thing.
Put it this way as well, it's not just like each person's looking for one thing specific. A lot of people are willing to haul themselves out until they sleep
Yeah.
with someone that they get a connection with. That's what they're really doing. They're basically slutting themselves out until the connection is sparked, like with someone, and then that's
And
how they
on
Yeah,
start.
principle, it's about increasing the quantity of people that they have that they meet on in real life and or on these apps. Just more and more and more is better.
what's your number?
Yeah, what's your number? It is fucking depressing. Like I think I switched. Well, you get a new set of people and you get invited to dozens and dozens and dozens of things in any just about any university, and you can just fucking tell that this is just an excuse for people meeting up, checking each other out, and then taking each other out because they do absolutely nothing that actually genuinely interests them. Especially here in Switzerland, where eating out and going to clubs and whatever just easily gets you in the hundreds, if not thousands.
Though I'm gonna throw some positive spins on Tinder. For someone who doesn't like drinking, doesn't like going to bars, doesn't like leaving
Yeah.
my house, doesn't like going to clubs, it's a good way to meet women.
Well, you know, there are good ways to meet women that don't involve any of those things, but they are
And
usually soul wrenching.
exactly. And some of the women that are in here, like Decide Deity, even that Venus 1488, Cell Pop, I met them all on Tinder. And they're decent women. Catholic pagans too. Intelligent women
On
too.
Tinder.
Yeah, I met them all on Tinder. I'm telling you, every
Yeah,
girl's on
I don't know.
Tinder. From the high
Yeah,
quality
it's the lizard
ones,
brain.
to the trash. If you're single and you're a female, you're on Tinder. Whether you go to church or whether you're an infernalist or whether you just literally as asleep as the sleeper can get. I agree with you, Tobias. OK Cupid was better. Back in its glory days.
I brought ruin to 100 worlds through blood and decay.
I actually didn't care about women for like a long time in my life. I did when I was like 13 and stuff. I was like kissing girls and shit. Then up until like maybe I was like 22, 23, I didn't really care about engaging with women at all. And I would make fun of people who did. But then when I was about 23, 24, something told me that I had to like stick my penis into things. The lizard brain took over. And I went on a rampage since then.
You hit the fucking wall.
I hit the first level wall. Second level walls when you start getting erectile dysfunction. ED.
Or the numerous realizations that life is ending every year.
Oh, and that's when you buy a leather jacket.
I remember when I first got to my first year of university. I'm grateful that it happened because I was going on an absolute Ubermensch bent the entire year. Was spent, I think I jogged an average of 3 hours a day.
You jogged.
I had not masturbated in 2 years, nor during that year. It
Yeah.
is like turning into an animal. And part of that was getting dragged out to parties by normies and feeling assaulted by female presence because you can't control yourself.
Sorry, I just got boomed on. What was the last thing you said? My dad walked in without knocking.
I was saying that in that state, I just could not control myself around women.
Like in like in a lustful way or in like a scornful way?
In a lustful way. I think normies are still have that where it's just you kick into a trance where you will just chat up broads and not be just lose complete agency over yourself.
Well, it comes from. It's like that's closer to the end of instincts, whereas a human who's more complex, riddled with patterns, there's more complication in that kind of prevents you from just being a fuck machine. It can still happen, but
Well,
it doesn't happen
it's not
all
a
the
fuck
time.
machine because you're making witty conversation with some like
You
other
want to fuck
university
them.
student whatever in a bar.
You
But
want to
yeah, but
talk to them and fuck them.
you cannot help yourself.
No, that's part of you utilize your intelligence to do the mating bullshit. That's just part of it.
Yeah, you
It did
definitely.
feel like possession actually, if that's like that whole year of I recommended it to the other kid we have in the labyrinth who just doesn't understand what he's doing. He's young. He's quite young. He's younger than me. And he's like, "Oh, I don't know." If you stop masturbating and exercise with like a third of your waking hours, you'll just turn into an animal. You'll go right straight back to wild man.
I just opened up Tinder and this is the first thing I see. Like I'm literally like where I live, and I just typed it. This is like every second girl here. It's wild.
See, that is repulsive.
Bit of a dork. Bit of a dork.
She's
My
definitely.
theme, dirt cheap.
Yeah, they're.
This is just
she
I
said
actually.
there's so little information from this, but so much to extrapolate.
See, I actually swipe no on girls like this, but once you like get to the level where you realize that all women are disgusting, even the ones that
that
dress
would be
weirdly,
like this if they could.
yeah, they would all be like this if they could. 100%. I swipe no on women like this because I know I couldn't be within their presence for longer than a minute. But
That is
some,
impressive because that is the Stacy meme with like to the letter.
yeah.
Chad and Brad, Stacy and Tracy.
Tracy's a good one. Tracy's are for brats. There's plenty of Tracy's out there.
Tracy's racy. But it is depressing to see them.
The thing about girls like Tracy here is that I find that it's actually the Beckys who are way more sluttier than Tracy's. Tracy's have this like sense of like they will look slutty and act
Self-worth.
self-worth because they know they have like a high value, so they make men really work for their vagina. Where Becky's just like open up to any like guy.
Yeah, that's the real abyss to stare into, that they will fuck anything for the self-esteem.
Yeah, where Tracy just gets self-esteem by just like walking outside the house.
By getting taken on expensive dates and not actually getting fucked. There's a there's a specific El Salvadorian girl I met at university in Spain who was white as a sheet, of course, because daddy was in government, rich people type of shit.
Yep.
And I was pretty stupid at the time. Like just I was actually coming out of legit autism and I did not understand that this chick was working me into bringing me home to El Salvador and showing daddy. And I did not, it just did not compute the entire time because we weren't fucking. It was just, it was just food at her place, food at my place, go do a thing. Because she knew that, like, she didn't actually need to fuck a dude. Kept talking about it too, that I should go. Hey, you should come. El
You
Salvador.
want to see a Becky? I don't know if I can show you any Beckys on this because where I'm from, it's not much of a Becky place. But if you go to
But
other
then it's like,
cities,
you know what the ultimate Becky is? An Indian girl in a European university.
oh yeah,
then you have that. You have Pooh in the Loo, oh, I am so shy. But they're at every social event and they will fuck someone at the end. And it is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
I can't find you examples of any Beckys. I'm going through my Tinder and maybe this girl. Yeah. This is not a great example, but
You're
it
stuck in a
works.
parallel dimension where everyone's attractive.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it looks like it.
I don't make mistakes, I shag them.
Very elegant. You know, there's
Dodge.
something about having deer skulls hanging around. Just generally animal skulls. Skulls. Just stack skulls, put skulls in your bedroom. There's nothing like doing it and looking at the skull at the same time.
Well, you feel like it's like shamanistic.
Yeah, like Wotan's watching you do it.
Just like
Skulls.
just uh indulge in animalism and just like take the spirit of the animal and all its vitality
Oh, just
and inject it into that woman.
bring a skull as a gift, and there will be a mutual understanding.
Girls will like that. That would be like bringing a rose, but even more impactful. You are
I
joking,
brought
but
you a human skull.
you are joking, but that would be a quick way to really impress a woman.
Yeah. Sets
I
off,
think Dag's having fantasies right now.
sets off the the signals of like you killing animals and piling their skulls up.
Me, good hunter.
I just walk into I walk into a bar, I just throw a giant deer onto the counter next to a bitch.
Yeah, ran it over on the way here.
Yeah, destroyed my car. Walked here.
See, I could picture doing that, but not at a bar. Just on your way to someone's house.
What
Just
about your
at their front door with a 300-pound deer.
what about like your office crush and just like dump it on their desk?
Just throw it on. You don't start talking to them until you slam that corpse onto their desk or something.
And you be like, hey, I think you'd like this.
Walk into Walmart and slap it onto the counter.
This is my conversation, dear. That I.
This is my. Your boss just shows up, puts a deer on the table. This is my conversation, dear. You're fired.
You do that around the workplace for a while, and the boss sees that, and he turns it around on you just to fire you.
This is my conversation. I'm gonna start doing. I will one day do that with a skull. This is my conversation skull.
We can now begin communication.
And if they ask why you need it, just say it listens.
What kind of man are you if you don't have your own personal skull that you've harvested yourself? A human one. How can you even call yourself an adult? And I'm not talking about digging up graves. I'm talking about.
Yeah, you just cut someone's head off, put it on an anthill, and then come back a week later when it's clean.
Yep.
The oldest patriarch of the family who dies donates his skull to the youngest member, youngest male, to become his conversation skull. Tradition in my
Just
family.
quickly slipping into Warhammer shit right now. People start walking around, skulls just hanging off of their clothes. Yeah, this one's my granddad.
Like other people like lie about themselves. Maybe they'll put on like a fake accent, but I'll just start lying and start making up a story about it's tradition in my bloodline for the oldest family member who dies to donate his skull to the youngest.
What do you mean your father never taught you how to harvest a skull?
But yeah, I guess these fucking 30-year-old boomers, I swear. All they can talk about is their number. What's your number? Wish I could get my number higher. Running out of time.
Wish I could have gotten my number higher when I was young.
If I was young again, get my number twice as high.
We'll see what you guys are talking about. I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but when you guys are 30, you might be talking about the same thing.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, 30. If we get there. Is the way it's been going.
Yeah.
if every year is just as much down the slope.
I think actually I don't want to say it out loud. Too many implications.
Whoa, type it in.
No, it's even more concrete if it's typed.
Oh, now you have to do it.
Well, I'm trying to predict the way that you'll perish.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, soon.
And it's
And
not going to
it's
be
in a stupid
gonna
way,
be,
probably.
it's not going to be through like self-sabotage like the way your friend Kyler is. It's not going to be in a
Kyler's
car.
already.
It's not going to be in a car accident. It's not going to be suicide.
I think suicide will be a part of it, but not the entire act.
Oh yes, yeah. Suicide will be the end part of it, yes, but yeah. So Dag, we're already on the same wavelength. I don't need to say anymore.
Well, TM doesn't have
Prime
firearms.
Yeah, no, I am with my current character sheet. I have to sprint up to people and choke them. That's the only thing I'm geared towards.
TM doesn't have Arsenal 3 on his character sheet like my character does.
Hey Tobias, at 36, stop telling people that you're unemployed and start telling people that you trade equities. Because you're rich. You're a wealthy man, Tobias. You're a millionaire. So you trade equities.
Well, actually, here's a better way of saying you don't say you trade because deadbeats trade.
That's
Say
true.
say you do equity research. What do you do? Oh, I do equity research.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm gonna change.
I Googled the stocks I put in my IRA. I'm an equity researcher. I do equity research.
That's fantastic. I'm using that one from now on because you're right. Deadbeats trade. It's such a fucking throwaway. Nice. You just solved the like next 20 years of my life, TM. Thank you.
What do you do? Oh, I'm currency analyst.
Perfect. Currency analyst. No, but when I hear currency, I usually. Oh no, but currency traders, they're also deadbeats.
Yeah. All the traders that say they're traders are deadbeats because the actual traders don't say they're traders. They say, I'm a portfolio manager. I'm a hedge fund manager.
But
I'm
you
a
wouldn't
something
know.
analyst. I'm a something researcher.
You wouldn't know how many people I've met in my recent travels to Taiwan, but in the last 2 years, who call themselves crypto traders, or
Hmm.
they're not trading cryptos. They're trying to create some program or platform or way to get in on the crypto game, and it's cringy as fuck, man.
Hmm.
It's cringy as
Because they will
fuck.
fail.
They already have failed. They've already failed. There's no success. The only thing that they're doing is giving themselves false hope. None of them have succeeded.
They want to be, not to do.
It's not all just millennials too. You'll get ones in their 30s. I guess maybe millennials are 30 now. So yeah,
For crypto, sure.
between like
For
25 to
crypto, sure.
35.
Younger audience for crypto. But yeah, I trade stocks. That goes all the way to 70.
I have a handful of bullshit truths I tell random people.
Tobias, if only you knew how many millennials start shitty companies that fail just to say they're a CEO. It's a fucking epidemic.
It's called entrepreneurism.
Like, people just ask what I do. I'm gonna tell them the spew of bullshit. Because
I'm getting emails from a polymath, essentially a genius, guy who taught me to play chess. He essentially started off a company that was supposed to do logistics for renewables, but now he sells these creepy looking robots that parents will buy so that their kid can interact with it, and the robot will try to teach the kid to code. And I keep getting emails.
Is he making money from
This
this?
guy, if he is, it's not even worth it. And it's taken him years to do so. Um, this guy, what a fucking, this guy's a polymath. Some Russian polymath guy. Just,
So he
he's
has.
making robots that teach kids to code.
Is he making the robots, or is he just like
He has a
distributing
company
them?
that sells them.
Is he basically just buying them from the factory and?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's not even making robots. He's a retailer.
Yeah, he's a I think like the whole like teaching your kids to code thing, and I think it is a product, but they just outsource production. It is fucking lame, and I can tell it's not going to work because I've been getting emails. Buy equity in our shitty company for like 2.5 years now.
How much does he? How much does he like value his company? Like, what's his
I
market
haven't talked.
cap?
I don't want to talk to him because I know he's just going to be talking about that and trying to talk me into it.
never stop marketing. Never.
It's retarded. Yeah, it is. It is a retarded company with a retarded idea.
24/7 marketing. If you're not
Yeah,
marketing, you're dead.
if you're here, you can be used.
Little have you guys known, but I've been marketing to you guys this whole time. And you will buy
Yeah,
my product.
everybody's selling
I've
something.
also been marketing to you and everyone else.
All these people are literally like the people who are into marketing, their friends are all into marketing. And so they're literally like hanging out with each other and they're all just marketing to each other all night, all week when they hang out.
Are you saying this unironically?
Yeah, this is true. The marketing crowd of friends with more marketers. So could you imagine the dynamic? These wannabe CEOs.
I feel like I know a comedy skit that matches the group dynamic, but my brain isn't feeding it to me yet.
Probably no one is buying each other's crap too, because no one actually has any money.
Well, Garrett, it's basically like an entire group of people who all like try to gain the alpha role and want to talk about themselves. Like it'll just be constantly changing of subjects back to themselves. Everyone's talking about themselves, just trying to struggle for the focus to be on them. But they do it so passively that there's like no frustration in it.
I've seen it happen, and it's just like being like people will trying to talk you into buying something or going someplace to do something, and it's the most pathetic thing you've ever seen. It is like watching a drug addict ask you for money, essentially.
That's a good comparison.
Basically, when a human just approaches with like just regurgitating their chaos spawn shit, wanting to talk about themselves, wanting to do psychic vampire stuff to you, wanting to market to you, just want to kill them right on the spot. Yeah, that's my House Games character.
Yeah, that is your House Games character.
It looks so fucking ridiculous, but that's literally happening.
Also, we were talking about that the crime core aesthetic, and the crime core aesthetic is essentially that it's black trench coat with the black motorcycle helmet and the jack boots.
Jack boots? I'm gonna have to Google what jack boots are. Oh.
They're essentially just tall military-looking boots.
Yep.
I wanna.
But you know, if you don't dress in all black and you just get a regular motorcycle helmet, you switch out like the big long trench coat with your average office drone coat, and maybe the jack boots for actual boots. You will look normal, but it will still be crime core.
Pretty fast wave. Terror wave. Terror wave.
Fashwave has always been just dressing like a German. Bro, I'm wearing a leather jacket with some black shoes and a black leather jacket and black pants and pretty Fashwave. No, you're just the average person in Germany these days.
Well, we have a fair share of people who just kind of watch media and it results in them wearing cowboy boots and a fedora and leather jackets. We had a guy like that. Then we killed him.
I remember Spanish kids being shocked when going to Germany. Um, like people all looking like they're in a cop show. That was their specific like remark, and they were absolutely on the money. They're like snow niggers wherever they are will behave and dress. They're in a cop show, even if it's just like being an extra. Like off-duty cops.
I wear a tank top and shorts everywhere I go because they stopped carrying.
That's the incel uniform right there.
Is it? I think they're too insecure to wear a tank top. I actually stopped caring so much that I started.
I don't think you can wear a tank top outside in Europe.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. The
And
fun thing is you will be refused out of supermarkets for being goofy. Might just be a Swiss thing though.
I would, I mean, just looking goofy, one thing. I would, have a group of friends and we would kind of just be retarded everywhere we went, kind of cause disruption, start throwing toys at each other in Walmart and shit. Just let the wages clean it up.
Tobias, I do like how you're making memes on the spot for us.
The irony is that banks drove the crypto bubble and banks are buying now and banks just do all of this shit because it's really good for bonuses. If you buy stocks and shit, so on and so forth, you don't get the same bonus as something that is under the alternative investments category, which is considered to have very good diversification bonus benefits. And so if you own it and you have a lot of gains, your bank probably has a thing that gives you a greater share of that profit.
It's because you are a criminal, Tobias. Don't you know that people with banks can intuitively sniff out whether you're loan worthy or not? And they knew you were a bad guy.
He was mankind's champion against a stultifying Imperium. Now he is nothing more than a relic of the past. A herald to my ascension. My hour is coming.
We're just role-playing in here.
I offer a toast.
This is all house games.
Master.
Oh wait, no, we're not. Everywhere is house games now.
This is now a roleplay server, house game server.
That's how it works.
Yeah, because in 2017, only criminals got interested in Bitcoin because the Silk Road. The Silk Road had just shut down in 16. But Agora was still going.
Yeah, but I don't think the lady clerks at the banks, they're like on a delayed time time scale, right? She's probably just learning about the crypto bubble right now. I
Focus.
thought if Zuckerberg yapping about his coin would make Bitcoin go down, but it shows what I know. I'm gonna look at. I haven't looked at the Bitcoin price for a while.
Just telling, just talking about it makes it go up. Starts.
Jesus Christ, it has gone up again from 5,000 to 13,000. All these gains since I've exited all investing. All these gains I've missed out on. It's time to get into silver TM.
Fucking Dak knows about it because it happened. The goddamn Ripple 20x we missed out on.
Just.
And I think what hurts the most about it wasn't that we missed out on it because I don't know what your savings were at the time, but mine are just fucking negligible.
I just didn't.
It's that we didn't have savings in the first place to risk and gamble on that.
I was like among the first predictions you were making, so I didn't know if I could trust it. And then, you know what's funny about cryptos when you put all of your, you put most of your portfolio into a coin that's guaranteed to keep going up, and it did. And then around the time that you're going to sell, your exchange locks you out of that coin, and then the coin crashes.
Mm-hmm. I don't think something so sleazy would happen with Ripple.
It was using an altcoin.
Ripple I went into that knowing Ripple was one of the bigger ones. I think the third biggest one at the time. After Ethereum and Bitcoin. Oh, the worst part is that I didn't have, like your average wage or whatever.
Well, you
Like
need income, you need
$10,000 to
capital.
dump into it so that it goes 20x.
You're nothing without the capital. You're nothing without the
Yeah.
income to risk. Not just capital. Income's important, like I said before, because if you're making income, you have stuff to risk every month or so.
Now here we are riding the crime wave.
See, the thing about crime is it's not open to speculation. It's just all about logistics.
Well, actually, you get all the logistics lined up and then it's a gamble.
That's true.
I was working through a house game where we go to Canada to a specific Asian kid's house who has everything a kid shouldn't have at his age. What was the house game? The characters scope out his house, as for you would do a robbery for a rich person house that just have like an alarm or something. Wait until he's home, snatch him, essentially kidnap him, hold him in his own home, and then the characters would use his credit card or force him to make wire transfers to buy gold online companies and try to essentially empty his account over the course of 3 days buying gold online. With different details and so on worked out so that the house game is actually feasible when we do play it. In tabletop, of course. And,
And
it's reasonable. The entire thing is feasible. People have done crazier things with less planning because they just wanted money because that's what most people
like, oh please,
house.
it would be like we did a house game in real base settings. We played a house game where we had the right character. You know, a lot of them have like charisma, manipulation. It's
Yeah, some of them even have like
just our sheer numbers. It's very easy to get an
yeah.
NPC say, "Hey, we're going somewhere. You wanna hang out?" And then you take him to an abandoned place, beat the shit out of him, tie him up, and clean out his bank.
Yeah, you could just hold them hostage in their own home, and what is anyone going to do?
You know, that's real. That's a fucking vampires from the nightclub experience.
That's true. That is the vampires from the nightclub experience. And what would you get out of that? Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the longer you're in there, the more you can drain the kid's account. And the kid obviously has hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in a current account somewhere because he's a chink, spending as fast as he can in Canada so that daddy can move more capital.
On that fucker with duct tape and cattle prod.
And we talked it over with Winnie, and the characters should, call over all his rich chink friends so that they too can be held hostage at the house, and you can order stuff with their credit cards. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Someone's just gonna text them, "Where are you? Where are you?" Will you answer the text?
Having sex
Yes,
and so.
Have sex, incel. Leave me alone.
Just say have sex at them.
Exactly.
just tell
Why
them.
aren't you at school? I'm having sex.
tell all their friends on their phone just to have sex.
What is a current year normie gonna do? Walk up to their extremely rich friend's house, slam on their door, and scream, "Why aren't you in class?"
I need to check something.
And then there is like the house game that I will run for you guys, which involves boats and which is going to be different.
Nice. And yes, Tobias, we are just playing cops and robbers.
Yeah, I will put a good twist on it. Some surprises, some. Perfectly feasible chink heist house game. You don't even need to be like supernatural. It's just it works. If you have, like you said, the logistics.
Yeah, you don't have to have a lot of attributes in strength, or endurance, or dexterity. You can be a low-level character. All you have to do is
You
have a
can be a
party.
low level character.
You have to have a party on the same page. That's about it.
And time. And a few resources and maybe a very good exit plan.
Need
And the
the
take is in the hundreds of thousands.
you do need the intelligence to be able to work out how to buy assets in your character's name so that once
Oh
make
no,
the
that's
exit.
extremely small brained. You just buy gold online through Bankwire. Because you can just do that.
Have the
You
gold
can
just sent
just
to the
have
house,
someone
then you
go on
just
their e-banking and wire $100,000 to an online gold reseller. They'll drop a piece of gold on their doorstep
do
as
what you
they sign the thing, and you can just walk away with that and sell it to some pawn
have it
shop 3,000 miles
mailed.
away on a different continent.
Okay.
At 98% of face value. Yep.
The banks do raise alarms when large amounts of money are on.
Well, here's the thing. This kid just bought a car with his credit card, and that car cost $3.6 million. He's
Oh,
that kind of chink.
you mean NPC?
Yes, he is that kind of NPC. I mean, in house games, you want some realism. I'm just saying.
That's true.
It's the whole point of making sure this is actually feasible in reasonable terms. IRL, it wouldn't work, of course, because IRL, like, you can't just rob a home. You'll get caught.
Yeah, it'd be a really stupid thing to do.
You'll get caught. People get caught. Did Tobias just call us childish for wanting to do a thing? Yes, he
For
did. What a fucking
for
boomer. Get a
for role
real
playing.
job. I don't understand the crime game, to be honest.
He's
Isn't it
already in
about the
character.
thrills?
He's getting ready.
Yeah, he's already in character.
What's his name? Cole Jenkinson or whatever.
Carl Richardson.
Cole Richardson. You boys better not be committing any crime. Just get a real job like a real man.
Don't make me get up and
Crime's
whip
just
your
about
ass.
the thrill, man. I'd rob a chink just for the thrill, man. I don't care about the money.
Go out and get a real job, you delinquents.
You make me
Trying
get
to
out of
act
this
tough?
chair, I'm gonna smack you around, boy.
You trying to act tough? I'll tell you what tough is. Waking up at 5 a.m. every single morning. And getting and working hard. All the way to 8 p.m.
Just do it for the thrill, man. Just speed on the highway because you felt like get a thrill.
I wanted to look in that driver's mirror and have the chink be looking into the camera.
Chinks don't have like a sense of perception of when they're getting filmed or
They don't have that
cameras near
psychic
them. Yeah.
sense that other people have when someone's looking at them.
Yep. Or like a CCTV or any cameras pointing at them.
Or they've just had it made mundane for them. They can't tell the difference.
Of course you felt alive, Tobias. You're the descendant of cattle raiders. We are the cattle raiders.
He was in a yellow vest protest, really. One of those assholes.
One of those assholes.
Yeah. Yeah. Because when I want to get to the supermarket, I want to get to the supermarket, not to the next yellow vest protest.
Oh man. We all should just house game as boomers. We're better at playing boomers than anyone else.
Already did it. He got killed.
We're better at being boomers than ourselves.
I was a boomer who had a bike that was possessed by a demon.
I'm still playing my boomer.
Everyone needs to play a boomer at least once.
Yeah.
Really good character, and then that fucking retard killed him.
Is everyone lagging or is it just me? What's up? Oh man, I'm lagging. I think it's me.
Do have like half connection or something, but
Yeah, I might change the server location since now it's in Sydney at the moment. But I'm going to change it to US East, no US West.
I came up with my boomer character, based it on someone I know who revs his motorcycle outside my window. I don't know if he's here right now.
I've been hearing motorcycle revs so much coming through your mic.
It is somewhat disturbing.
Yeah, that's
It offends me honestly. Like I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, that's what my boomer character is based on. Just hearing that all the time.
But you can't deny that revving your motorbike is cool.
Harleys are for fags.
There's definitely something masculine about driving a Harley around.
Maybe for another generation.
A man's motorcycle.
I would rather drive like a normal street bike.
If you're not driving a Harley, you just look like a pussy. I
Just play a
actually
motorcycle game.
wonder what thrill they get out of driving a Harley. Like I'm trying to logically work it out right now. Because it's not like they go fast.
They've been told that they get enjoyment out of it.
Is it because they're
That
loud?
works.
Because you can get other loud motorbikes.
They just think that that's just what you do.
Has to be something the way that the handlebars are placed. Because I'm doing it right now, like in my computer chair. Like I've got my handlebars, like I'm driving a Harley, and there's definitely something swagger about having your
I would
having your
bet
hands
it's
up like that.
99% marketing.
Oh, you think? Damn.
I mean, you don't really care about any product like that. Like, why would you? Why do we hate Harleys?
Because we've been counter marketed by an opposing brand.
Yeah, there's been plenty of movies and shit where people drive Harleys around. Harley Davidson kind of chilled all the time for decades. And then you only need to get a few. Well, there were the World War II Harleys, and there were World War II veteran biker gangs, like after in the 2 decades.
It had nothing to do with World War II, though.
They had
It had to do
motorcycles,
with the
though.
fact that, yeah, they had motorcycles in World War II that were very small. They were essentially bikes with a small engine.
I'm talking about like the desert bikes. Like,
that Americans used?
yeah,
I
that's
don't
what.
think
Yeah,
so.
no, that's what I fucking mean. The American fucking bikes.
That they used in America,
No, that they
not in
used.
World War II.
Nigger, I'm just gonna post.
All
Yeah,
right.
post it. Because I don't know any
Seems
desert.
strange. Where did they use these?
There was no
Nin-
Americans. in North
1941 Indian Military Model 841.
Where did they use it?
Desert warfare bike. So, take a guess.
Well, North Africa is the only option, but there was only British and
Americans didn't
Australians
go
there.
there.
Just Aussies and British.
Yes, they did. The fucking.
They
We
must.
never hear the fucking end of Erwin Rommel, who wasn't even that great. Because Anglos and
Erwin
Americans.
Rommel wasn't an American.
Yeah, we
Was he?
never hear. No, we never hear the end of him because we fought him. So we say, oh, it was fucking incredible. Like, we fought him.
The Americans landed in Sicily. What the fuck are you talking about? When did the Americans go
Bullshit.
into the desert in North Africa? I mean, they might
is this
have,
a
but
new fucking time?
I haven't heard
Did
about
a new
it.
timeline just open up? Because now I'm gonna fucking look.
Because in my timeline, the Americans went straight to Sicily, landed there, and then went up Italy.
You're about to cause a fucking paradox when one of these
What the
timelines.
fuck do you think
snap.
happened?
They fucking fought Erwin Rommel. That's what happened in my timeline.
They went to.
I mean, I'm sure this argument's one quick Google search away, but
I'm looking at it right now.
but we
Post
don't
the
need
evidence
facts.
so that I can learn.
I would rather just us keep yelling.
There's no fucking way that America was not in North Africa. Bullshit.
I do not think there was any. There was
Such
maybe
a strange notion.
there was maybe
maybe
like
there was,
100 of
like-
them or something.
Yeah, that's the that was the fucking reason that on documentaries like the History Channel, they would just talk about how great Erwin Rommel was, how formidable of a general he was when we had to fight him. Because we fought him.
He was killing Brits in North Africa.
Yeah, and I was also told they fought like fucking. They got outmaneuvered by Shermans and hit by American battleships and shit.
Well, American battleships, maybe. Shermans on a loan lease, maybe. But not Americans in the desert on motorbikes.
Why do they have these desert combat bikes then?
The fuck do I know? Probably given on a loan lease
Look,
to English people.
Look, Rommel. Okay, I have a picture here.
You do realize that Americans produce like like 60% of all material used in World War II, and a lot of it went to Brits.
Explain this.
Where are the Americans they captured with it?
I don't know.
You do realize that Soviets were running
Whoa.
around in American trucks too,
Having
right?
reached Tunisia, Rommel launched an attack against the U.S. Second Corps, which was threatening to cut his lines of supply north to Tunis. Rommel inflicted a sharp defeat on the American forces at the Kasserine Pass in February, his last battlefield victory of the war and his first engagement against the United States Army.
How many were in there in that engagement?
The Battle of Kasserine Pass,
Because
30,000
you do
versus
know-
22,000.
Ah, yeah. A grand battle indeed. And this is in Tunisia. If you haven't noticed, Tunisia is like the most coastal place you could be. So Americans stopping along the way, sure. Hardly the desert though, Tunisia.
North Africa, fuck you.
Okay. And when was this?
February 1943.
Uh-huh.
I knew there's probably more examples, but I fucking knew, because that would have meant that the timeline was going to violently have to snap back into a logical arrangement.
Because you said February 43?
Yes.
Yeah, the Americans landed in Sicily, I think, mid 43. So they stopped along the way to, I guess, dab on Rommel.
American and
Tunisia.
British forces landed at several points along the coast of French Morocco and Algeria on November 8th, 1942. What's Operation Torch? Operation Torch was an Anglo-American invasion of French North Africa. It was aimed at reducing pressure on Allied forces in Egypt. Yeah, I'm reading it. It's
So the point is that Americans showed up and secured the coast before landing in Sicily. And they did so with 20,000 guys. You know, I'm almost certain that Sicily and the battle that they did there to land probably involved 20 times as many people easily.
I'm trying to actually find numbers on my phone right now of how many troops each country sent to North Africa.
Mm.
If anyone's able to find
I
that,
think it
before.
was mostly Germans and Anglos.
part of Operation Torch. They
If
just
anyone's
kind
able to
of
find that number for me,
they
I'll
just kind
gladly
of
take it.
combined all of the Western forces together. There doesn't really say.
God bless the West.
Yeah, no, World War II was just so autistic, down to how they fucking maneuvered and fought their war.
World wars are going to inevitably be autistic.
Yeah, but yeah. At the end of the day, it really was just like a dick measuring contest. Of look at me, and I'm going to get this much into this particular spot. and whoever could go and get more won. More equipment, more people.
I'll be right back.
Just like living on the freeway, living on the motorway.
He's an American.
Just motorways, just no further
You're
away
not an
than.
American until cars are going through your home.
Something about cars. I'm very pro cars, and then I'm also against them.
I fucking despise cars. I despise driving them. I despise that they're there.
Driving
I'm
them
alright
is
with
fine.
buses. Buses is fine. It's
No,
just
I
that cars are
despise
the
buses.
worst. Despise buses.
Oh yeah, I hate public transport compared to cars. I'm much more of a car guy, 100%. Subways suck, buses suck. I like trains. That's about the only public transport I like.
I've always enjoyed public transport.
I can't stand buses. They're just like, it's not
Keeps
like
you
I
in
can't
touch with
stand them.
humanity.
I just like maintaining my own personal space, and that's what a car allows me to do. The thing I don't like about cars is that actually they're really restrictive, as in you can only drive on roads and where roads point you. Where before cars were invented, people still traveled along roads, but you really had a 360 direction of where you could travel. You could walk. People walked or rode horses in any direction they want, but cars really limited it. They're roads in a sense, and how cars have to be on roads. It's really like a prison on transport in a certain way. It's like so
It
confined.
grids everything.
Not that, I mean, grids are also a problem. Yeah, basically, it's just so confined. How you're literally only confined to the roads.
I despise cars anyway. And this public transport is about keeping you in touch with humanity. You have no public space, private, personal space. People will be disgusting around you and near you. Keeps you sharp.
Also, I dislike how like catching the bus like usually takes longer than driving the car. Like catching the
Obviously.
bus will take like 40 minutes. If I'm driving, it'll take me like 25 minutes.
Then again, you can do things on a bus or on a train ride. Didn't do on a car.
That's a good point.
I
Another
know
thing
here it
though
would.
that you can't Another thing that you can't do on a bus is you can't transport goods. Like you can in
You
your own
know,
car.
to an extent you can.
I
Depends what you're
mean,
going to do. If you have a suitcase, yeah. If you have several suitcases, still yeah.
what
If
I
you're
the
going to
but
move something gigantic, call a service for that or call a taxi.
but like what you're gonna carry like a shopping cart full of groceries with you on the bus.
Yes, I've done that several. And I look forward to having fucking drones deliver that shit.
I do too, but then I think about how ugly the skyline will look with a bunch of
A lot of
fake
Europeans
automobiles.
walk to the store, do their grocery shopping, put it in a bag that has like rollers on it, and walk home with it. A lot of the smaller the town in Europe, usually the shittier the roads and the more you have stores that'll be more or less close to you.
I do really like walking. I walked to the store last night. I went for a night walk at about 10 p.m. to go get some meat. I do like walking. I can't argue with the fact that walking to go get something and walking back feels the most rewarding way to do things.
A lot of Europeans will go to the store like 2, 3 times a week. Just go whenever they kind of need something. This the car meme of like loading up the back of your car to the fucking top every 2 weeks.
But it's also nice not having to leave your fortress every 3 days.
Yeah, but that's what people want. They don't want to leave their house, and they don't want to leave their personal space. They don't want to fucking. They live in their own playground. Never have to come into contact with humanity. The
Well, why
uncomfortable
would
things
you?
your mind does when you come into contact with it.
Actually, I came into contact with humanity last night or today for me. I don't know what time scale I'm meant to be using. But anyways, I had $2 in my pocket. I walked past a place I could gamble, like in a machine. And these places are kind of nice in Australia because they want to attract as many gamblers as possible. And the lady, and I went and asked for a water, and she asked me if I wanted lemon and lime in my water. Then she asked me if I was having a nice day. Fantastic ride.
She asked you whether you wanted to gamble.
She didn't know how little money I was putting in. What's really depressing is per capita how much money Australians put into these video poker machines. What do you call them in Europe? The machines, that's the slot machines.
We don't have slot machines here. Or maybe we do in some bars in poor places, but gambling is the
Well,
motto.
oh, it's like playing the lottery. Um, yeah, well, we have poker. We call them pokies. We have these. That's what Australians call them, pokies, or poker machines. Basically, things just spin and they line up. You know how it works. Anyways, they're everywhere here, and every machine on average makes, in my state, makes on average 70,000 Australian dollars a year for their patron who owns it. 70,000 per machine, and you'll walk into these places and there's like they have like 50 machines, and this is just like a normal bar. It is it is semi difficult to get a license, but they are everywhere,
Yeah, that people play it is.
and you couldn't
I
ban it
get the
because of
lotto. Because the lotto, when you win like 1 or 2 million, and that's what you wanted all along to retire or whatever. Places where you gamble to win like $1,000 is seems completely absurd to me.
well, the reason why I like doing it is because you definitely get a reptile rush every like time you hit the button. And then I play like 5-cent spins where it just costs me 5 cents at a time. I'll put in like $4. I don't do it often. I do it like 6 times a year or something, right? Probably spend like $20 a year on it.
You feel the degenerate's instinct.
Oh yeah, but it feels
Got
good. You get
that split second hope of $1,000. I don't like. It's just everything feels like fucking poison to me when I went to contact with it. It's
Damn.
it's like the Ouija dancing. It feels unclean to be around them.
You should have a Actually, no. I don't want to say have a broader outlook on life. I'd enjoy your pessimism.
It's not pessimism. The optimism part is about like you do feel unclean around these things because you want to stay clean because you actually have the ability to think of a life where you don't have to come into contact with retarded ass bullshit like dancing wages or poker machines.
And what about the idea of just embracing the absurdity of it?
Cope.
You reckon that's just a coping mechanism?
Bro, I embrace the absurdity of niggers shooting each other in my neighborhood and everything going to shit. Yeah, I just embrace the absurdity, bro. You don't embrace the absurdity, you just learn how to cope. Because absurdity is absurdity. There's no embracing it. Because then it's not absurdity.
I think learning how to cope is important, but it's definitely a pragmatic route to take because I mean, it's not just because you cope doesn't mean you're okay with it, but it means that you're able to manage it on a day-to-day basis and bring more happy. You limit your suffering.
Saying you've embraced it is just it's a it's a self-delusion. People do it all the time with all sorts of things. Yeah, my kid is gay. I'm fine with it. I'm happy for them as long as they're happy. As long as they're happy. What the fuck does that mean as long as they're happy?
It just we're
Like,
told
so
to
if they're
sing
not
it.
happy and they hang themselves because they were training, they decided to be a trainee, what are you gonna do now? It's just a cope. Perpetuating about everything.
I love all these these boomer memes that Tobias is making. See, look, it's
It's
two
almost
booms.
disturbing how many images of boomers with machine guns you can find.
Looks like it's from one show or something. They look like the same characters.
Yeah, some like
True.
British show. Are you adding the retiring to it, or is this actually pre-added? It looks like your work, the retiring.
Retire
Oh, how great would it be to be a boomer with a shotgun and killing all Gen Zers and millennials for being such idiots and morons
Well,
and libtards?
they fantasize about doing that, but all they can do is rev up their Harley.
Oh, and you forget deny us capital as well.
I did make a connection of my boomer character revving up a Harley and loudly blasting it everywhere is part of his long-term goal of burning down the world before he dies.
It's really a working class boomer thing to do to rev up your Harley.
all boomers are working class.
There's plenty of bourgeois boomers. They are the bourgeois.
They work, took the sweat pledge. And all boomers spend like their nobility anyways.
I ain't living if I ain't working.
The sweat pledge. Oh man.
I do, actually. Like, I mapped out a sci-fi setting where wage cucks are trapped on being like Warhammer servitors on ships, and there's just sweat pledge shit bombarding them.
Hey, you guys saw that those pictures I posted from the Facebook office the other day, where it was like "Be the nerd" and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Be the incel.
Yeah.
And then there was that other one where it was like the four tenets, and one of them was like, "We will not punish you for ratting out other members of of the office for not following codes of conduct or something."
Every office turns into a concentration camp where work makes you free.
Hey Tobias, why did you not take the sweat pledge?
Bias, not take the sweat pledge. Is he really the incel we think he is?
Well, he's unmarried. He's 36, and he's interested in bitcoins. We said, why didn't you take the sweat pledge?
Why did you not make the sweat pledge yet? What are you waiting for? Aren't
Is
you
there
growing up, Tobias? You're 36.
is there
Grow
something
up.
wrong with you?
Sweat.
I don't think Tobias watches TV, so he's don't think he actually looks at memes. So I'm gonna have to fill you in here.
Sweep clues. You can't hear the sweat pledge. It would cause paradox.
I'm so sorry for showing you the sweat pledge, by the way, Tobias, because this is gonna ruin your life. Now you're gonna have to sign the contract. I shouldn't have done this.
I've signed it.
It's true. I've signed it twice, and I've made people sign it
I
at
have
gunpoint.
my signed framed copy. I have it framed in my room.
I also stabbed my thumb and imprinted my bloody thumbprint on the signature.
I have my sweat pledge in my bathroom so that I remember not to take too much time.
Can I get like a branding iron that like brands this entire sweat pledge on my back?
Just have it across your shoulders with like a bald eagle holding it.
And cheerfully volunteer for every crappy task there is. That's my favorite part.
Anti-debt stuff is a like definitive conservative boomer talking point.
The funny thing is, all of them got into debt as well. Every single one of them.
And force their kids to get into it.
And put their entire country into it.
Put that they record levels of debt.
There
With
is
no
not a person or an organization that has not incurred maximum credit.
and it's like non-wartime debt as well.
I believe that there's no such thing as a bad job, so get down.
I would
and
rather
suck.
live in a tent and eat beans than borrow money. Meanwhile, millennials living in tent eating beans in debt.
How many boomers are actually going to eat beams and live in a tent? Like, they would, like, as soon as one of them had to do that, they literally chuck a tantrum. They throw a tantrum instantly.
I would love to show these guys all these people living in tents outside their big their big tech company or whatever that they're working at in the Bay Area. Literally eating beans out of cans and complaining that they're $200,000 in student debt.
Actual rat swarms carrying the Black Plague.
And to answer your question, Tobias, this was made by a guy from Dirty Jobs who goes around and he shows the hardworking men and women of America to
His
the
job,
masses.
though, is to hold the camera. No, sorry, to stand in front of the camera. The cameras are heavy. He stands in front of the camera and talks. That's his job.
But anyway, he promotes a healthy work attitude to people who watch it, and it's a popular show.
It's the sweat pledge.
Like, I wonder if this is copyrighted because, like, I want to have like wage cucks being tortured on like a spaceship 500 years in the future with like sweat pledge as a poster on the wall.
Sweat pledge is like the global empire, like the universe's empire, like Constitution.
Not even. It's
This
just.
specific megacorp solar system. I believe that all people are created equal. I also believe that all people make choices. Some choose to be lazy. Some choose to sleep in. I choose to work. But I understand the world is not fair, and I'm okay with that. I believe that I'm a product of my choices, not my circumstances. Now let's loop back to number 1. I believe that I won the greatest lottery of all time. I believe that I am a product of my choices, not my circumstances. I believe that I have won the greatest lottery of all time. I believe that I am a product of my choices, not my circumstances. I believe that I have won the greatest lottery of all time. I live in America.
You're not the product of your environment. You were lucky to be born where you are.
That WebM is what we should be doing to people who refuse to sign the sweat pledge.
No, those are space pirates executing a wage cuck they captured. Who have taken the sweat pledge.
You made this?
Yeah, I made a
No,
few
Tobias,
models.
it's not fake, and the guy who made it very unironically shills it.
Yeah, this is all very sincere, Tobias. And it's somewhat of a popular thing. Kind of. In certain circles, in working class circles.
I look at my parents, and they definitely have taken the sweat pledge. Even though they're not American. They've taken the sweat pledge. All the way.
You don't think Belgians haven't taken the sweat pledge, Tobias?
Did you watch Ben Shapiro go on the BBC and accuse a conservative British politician of being a leftist?
I can't stand Ben Shapiro's voice.
No, that's why in that interview he just gets dabbed on by an Anglo.
He gets really dabbed on.
That British conservative was holding him by the nose and leading him to everywhere he wanted to take him, showing everyone how insane American ideologues are.
He literally, one of the questions he asked was like, he was like, because Ben Shapiro was claiming that he was trying to unite people in America. And he says people who use clickbaity titles and outrageous titles in journalism are dividing America. Then he goes, okay, Ben. He goes, here's one of your titles. And he's like, Ben Shapiro demolishes pro-abortion like students or something like that. And he's like, don't you think that's divisive? And Ben, that's when he just starts reeling.
No, that's from other people. Those channels aren't affiliated with me. And then you look the videos up yourself, and they're his channel.
Yeah, and he goes, that's
They're
from other
his
people.
channel.
He goes, and then he replies to that. He goes, well, I'm not the one who made the titles, but it's his channel.
No, he said those aren't his channels. Like, those are not affiliated with him. He didn't say he didn't
It's
make the
amazing
titles.
how he does the Jew thing.
Dude. You remember?
No. That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Remember when you first came in the server, and I was trying to argue with you that no, not all Jews. That's stupid. And then over the later couple of months of that, I was listening to conservative Jews like actually infiltrate and dismantle every single thing they ever get involved in, and witnessing their pathological lying for hours on end. And then that just now I think they deserve to be staked. House games.
That's the sad part, is that I've come into contact with quite a few of them, at least European ones. They're not they're not brilliant. They're just not. They have this wonderful natural talent for communication and handling information. But apart from that, it is just a mess. Just a fucking mess on every other level. They can handle information very well. You know, maths, business to an extent. Lawyers, great. They can handle that information, you know. It's all in their head. Maths, lawyering. They're great at that, but they're actually like they remind me of Arabs the way they actually have to think. Um they're still in the common sense level of like third worlders. So many like their environment fucking enables that too, where they'll be good at one thing, right? It's like their job or their whatever that brings in the money. They'll be good at that, but then it's a fucking mess. And I feel bad about it because I wish Jews were super smart. I really do. I really fucking wish that we had this group of just freakishly smart, predatorial capitalists running through society, snatching people's kids. That would be entertaining, but they're not.
There was a head to cut off, it would be a pretty shitty system.
And you know, the way they lie and so on and so forth reminds me of the way I would lie when I was 13 or 14. It really is the rhetoric
It,
based
Oh yeah.
you know what?
It's like how you
childish lies.
it's like how you argued on the internet before you knew all the facts. Or like
Or when you know, just someone, so just a shameless liar who just
Mhm.
seizes every opportunity and like you want to know like the real turning point where I turned back around on Jews and started hating them again is you know Laura Loomer. It's
Sounds familiar.
an irrelevant.
I'm gonna have to Google that.
It's not even a big deal because this is all
Is
like
it the
from
fat
3 years.
Jewess that Sam Hyde had a big fucking thing over?
I don't even remember. It's just okay. So like a group, so Mr. Medeker and a few other kind of e-celebs just interrogated Laura Loomer, who just did because she is a Jew, just doing every Jewish tactic within 2 hours. I was just listening to it at work. Every Jewish tactic. And she frequently would infiltrate like all right-wing things and start accusing people of anti-Semitism and trying to disassemble everything in her reach. Ben Shapiro does the same thing. They just pathologically lying. Even like everyone, even they exposed her as a liar, and she just kept going. Like never back down. A Jew never backs down. Just keep lying, even if everyone knows it. Just keep going.
They come back the same day and they don't change their mind.
That was a tough red. I got red pilled on Jews, and now it's like it's
Oh, so Laura Loomer tried to subvert the alt-right movement. I'm looking. She's wearing a MAGA hat.
she mostly just subverted conservative cucks, and it was also just about marketing herself, just infiltrating shit. Same
Yeah,
way
well,
Ben
there's a
Shapiro does. If you all like conservative Jews infiltrating all of those kind of alt right or not really mainstream conservative things. They just undermine
They're
all of
all
it.
Every single one of them is a Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, that's just a microcosm of what they just do to conservacucks alone. So there's more fields to do stuff in.
Well,
At
to
the
buy.
core, it's that same like some men naturally know how to hunt. They just naturally know how to pathologically lie into getting things.
But they know how to lie in a way that makes them look like they're telling the truth.
No, like you
Yeah.
know, you can look at them in the eye, and
Even when it's past that point, they will continue lying.
they don't.
Just reinforce it.
Whether they look truthful is irrelevant. I mean, like I guess if you don't have the evidence and you were just looking at their face and how they were talking, without all the evidence around them, then you would probably think, oh, maybe this person's telling the truth. Like they want to hit your lizard brain. In this instance, I am not a liar.
Well, what I meant by like looking like they're telling the truth, they're good at using false logic, and
Rhetoric. Call it rhetoric.
rhetoric. They're good at using rhetoric
Rhetoricians.
that makes them sound like they're telling the truth. And Tobias,
Yeah.
to respond to
Basic
what you
skill.
said, is that yeah, people like Shapiro only argues with like 20-year-old SJWs and like college students, and as soon as like he gets interviewed by like someone who's from the BBC, who's like an actual just mature normal adult, like can't even like who disagrees with him, he can't even hold it together.
Tobias, Jews are fantastic on keeping up appearances, especially if they're like actually wealthy and well off and so on.
Don't break the
They
masquerade.
will come across as better than most people. They are friendly. They will invite you to things. They will listen to you talk about yourself. They will throw everything they can in social situations to make you feel comfortable. But when they want something and you're in the way, then you see the thing come out of them.
And their fangs come out.
Then their fangs come out. One of my professors, which I tell Dag about regularly because he keeps fucking inserting himself in my life. A professor that I had for 40 hours during university taught entrepreneurship class. Well, he was a special case, but he is fantastic man in social situations. Very kind, very educated, interested. But then that fucker wanted me to keep in contact with him for some fucking reason. He must have like some spot in his little Jew empire for me. Or he needs me to work or something or some fucking keep me in his contacts. And this guy fucking hunts me down.
Yes, he hunts you down. Then what?
I don't know. The story hasn't ended yet. I'm still just eluding this fucking freak of nature.
What do you mean he hunts you down? Like he cornered you in a room?
No, he courted me at a supermarket. And when I was in class, he did corner me in a room and literally asked me to stay. It was just no. It's a long ass story, and I could hand you that recording, but it's esoteric, and I'd rather
He
not
probably
have
wants to.
everyone on the internet.
You're either part of his empire or he wants to diddle you like the fucking freak he probably
You can
is.
feel the fucking like inhumane hunger, where the vampire wants your blood, and there is nothing that's gonna stop him. Vampire comparison is just it was made for Jews in the first place. Vampires are just fantasy parodies of Jews, and it matches to a T to this day.
Vampires were made to personify Jews Then vampires are brought in the world of darkness. When I read that, I then used world of darkness vampires to represent Jews.
Well, like I told you guys yesterday, I was calling Jews blood-sucking vampires in like when I was like 14 and 13 or something like that, and it was just it's like my intuition was really correct. I
Yeah.
never got it
Yeah.
from somewhere too.
Yeah.
I didn't get it from. There was no memes back when I was 13 and 14, right? There was no internet culture.
They're only a few steps away from jumping rooftops as they tail you through dark city streets.
Oh, you don't know yet about. We've talked about how there's these like they're the crazy weird athletics Jews that will do insane things like.
Athletic Jews? I don't believe you.
Yeah, you know, like in
Yeah, no,
They don't
they're out
exist.
there. They're out there.
Now I know you're spinning
they the
your.
Mossad. You know in Blade how there's like
Israelis aren't necessarily Jews. I think we've been over this, but
well, that's I think they're part of one of the clans, but you know how
you've got your basketball Jews, for example.
They're just Israeli Jews are just cannon fodder for the real Jews. They're used as like pawns.
depends which ones we're talking about in Israel.
You know, in Israel as well, the Orthodox Jews don't have to pay tax or work, and then they get paid government money
See,
to study I put in quotes, study the Torah.
yeah, no, they do.
And the women get a government
And have red hair and so
government
on.
wage as well.
But he has all of these things on the inside. Everyone has. Fucking paradox dabbing on me. Got agitated. Got agitated. You have your instincts. You do. Read Mage, you'll understand. I'm trying to do a thing. I'm trying to say a thing that's particularly offensive to reality. And so reality it just happens to be. It's kind of like a printer when you want it to print and it doesn't.
Well, you shouldn't be so offensive. Have you ever thought about being polite?
People don't wear their nature on their sleeve. But it's always there if you know what you're looking at.
People don't wear their nature on their sleeve.
No,
And I'm
they
sure
don't.
you mean nature in character sheet sense.
No, like they're.
They're hidden. They're in what's inside them, not what's.
Mm.
It was really funny the one day when they said that the oldest Rothschild family member just walks around city streets by himself. Then you said he's just not breaking the masquerade. I just imagine that he like turns the corner and he disappears into like a cloud of smoke and just like starts sucking the blood of prostitutes.
Gee, aren't they fond of prostitutes? And I know that from firsthand experience how fucking addicted they are to that nonsense. No talent. I walked David Bowie on stage. No, I see, and by the way, JITF is the Jewish Internet Defense Force, so they're pro against, and I am all for Jews, and I have always been for Jews. I have always vouched for them for the wrong reasons.
I think vampires are a necessary part of the food chain. Did you just? Is he talking? What happened to his voice?
Whose voice?
He's getting paradoxed.
TMs.
He's fuck. He's he's getting locked into a pocket dimension.
Oh, there he goes. I think you
What the
said a
fuck is
couple.
going on?
You definitely said a couple of the wrong things there, TM.
Vampires are a necessary part of the food chain.
You became. You became unleashed, unrelenting. You became sloppy. You used rage, and look what happened. You said the wrong thing, and now you're getting paradoxed.
I'm completely fine with vampires, but my meta is mage, and when they invade my meta, they're over the line. Over the line. They need to stay in their vampire splat, doing their vampire shit.
What are the gun laws like in Spain?
In Spain. Does it fucking matter when everybody has a knife and is better with you than you are with a gun? I don't think you understand. Americans enjoy guns because they used to kill Indians with them and now they kill niggers with them. When you're facing off with some half Arab, half gypsy, born to steal gang of teenagers from the bad part of town, you're not going to pull a gun on them because they will throw a knife into your throat, disembowel you, steal your $60, and get away with it. Spain's not a place to fuck around in.
Disemboweled doesn't sound very fun.
Oh yeah, they do it.
And especially
They
because of
do it to
bad
scare
Indians,
people.
I definitely bet they don't wash their hands.
So Spain is different places, of course, but south of Spain is where the fucking Moors were and where your North Africans were. There are like some Arab mutts around there, and you have a lot of gypsies there, like actual gypsies.
I'm guessing the Arab mutts are more of a recent migration rather than a
Not
hangover
recent
from the
as in
Moors,
20th
as
century.
hangover from the Moors and the Berbers.
Not a hangover from the 10th century caliphate, but there have been Arabs that have found their way to Spain over time, and they've
What's
been compartmentalized into the south, specifically Granada.
what's the migration story like in Spain? I've never really heard it. I know like Germany's, I know England's, I know a lot of other places in Europe, but not Spain's.
It's long and troubled. So Spain was an integral part of the Roman Empire, and a lot of Romans went to go live in Spain, specifically on the eastern coast mostly, and on the southern tip of Spain.
So,
The rest were just your average like Celts and North Africans, mostly like your North Africans, Berbers, mostly, not the mixed with Saudis that emigrated to do war later on,
yeah,
if you know what
I'm
I mean.
of the opinion that Berbers were white.
They're not necessarily white. They are still Semitic in the sense that they come from that part of the world, that kind of Levantine Mesopotamian basin, but they're not the desert people that lived in oases or fishing villages around the Arabian Peninsula. So they weren't Arabs. And snow niggers have a hard time understanding that anybody who isn't tan, well, that not everybody who is tan is an Arab. Most American Jews are not descendants of Spanish Jews. Correct, but Jews are fucking a mess. Jews are another story, and you know it. They're a mix
Well,
of a million different things, and inbreeding reinforces their own racial homogeneity. They are racially inbred, and the more they inbreed, the more they are homogeneous.
Tell me
Not
about
just because they're passing on the same genes, but because the default characteristic of it is to have. So Spain.
yeah. Tell me about the last 50 or 100 years of migration.
You know what? I have the migration of Jews as well in my head from the whole beginning. So I'll try to go through Spain and that as fast as possible. So Spain, So before Romans, all of the Western Mediterranean was completely depopulated because population had recently occurred in the Eastern Mediterranean. People at the time didn't have any reason to go live. So they were backwaters, Celts, as what we think are Celts, which was really just your normal, your North African farmers spreading as far, how Berbers can end up looking a lot like normal European people, and Khomeini looks exactly like Sean Connery. It's that kind of dynamic going on where everybody was more or less the fucking same, but Western Mediterranean, extremely depopulated. And then the Romans showed up, and there was the Carthaginian colony. I think that North African milieu with Carthage was what mostly populated a lot of Spain. And Spain also received a lot of later on Roman population. And then Rome
Sorry,
collapsed.
TM, you're getting dabbed on right now by a motorbike. By a Harley.
Right. So essentially it goes emigrations out of the Levant, Carthaginian mostly, Roman mostly, and then whoever was there mixing with Celts locally. And for a few hundred years, not much happens. And then at some point, Islam, year like 600, I think by year 700, they reached the North Africa. Maybe earlier than that, 650, reached North Africa, declare it to be Islamic. And what Islamics would do is that they would show up, liberate people, because that's how it worked. They would show up and they would say, okay, no rules. Here's Islam. We suggest you follow it. If you don't, there's a small tax, and the tax at first was small. And we're just going to tax things on a capital tax basis, and you guys get to do whatever the fuck you want. And so people willingly joined, including a lot of these city states in southern Spain, because you would get wealthy. And you would get these Arab mercenaries essentially to show up and defend your city state. They would just You would have these people from halfway across the world in an army. Just pay them, feed them, and they would start dabbing on your rival neighbors and so on and so forth. The mongrelization happens very slowly in that respect because the only Arabs from the Arab continent or subcontinent showing up are the military type. And they would often show up with their family and to have a piece of land given to them. Slowly, the Arab world sort of becomes more and more wealthy because they had such a good economic basis. It was just the original libertarianism, even on a religious basis. And Spain having the most white people and having a lot of resources and good farmland became the most wealthy part of the Arab world fairly early on, from the year about 800 to as late as 1100, and they were absurdly wealthy. You had two poles in the world. You had formerly Constantinople, and you had uh, the Caliphate of Cordoba in the south of Spain. Now, until then, Spaniards and migrations and so on and so forth, you could actually say about Spain that more white people moved into Spain to get rich and participate in the Caliphate, because in the Caliphate was where you could be a Christian for the cheapest. You can't go to Egypt and be a Christian and paying a cheap tax and be accepted. Just go to Spain and you'll pay a cheaper tax and you'll still benefit from the Islamic system that they had at the time. Islamic banking, by the way, is a wonderful thing. I've looked into it. It's an objectively moral banking system That's why you have so many Jews there, because Jews moved out of the Levant and out of the Turkish subcontinent, so on and so forth, to go to Spain, where things were better, but things were still that Islamic Empire dynamic going on. And so a lot of people lived in sort of in actual explicit enclaves. They would have specific neighborhoods with their specific sub laws in a very like snow crash way, where they had their own cities within cities with their own religions and their own ethnic subgroup there. Fast forward um, to when the High Middle Ages and the Renaissance runs around. They didn't become wealthy. Yeah, you know what? You're right, but they were wealthy in Spain by the standards that they had over there. Um, Spain was it was pretty fucked how fucking wealthy they were. Um, but it is like wealthy. Speaking of wealthy in any kind of terms before technology existed is kind of a transient thing. It's just people were relatively better off in that part of the world. And Islam, I do believe that Islam at the start had a better form of capitalism. Absolutely. At the start. And then it just degraded into bullshit handled by mud people. I think what spread Islam was that white people were like, well, white people, Mediterraneans were like, you know what would be great if you let us do exactly this fiscal policy, manage trade this way, do everything right so that we can get wealthy. And sure, you can show up with your army and declare this place to be part of the caliphate, or this place to be a caliphate and yours, and have your army here and so on. I think the most salient example of that um, is that for a time, you had some islands in the Mediterranean that Christians would say, okay, you're going to give us these islands for a while, and then we're going to give them back to you for a while so that you can get them wealthy, and then you hand them back to us so that we can make sure everybody stays Christian and white, and then tax the shit out of them, and then hand them back to Islamics. And so Islamics would do their own thing, and the place would get wealthy again, and so on. They did that with Malta back and forth for hundreds of years. And that was also a way of keeping the peace, kind of handing territories back and forth and so on, and they would let Christian missionaries go through some parts of the Islamic world. There was actually wars over that, interior wars between caliphates, where some of the Arab Peninsula guys would be mad about places like Spain just being like libertarian paradise, lol, just believe in democracy, I mean Islam. Things went to shit pretty fast though, but it did last for like 300 years. That golden age, quote unquote. Islamic piracy comes up later. Islamic piracy becomes bullshit that starts, I would say, late into that golden period, golden quote unquote, and becomes standard practice in the Arab world to if you can't out compete them, beat the shit out of them is essentially what Arabs became over time. Now, Spaniards up to that point are slowly accumulating these enclaves of foreigners in the country. And of course, the caliphate ends and the Islamic Empire ends, and there's the Reconquista. Um, and the Reconquista takes so long, and it's not dudes showing up with armies and heroically liberating towns, although that did happen in some instances. It's mostly people saying, okay, yeah, this Islamic fucking system blows. Um, we'll come back to the Christian world. And of course, there's always conflict around that. And a lot of what happened is that you did have, especially in the South, a lot of mongrelization with all of these people who had immigrated during the Caliphate period. El Cid is a wonderful movie. And it really shows what happens is that towards the end that there was that strong minority of actually Arabs or more North African Arabs or your diluted Arabs that held the south of Spain, which is Granada and surrounding places all the way up to Malaga. Um, they held out. They wanted it to stay theirs because they were there and they weren't a complete minority. Just look at what happened to Sephardic Jews. They had to convert or they had to leave. And that's because Spaniards didn't tolerate having minorities around. There's no reason to have your enclave here. Leave. The South had to be reconquered forcefully over time. The South. They'll say it is about Granada, and the Battle of Granada is a famous one because it's like the Alamo, but scaled up to 1,000, where you're kicking out the people who were there. And what happened is that you had this minority of people who were swarthy in the South, and they're still there to an extent. What they did is that they kept them in Granada, and they kept them in those southern cities. Since then, Spain has changed very little. Over time, you had a lot of British people move into Portugal and the northern parts of Spain. You had a lot of French people move into Catalonia and so on and so forth. But that wasn't that wasn't nearly enough to change the ethnic makeup of people. And people don't move around a lot in Spain. It's like Italy where they stay, Sofia Loren, where they stay in their small villages. People around on the eastern coast with Catalonia and all that will appear to you very, very Roman, very italic. Some of them will seem like French. Not a lot of them will seem like French, like Northern. The South people you will immediately look swarthier to you. And not in a way that will shock you as like this is an Arab that I'm looking at, but just swarthier, darker, some different features to them. That's Spain. Spain had a bit of a crisis. You might have heard of it during 2008, and that was the most recent big Spanish migration where 2 million people about, give or take, emigrated. Spain's always been getting poorer and poorer. The Civil War was not good for it. Franco, say what you want about him. He wasn't great. He wasn't that bad. The way he ran his war is questionable, but what he did afterwards is neither good, neither bad. And Spain has always been just a place that's it's just waiting. It's just resting.
I never knew you imported 2 million people since 2008.
No, not imported, exported. Spain exported its best 2 million people who went
Oh,
somewhere else to go find opportunities, and that
so you had
happens chronically with Spain.
So you have a brain drain problem.
Yeah, one of the biggest minorities here in Switzerland is Spanish people, at about 500,000, which I'm part of.
Do you
What I'm okay with
import?
with
Does
that brain
Spain
drain,
import people like other
Spain
European
doesn't.
countries do?
The immigrants run through Spain, and they run fast. If you get what I mean, they will
Yes.
go through the passage to try to eventually get to Germany and Sweden, but God fucking forbid that they stay there. There is some bullshit where the EU created explicit villages where they're like, you will have your Arabs and you'll like it. And so you have entire towns that are just emptied out and filled with Arabs and become shitholes. And Arabs do stick around in Spain because it is warmer and more like where they are. So there is a problem with it, but Spaniards, if Spaniards are miscegenating, it's because they are such fucking plebs. If they're such peasants that they don't fucking understand race. As soon as they are smart and wealthy and well established enough to understand what the fuck they're looking at when it's an Arab or whatever, they won't. They will not stand for their kids marrying some fucking swarthy shit. Even marrying some southerner. It's really badly seen. I think there is a tiny bit of Arab admixture for the people in the South. A tiny bit. You'll especially see it in poor Southern people.
What will be the Spain's salvation?
Like, look up risitas. Risitas is like this funny GIF or WebM that people use, and there's still the picture, which is like the laughing Spanish man. I'm gonna try risitas, and that is typically the kind of person you'll see in the South. And you'll look at him, you're like, this guy is fucking swarthy as hell. He's also probably half inbred. He is like the ultimate peasant meme of the swarthy Spanish face, and not at all like Sophia Loren material, genetically wise.
Um,
Let me find him.
does Spain have a chance at salvation?
Yes, of course.
Or-
It's
Man.
all European countries are like that, where they will have just 300 years of fucking nothing happening. Just nothing happening, and then one day, for a good reason, they just become the world power. Yeah, see, you always thought he was Latino. No, that guy is Spanish. He's 100% Spanish from the south of Spain. His mother drank when he was a child, and that's why he has such a fucked up face. That's alcohol fetal syndrome. But he is just the ultimate like caricature of the poor Spanish person from Andalusia, just the south.
So when we talk about Spanish salvation, there's nothing in particular you say that will save Spain. It's just one day something
One
will
day they'll
happen.
have the right time, and they've had the right
Whether it
time
be
throughout history, and people fucking resent them for it.
so
There
whether
are
it be
countries that exist because, yeah,
for 300 years, you don't know when, and
Spain
you don't
was
know
the
why.
United States in the High Middle Ages. People thought they were invincible, and they were invincible, and they were everywhere in the world, and they were conquering you where tax revenue were to be had. But now they have no fucking reason, so they stay at home, they watch football, and they eat good food, and they tell their kids to not marry a Southerner. All this outright stuff of like saving the white race and all that. That's for northern countries where people are stupid enough to marry their daughter to a nigger because the government told them to. That the South doesn't need saving.
You earn a pretty low wage in Spain, right? Like being a wage
Pretty.
cuck's a pretty stupid thing to
First of all,
do.
try to find a job in Spain. Good fucking luck.
What's the tax? What's the tax like? Pretty high.
Taxes are pretty high too. It's your wonderful, yeah, it is very centralized. It's your wonderful European mix of high taxes, low employment, low wages. But everybody lives all right because everybody's the same kind of. And yeah, you have a few ultra companies that just exist. It's not bad, but it is certainly not good. It's pretty bad though, especially since the crisis. Before the crisis, Spain was pretty okay, but the crisis really fucking dabbed on everybody. I think Greece has a very similar history to Spain. Migration and, profile wise and so on and so forth. Those are very kindred countries. The Italians are special people. The Italians are special people because they have, I don't know, because they have more people and they're just so important. They've always been important. Central location and all that. They have some more Germanic. Yeah, but so is Spain. Spain is absurdly corrupt. All southern countries are absurdly corrupt. There are no fucking good institutions. Your local company is full of people who hire their friends. It's not built for modern. It's not built for the Anglos world, really. So yeah, that's Spain. See, you hear about the Italians doing insane shit like that, but Spaniards will do goofy shit like that. They have less of an organized crime tradition, and that's why they have a deorganized crime tradition. But yeah, Italy is a different place and a different. They are extremely similar, especially to eastern Spain, Catalonia. Um, it is. You could switch the populations of both countries out and in some kind of experiment, and they'd manage to run each other's countries the way they were before.
By the way, Tobias, that woman is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
There's something about women along that longitude is horizontal, right? Anyways,
In the Mediterranean.
it's that longitude all the way to Persia, all the way to Puerto Rico, where women are good looking and
Some women are bad looking. Like everywhere, your peasantry that just breeds with anything, as long as there are calories, will look bad. But I think what the Mediterranean's strong point is that there's always been a very wide middle class in a sense. They kind of just wealthy enough to not be extensions of calorie supply, and not have to be ruling society either. I think people whine about British women, but there are beautiful British women out there that are from good families, obviously. It's just that it's the mix. And I think northern countries have suffered from the fact that until 1700, there were as many people living north of Frankfurt. All of Northern Europe, anything that's north of Frankfurt, was as populous. You had as much people living there as in France. Some 50 million people in the total of all Northern Europe, everywhere. And now, today, they're like 400 million. In a very short span of time, people bred as calories became available. And you know who breeds because of a direct correlation to calories? Lower people, the peasantry, the fucking pleb. I think you have a lot of superfluous pleb in northern countries that are exactly the kind of people you can easily influence into saying refugees are good and that type of bullshit. Because as long as they get their calories, they're good. People who get fat, Americans who swell to obese sizes, you think they're they're the overclass? No. The lower classes. What do you think of lower classes, Tobias? Do you think of people living in social housing, working minimum wage? Because that's what I'm thinking of. And those people are either immigrants or they are just some fairly disgusting people. Yeah. I really do think that there's like a superfluous population of people that don't care. They don't care. They just want their calorie and their entertainment, and it's bred into them. Ghetto trash sticks with hard milk. I spent too much time around the ghettos as a kid. I don't agree. Maybe the modern world is upside down, but in the places where things haven't changed, you can definitely see these these people who don't know how to fucking watch how they eat, who clearly have just bred with the first thing that came along. It is a mess. Yeah. Maybe when they're young. I hope it's true though. I hope it's true that a lot of quote unquote lower class people who are just living that wage to wage bullshit experience. Yeah, looks. Yeah, but yeah. Another comparison is that I see a lot of third worlders in my universities, obviously from good families because you need money. They will not. A lot of them won't look fucking terrible. They won't look like a fucking. So I've got that sort of nebulous notion in my head. I don't think wealth makes genetics. I think in just places where things have never changed and are still semi-feudal, you have that thing going on. And I think in a lot of Northern Europe has these food addicted, entertainment complacent people in large numbers because the population has shot up so fast. I think Asia is very much the same too. Population has shot up so fast and it's just created millions and hundreds of millions of these superfluous influenceable people with very little agency. Yeah, but that's so I said I was going to move on to Jews. Jews are quite a topic, aren't they? We never seem to go a night without talking about them. That's because they've been there from the beginning, I think. Yeah, I think Jews have been there from the beginning, but not. They've been masquerading as being people who come from the beginning, and they are an integral part of the human story. I have this theory, and it gets into the Christ cuckery that you guys, I hope at least, are skeptical of, but seem to keep away from. Uh, it starts with the Old Testament story of Noah landing on the mount after the flood that's supposed to wipe out humanity. I believe the following. I believe that uh, the Torah, which is the Old Testament, is a metaphorical story to talk about humanity being in a natural savage state in the garden, hunter gatherers, that sort of wonderful stuff all over the world. That some people, some humans at some point, decided to eat from the tree of knowledge. That's the Genesis story. Some white people at some point ate from the tree of knowledge and they stopped just taking what was available to them as hunter gatherers happily moving along. And the story is supposed to be a way of recanting the fact that they started feeling shame and covering themselves, and they started feeling jealousy, and they started feeling anger, and they started killing themselves over petty rivalries, and they started digging into the earth to produce more. And then that story tells us that these first people, that first civilized essentially, after having taken knowledge, which humans had not done before, spun off into being the worst humans you could ever imagine, very much in the way modernity is today, becoming pretty wretched for it. And so, God being an active actor in all of this, at least over the time frame of the millennia that the that the Old Testament covers decides to dab on everybody with a flood. Whether God actually does that or a flood eventually comes and it happens to wipe out sinful people because sinful people live near the coast, kind of thing. And that event, the whole flood, I also believe happened because you've got those guys who are on Joe Rogan talking about how it happened. A comet hit the earth. Floods happened. The climate cooled extremely fast. Humanity was driven to the brink of extinction. The story says, oh, Noah, perfect man. God chose a perfect man, and he said, this guy's perfect. I'm going to put him on a boat. I'm going to tell him to take everything he needs to restart civilization. And Noah did so, whether God told him to do that or God speaks through us in our intuition. He floats on the waves, and then he lands on Mount Ararat. He has 3 sons. Shem, Japhite, Japhat, can't remember the name exactly, and Ham. And the idea being that Noah being the perfect man, as he has his first son is as close to him. He's not quite as perfect as him, but he's as close to him as possible. And his second son is a little bit farther than the first son, but he's still close to the perfect man. And the third son is farthest from his father, but not quite the perfect man. I think the story of Noah, there might have been a literal ark, but I think the story of Noah is a way of explaining how humanity restarts after the flood, after this disaster 13,000 years ago, where those people who were closest to the best people of before the flood ended up creating their own lineage. And I think that first son, Shem, are the Semites, are Semitic people. What does Semitic mean? Well, the Jews have co-opted that. Semitic just means you're a descendant of Shem, which is supposed to be this ancient 4000 BC line that comes from the Levant and really are Mediterraneans. Because it is like these Mesopotamian basin people that end up colonizing and civilizing early, and then you've got your Japhites, who are supposed to be something else. And I think those are your Germanic people. Japhon, German, kind of being the people who are a lot whiter, a lot less swarthy, your Scythians type of deal. And Hamites are niggers. Although I have my own ideas about niggers, they are these swarthy base people. Now the story moves on with all of this and doesn't really put things like I'm putting it because I'm looking at it retrospectively from the current day. And people do all the things that they do in the stories and so on and so forth. And at some point you have the Hebrews. The Hebrews are important because they're supposed to be God chosen people according to Jews. In reality, they're God's cursed people. They are the people who God chooses to bear his knowledge, in a sense. They are given this Torah, this inheritance from Noah directly, of knowledge. And that knowledge drives them crazy, and it drives them to do these insane things. And so you have thousands of years of the Hebrews doing insane things that dab on themselves, essentially, just because they have they're carrying this knowledge of divinity and spirituality. The Hebrews are exiles from Egypt. Just to say they are very much Egyptians. they're they're people from that part of the world, of whoever was in ancient Egypt, and they were a subclass that decided to exile themselves on a religious basis. If you look at the time frame wherein a bunch of people left Egypt, decided to cross the sea, curious thing, right? And go to the Levant to make the new life there. A volcano in the Greek archipelago in the Cyclades, there's a gigantic volcano there on the island, which is the island of Santorini. It's about 4 times the size of Krakatoa, and it has erupted in 1600 before Christ. What happens when these gigantic volcanoes erupt is that you have earthquakes that make the things that we see in Japan look lame in comparison happens, and you have tsunamis. And you know what would happen if you had a volcano that size in the Cyclades causing a tsunami? There's a good chance that the Red Sea would empty and that people could cross it on foot. So that's an anecdote. So these Hebrews exile themselves from a slowly corrupting Egypt, like Americans are, the inheritors of people who are isolating themselves for the sake of religion, go to a new world, go to a new land and settle it. And there are many tribes of the Hebrew. These different tribes are very different one from another, and all of them have the specific characteristic of being able to trace their way into the genetic tree that leads all the way back up to Noah and his 3 sons. A lot of them are sons of Shem, a lot of them are sons of Japhan, and it's just different. It's the idea that you have a special blessing carried through bloodline rather than just genes, and that everybody is the incestuous product of a single man. Which is why if you're 1/10 Jewish, you're still a Jew. You get to participate in their own thing. So I'm about to get to what Jews are. Jews are the tribe of Judah, one of the 13 tribes. 1/13 of this new Hebrew state, Israel. And they have a really shitty piece of land, which is the desert, essentially, in Israel. They're not anywhere near Jerusalem. They're not anywhere near the nice parts. They're not near the coast. They are the desert. They're sand niggers, for lack of a better word. And they are descendants of Judah. Judah is the guy in the Bible who decides to sell Jesus's alleged father. Whether you believe that works or not is up to you. Who is was Joseph. Joseph is supposed to have a special blessing in his bloodline that's carried from Noah. Because Noah is the perfect man and the king, kind of, and there's, in a sense, supposed to be this blessing carried through bloodlines down different kings and into this guy, this carpenter, who winds up being sold by his treacherous, prostitute-running, swindling, double-dealing liar of a brother, Judah. And he's sold and he's sent to Egypt. And in Egypt, he prospers and he becomes a prince there, local nobility, until he winds up coming back to Israel. And then that's where the story of Christ and all that begins. But Judah, who's Judah? Judah and his tribe are all eponymous with that one character in the biblical story of a guy who wears colorful hats and cloaks, prostitutes his, I think, daughter-in-law or sister-in-law, I think daughter-in-law, sells his brother because he's jealous of him to slave traders, spends his time generally lying and cheating people, And there is, his role later on with Jesus' story. That specific tribe of Judah ends up being the people who inherit the state. Because as time moves on and the biblical story moves on, people just move out of Israel. Israel fractures, and then there are immigrations, and the whole state becomes the state of Judah, as one of their tribe becomes the local ruling nobility and declares that this is not Israel anymore. This is my state. And they get thrown into Babylon, where they create their own religion with the Talmud and so on and so forth. See you in 10 hours. The idea is that Jews are a small part of the biblical story, and they have always played the bad guys. They're not the Hebrews. They're 1/13 of the Hebrews, and they're the bad part of it. They've always been swindlers. They've always been prostitute runners. They've always been migratory. Back down to the guy they're named after of in the biblical story. It's almost like they carry a curse through their bloodline. It's almost like there are curses and blessings carried through bloodline. And that the Jews have a specific one, which is that the guy who is the antagonist of the biblical story runs in their veins. And that these Jews run around saying, we were the original Hebrews. We are the chosen people. We are the people that God cares about, when in fact it was never them. And in fact, God seems to have, and God and I disagree on a lot of things, and that's one of them. God seems to have cursed these people into being the antagonists through and through. They're vampire, cursed. So have you followed up to now? Have I managed to talk people to sleep? I'll take that as a yes. Is anyone still with me in chat? Have I been talking to myself? Yeah. Why can't you just ramble about Jews for 40 minutes and not have just leave?